Hey, gang.
Hey. Oh, hey. Just give me a sec. Maybe figure out what you want to get.
Ooh, can I have chicken noodle soup
Oh,
with
you didn't say pizza.
with some bread? I'd like a little pieces of some nice fresh bread with some
Cool. So I'm gonna have to love you and leave you tonight. I know.
Came by to say hello.
Yeah, I just came by to say hello.
Oh, how's your head?
Yeah, that's why I've had a bad week.
Oh man, that's hard. That's so sad.
And it's probably because I overdid it last week with all the Harriet Hall stuff and the Abraham Hicks article.
You
Stuart
still haven't got Sarah done.
No, it's on my table. I've actually got it out several times, and then somebody will send me something like redo all the citations. Or, hey, I've got these pictures I want you to touch up. Or
Oh, nobody would ever do that. Shame on that person.
and which is fine, right? It's
Yeah,
on my list
Sarah
of
will
things.
get done. Sarah will get
It
done.
will get done.
Or I
And
should say Sadie.
yes, Sally
Sally Winchester.
will get done. You know, I mean, I actually last week, Friday was my day to spend on Sarah, and then Harriet decided to die, which was very awful. So, you know, that was a tough one.
Yeah. Oh, and my article is written.
Ooh.
And I sent it to Stuart Weiss, and he said that he received two. He received mine, and he received an article from Bill London about Harriet, you know, for publishing. And he said, but Bill London's is a very resume like,
Right.
you know.
You want it to be kind of human, right?
Well, he says it's very resume, and he says, and yours, Susan, is very personal.
Yeah.
So he says, I think I'm going to publish both.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Yeah, but it won't be out till March, April edition. So I said, okay.
Okay.
So I told him, you know, if you need to cut mine down and change it up, I'm totally fine with you editing it any way you want. And then he wrote me back this morning and he says, I'm not cutting it or touching it, I don't think. But so I said, I'd like to not wait till April or May or March, April to get it out. So Barry says he also wants to publish it online, and he says, go for it. So it'll be an online and it'll be a print.
That's good. Yeah.
So we shall see.
Well,
sorry, Adrian, you don't feel so good.
Yeah, no, it's kind of been a rough week, and today I'm on the verge. Like I haven't had anything, so I just don't want to push it. And staring
like
at
you're
the
starting
screen.
to see colors and stuff.
Yeah, yesterday the vision thing was really bad. Oh my God. So it's so weird. Our brains are so weird. Right?
Do the tinted lenses help?
Yes. Just because bright lights tend to be a bit of a problem. So what I was doing before was using sunglasses if I had to use a computer for some reason, but then I couldn't see anything. Too dark. So I went to my optometrist, and this is what they got. You know, we kind of tried to figure out what would be a good tint, because there's so many choices. And they said that they don't know if it's, I love it when they're being, you know, true. They said, the glass industry says that the reddish or the orangish tone, the rose, is the best for migraine. But they said to me, I don't know if that's true. As long as it cuts the light, that's all I care about.
Yeah, whatever works. Yeah, and it may be different.
And that color looks like it's mostly getting rid of blue.
Yeah.
And you, let's see. I thought I saw some way to adjust the brightness of the computer screen.
Yeah, and I do that.
Oh, sure.
I have it down as well, but it's still too bright.
Okay. Yeah.
So
quite some time.
All my lights right now are quite low. Even the camera's doing a really good job of brightening things up.
Yeah.
So
yeah, quite some time ago, I adjusted the settings on the brightness color temperature, so that after about 8:30, it would go to a very much lower color temperature.
Well, mine is already kind of like that because I have it calibrated for photos, which is a lot less blue than what Yeah, normal screen is. So it's already pretty good for that. What I need is a Jovi patch.
Oh, yes.
A what?
That's gonna work. She's messing with you.
I'm sure that would do wonders.
It was something that she had Harriet Hall look into.
Yeah.
A
Sorry,
patch
a what
security-
patch?
A Jovi patch.
Yeah, it's
Something
pseudoscience.
big.
And Adrian,
Is that anything like a left-handed smoke shifter that you bring to go camping?
Oh.
exactly, Erin, exactly.
A
The sky.
smoke shifter, so it goes to so the smoke blows towards your neighbor rather than you.
Well, you need the left-handed ones if you're a left-handed person. So you have to make sure you bring the right one with you.
Oh,
Well, if you go
No, you mean
camping,
the
make
left
sure
one.
you bring your hoop snake repellent. It always works. It's flawless.
It turns out that almost everything is a hoop stake repellent.
Yes.
Yeah.
what about
Like
the
snow snake repellent?
what about the snow snake detector, so that when you're skiing downhill, the snow
Yeah.
snake doesn't wrap around your ankle and make
Yeah.
you do a face plant?
Yeah, that's an
Okay.
Alberta, Canada kind of joke.
Yeah.
Like
Never
snow
heard
snake.
that one before. I like it.
What's it again?
Yeah. Watch out for the snow snakes.
Mhm.
Snakes.
We use
Okay.
it out here in California.
I haven't seen that one yet.
I've never heard of the dangers of skiing
Yeah.
around snow snakes,
Mhm.
but it does sound really pretty dangerous.
Wow. Hey, look, is that Ryan I see in the corner? I don't know if he's in the corner for you guys, but he's in the corner. I think I see a nostril. and some
I
glasses.
DM'd you.
I see Bob.
I
Change
DM'd
his
you.
name?
Yeah.
Let's change his name to Ryan.
And Troy's
Yeah.
back.
Where's
Yeah.
Troy?
Hello, Troy.
Oh, that Troy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I thought
confusing,
you were talking
Troy.
about your son.
Yeah.
Your son's name is Troy.
Now,
You're being-
now sometimes on trails and roads you see warnings about snake crossings, but for some reason they're always where the trail is windy.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We got a lot of cats here. Ron, is that a cat under that blue thing, or is it a baby in a carriage or something?
Where?
It looks like a pram. He's got a pram.
Yeah.
No, that's just the Afghan on the chair.
Oh, okay. Now he's sitting in it. It looked like a pram that had pulled up next to your. I thought,
Well,
he's got a
if you want a
baby.
pram, hang on a
It was a
moment.
self-propelled pram.
Just weird.
I should have that picture here somewhere.
Is it a spider baby? Nobody knows what I'm talking about.
I don't want to know what a spider baby is.
Spider baby.
Sounds scary.
Pram.
That's what Mary Jane, MJ, and Peter Parker end up with. A
A
spider baby.
baby.
Wait, oh. Oh.
So that's an interesting.
Keep setting them up. I'll see if I can keep knocking them down.
I'll keep you busy, Erin. Hi, Z.
Vincent's not here yet. Somebody's taking up his space.
Somebody's got to do it. Hi, Troy. I see James. I see Bob and a kitty. Oh, that kitty cat looks so comfortable. And I
Is
see
this-
a
is
very
this Bob?
disembodied hand going and scratching the kitty, which is
Who remembers Romper Room?
because it's Ryan.
Susan's out here. I see Bob and I see Z.
But I need that. I see from Romper Room. Was it a Romper Room? We've had that as a
Yeah.
question, believe it or not.
Yeah. Well, what about the friendly giant? Look up, way up.
Uh-oh.
Do, 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 do,
Here comes
do,
Vincent.
do, 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 do.
Of course, that I don't think that would be known to anybody who didn't grow up in Canada.
What was it again?
Friendly giant with look up, way up.
Yep.
Yeah.
We had a friendly giant. It was called who was ours? Jolly Green Giant.
Different type of giant.
Yeah, friendly
He's a
giant.
trade
is
character.
Iconic.
Yeah.
How many giants could there possibly be in advertising?
So
Hey,
Vincent,
Vincent's here.
Yeah, Vincent, we're being
So-
recorded.
Yes.
So
Yes,
said she-
I knew that. Yeah.
She said she's okay until you stop. She said she'd
Yeah.
stop and joking around once you got here, because
That's right.
they're allowed
Aaron,
one
Aaron
dog.
joking.
was
Why?
filling your shoes.
Filling your shoes for a while.
Please joke.
No dad jokes.
I definitely need jokes. Dad jokes, I've got a few of them. Let me look them up. Yeah, well, I can't remember them all. Oh yeah, a box of quackers. Yeah. If you ever get locked out of your house, talk to your lock calmly, because communication is key.
Yeah.
Leonard,
Oh.
Oh.
Leonard, you're in charge of the troll
Oh.
busting today. And muting
Oh.
people, so start looking for it.
Who,
I'm
me?
curious, how does a computer get drunk? It takes screenshots.
Oh.
Oh.
Hi,
Uh,
Carol.
Oh.
It gets those
Yeah,
screenshots at the
Saturdays.
space bar.
My dog thinks that's
Yes.
bad too. Did you hear it?
Joel, will you want to go for walkies? Let's go for a
Wanna
walk,
go for a
Joel.
walk?
Oh, you got your headphones on.
Yeah.
Joel can hear
Go
you.
for a walk?
So that's it. That's all I have. That's
Thank
all I
you.
did.
That's nice. Good. Thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I
for
like
being
that.
on the house.
That's the only reason why we have
You-
these.
So I took my computer in finally, and
Did you get screenshots of it?
no, it was loose wires. There were loose connections. There were
Ah.
wires. They were this computer was so badly put together that when it was shipped, the wires came undone. So they put the wires in properly now. So no more restarts. I've been using the
That makes sense
computer.
now.
Is that the same shop that Hunter Biden uses?
Well,
No, this
part
one
of-
exists.
Part of the repair was to install Hunter Biden's hard drive into it.
Yeah.
Oh, you have Hunter Biden.
Trying to make it disappear.
Hi, Jane.
Hi.
well,
Hi, Jane.
I'm very happy now that the computer will work and keep working. So
Yay, that's good, Vincent. So you took it to Memory
Yes.
Express?
I had to take it to Memory Express
Good.
That makes sense.
because
The problem would be a loose wire because you kept having, it's a brand new computer and you kept having to restart it. I mean, it kept restarting its own. That makes sense
Yeah.
with this wire.
yeah, it was a loose wire. It was loose connection, loose wires. And whenever they told me, whenever there was a wire or the air or something through it, it was touching the motherboard, it would short it. So that's why I was getting that error, that certain error that the computer didn't have power.
I
Well, of
think
course it wasn't
Adrian
getting
said
power. Pardon me?
Didn't Adrian say motherboard the other day was the problem?
Yeah, but Adrian had to replace her motherboard. I did not.
Yeah.
Right.
How about your
So
fatherboard
I was
With wires,
really
you're
scared
lucky nothing
about
burnt
that.
out permanently.
and your uncle board? And
Oh.
uncle board.
But I'm fortunate. I got it fixed, so I'm happy. I was able to play games on it. I was able to do everything. Talk to my mom on Skype and no issues. I went on to the board meeting yesterday, no issues. So for 2 hours, it was Skype was or Zoom was on for 2 hours and no issues. So
Well, that's good. Hi, Mike.
yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Rob.
Hey, Rob.
I had Adrian and Rob showed up to an interview, I don't know what that was. It was last week.
Right.
That somebody asked me
Oh,
I would be on their show.
I didn't go. Thank goodness.
Oh my God.
No,
I
you-
just watched it after the fact.
Adrian
I
watched
was-
it. Yeah, you watched it.
I-
after.
Oh,
I
yeah.
went-
Worst thing I've ever been through.
I was online
Oh,
with
yeah.
Brandy, and we were stunned.
I made the choice to go and visit Kenny Biddle with his Skeptical Help Bar, and
Oh
it was
my God, I wish I'd been there. I was telling
yeah.
Rob goes, I've got to go do something. I'm like, take me with you."
The whole time she's being interviewed, she's typing to me, "Help me! Oh my God, what's going on?" Mark, it was both her and Mark. And Mark walked away. He was 20 feet from the camera, eating lunch on the couch or something. It was
Walking
still on
around
camera.
over
It
Zoom.
was
He's on
bizarre.
for two different screens. We're being interviewed by somebody who has Patreons and thousands of views. And oh my God, I don't know how he does this. He chain smoked the
You may
whole
have
time.
noticed that it's possible to be popular these days without having any apparent ability or expertise.
Yeah.
Or
I was
Usually,
shocked. I was
usually
shocked
there's
to learn
something
that.
else evident. You're handsome or pretty, or you got charm. Nothing
or
here.
sometimes you're just an obnoxious shit.
Yes, that might have been it.
My only thing that I could think of is that people are there laughing.
Oh.
No, but they're not. I talked to one of the people who knows him, and I said, "Is this somebody that you dealt with before?" She goes, "Oh yeah, he's great." She told me how wonderful he is, how he's just this great.
I missed the name.
And
He's a name dropper, and he was all about him.
I missed who you're talking about here.
we haven't said.
It hasn't been mentioned for
It
good
was the
reason.
first time I've ever seen anyone interview somebody and questions are asked of the audience for the guest. And he just talked literally 8 minutes. I timed him once. It was just, he gave the answer. He just talked and talked and talked. It was bizarre.
No, I didn't really make it past the introduction of Susan and Mark.
Oh, you didn't see the best
I
part.
got on
Fourth part.
after he put me behind the scenes for 30 minutes to introduce us.
It was 36 minutes before you actually got on the screen.
And then I get on the screen and he argued about how to pronounce my name.
Yes. It was like, how do you spell Gerbic for 5 minutes? Oh my God.
Spell it or pronounce it.
Pronounce it.
Was he trying to tell you spelled or pronounced it wrong?
How could you
He accused me
pronounce
of
your name
pronouncing it
wrong?
You got to see this video, you guys. It's the worst.
No, you don't.
Oh,
That was
pronounce
just
it
hard.
It is hilariously awful. If somebody puts the
Oh, I don't want Yvonne to do it.
URL in as an example, I think it's a great learning experience for.
Plus, he's smoking. Who does this on a webcam thing now? I mean, like,
Probably went through 2 packs. I would guess.
bizarre.
And you know what else? What else? After I hung up. 2.5 hours in.
Walked away.
I haven't said hardly nothing. And I finally said, "Okay, everybody in the chat," because they have a chat, and there's 400 people in chat. There are people watching this, and they're going, "Oh, this is so interesting." And I'm like, "I haven't said hardly."
Susan texted me, "Please ask me something that I could answer," and he didn't even he answered it
So I
himself.
can say,
It was
"Hey, the
bizarre.
chat is asking me to say this,"
So he sounded like Alex Jones.
No. So I don't. So finally, I said, "All right, everybody, I gotta go. Bye." If you want to know anything if you want to hear about what my stings are or what I do or anything like that, here's my website. Bye. And
That's
I clicked off.
And earlier than that, Mark said something like, "I don't know why you had me on here. This isn't my area of expertise," or something like that. And he was right. He was right. I mean,
And so Mark
Like,
is on another half an hour, 40 minutes with the guy. Okay. Because he's on a different screen. And so Mark finally hangs up and goes, right? Well, I think they probably said goodbye. I don't know. And then the guy is in Florida, right? So what time is it in Florida? It's probably like 10, 11. He goes back on and does another live event. And Adrian said she looked at it 8.5 hours after the 3 hours with us.
Did you watch the whole 8.5 hours, Adrian?
No, but you can see how long the video is.
I popped in occasionally. Well, I was just lying in bed doing a puzzle on my iPad, and I just sort of popped in and was listening to the guy, and it was like, it was kind of weird. It was, yeah.
so they say this about everybody nowadays, but he's definitely on the spectrum and very high on the spectrum, because he just was not taking clues from either Susan or Mark about what he was doing or should do to improve what was going on at all. He was just oblivious. Was weird.
Well, you can be oblivious to social cues for reasons other than being on the spectrum.
I suppose.
Like being a narcissistic asshole.
Oh, that could be too. and they're not mutually exclusive. Could be both.
That's true.
Correct.
That's what I've been accused of sometimes. Being a narcissistic asshole.
Wow.
Oh, by the way, Susan, I did hear you on another podcast. You asked a question on a certain
Oh,
podcast.
Square and Strange.
Yeah.
No, Skeptoid.
No,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was
That was
good.
exciting.
Oh,
Now
this
I'm
is not-
famous. I've
Did
got-
you know you were going to be on? Does it say in advance I'm going to air you this episode or not?
Well, he said he had posted on Facebook. He says, "Is anybody? This is really odd. I'm trying to do a student question thing, but I haven't got enough questions from students. Has anybody got something?" I said, "Hold on," and I just asked, and I recorded it, and I said, "Okay, I just sent it to you right now." So within like 5-10 minutes of him asking if anybody had anything,
So you know it was
be on Skeptoid. Hell yeah. Just ask a question. And it was a good question. And he said later he didn't think he answered it well.
Yeah.
So the question was,
I was going to ask you, what was your question? I heard it, but I
the
don't remember it.
question was, I said it was about paranormal tourism and how so many, and I'm thinking of the Winchester Mystery House and some of the others, and I've been to other places that are in need of money. They're historical sites, they're low level places. They don't have hardly any tourism dollars. They're competing with other places trying to get financial assistance from the governments and stuff like that. Maybe a low level historical site. They got to get the roof is leaking and stuff like that. So they tend to go paranormal, like, bring in a paranormal group, or if a paranormal group says, "We'd like to come in there and film," they say yes, because it brings in tourism dollars also, because, they're on, it says, "Hey, we're this really neat place, and we have a ghost," So I was talking about paranormal tourism, which is a thing. I think I've even read I ran across that somebody was using it. Their PhD was on paranormal tourism, like ghost houses. Should a house,
huge,
if it's trying to market itself, depending on where it's located, should you add a ghost to it? And so Brian Dunning was trying to answer that question. And I did, I said, I appreciate the history of a house, but I'm probably not the target. And I don't think there's hardly any money in it compared to what it would be for somebody just having a haunting. Like, for example, the house in Estes Park in Colorado, which they say is haunted, and they even have a resident medium. There's a room set up for the medium of the place, and then there's ghost tours, and there's they really play up the whole angle of The Shining and all that bullshit. But the Denver group, that was a skeptic group that was there really quite active for a while, they looked into it, and it turns out that the building took the ghost stories that were from a building a mile down the road that had been demolished, and then moved them to theirs. So they were doing all kinds of stuff to steal the history of other places, so that they could say, "Oh yeah, that was us."
Well, the ghosts had to go someplace.
That's true. But it was just all BS. But they really were using it to bring in tourism dollars. And heck, I know I went there twice, and Mark and I went on a ghost tour and a history tour. And so, it does bring in money. You want to preserve these places, and they don't have any other money. What are you supposed to do? It's just a ethical.
Maybe they had a contract with the ghosts. The ghosts had no other choice to move to the other house because they had them dead to rights.
That must be it.
Did Vincent say that? Wait, I wasn't watching the screen. Was that Vincent?
That wasn't Vincent.
If it's like
That was Bob.
and stuff like that, if it's just a story about the house and blah blah blah, what I get really angry with is when they take real names and make stories up. That's what
Winchester.
I think that's just so disrespectful.
Yeah, like Sarah
Chemo
Winchester.
theater,
Classic.
chemo. Are you talking about the chemo, Carolyn, in New Mexico?
I'm talking about pretty much any place that, back in New York, we had forts that they would just pick names out. There was a place called Rolling Hills Asylum, which when it was open, it was the Genesee County Poorhouse. It was an asylum. And they just made up stories, but they actually took real names from the roster and made up these terrible stories in some cases that, this guy molested a child ghost or a child and the ghost, things like that. They took real names from the roster without any shred of evidence that this even ever happened. And that's what I just think that's sick.
But they use ghostwriters. What do you expect?
Oh, you've been waiting all this time.
Yeah,
Rob.
when you said, Carolyn, when you said Rolling Hills Asylum, I was thinking like they would roll the patients down the hill. So Rolling Hills.
They didn't.
Boy, you guys are telling some pretty deadpan jokes.
Yeah.
Well, and like one episode of Ghost Hunters, and this is way back when I used to watch it. My dad was watching it because they profiled his ship, the Yorktown. And, like my dad was saying, none of this, what they're saying is true. And I mean, that's the easy part. You can go to a historical record and find out what's actually true. But, on another level of that, those were my dad's friends that got killed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not a game. It's not fun. It's
and that's
you're disrespecting the memories.
Yeah.
Just like with other grief vampires. Ben Radford writes about the chemo theater, and it's my favorite story I think he's ever told. And that's there's a little theater in his town in Albuquerque. And hands up, anybody knows the chemo story?
Nope.
They have a little hot water heater blew up during a movie, and a little boy, his name is Bobby, and we know his name. He was burned really bad. They put him in an ambulance, got him to the hospital, and he died. So he didn't even die in the theater. It's like 7. He's there with his sisters. He was walking up the stairs when the thing blew up. And it's surprised more people didn't die. Well, anyway, now that kid is supposedly haunting the building. People leave donuts on strings hanging for him to come and get. They leave him toys. There's a whole altar of toys for him. They've got all this stuff. And Ben contacted the family, and the family were like, we're not too happy about having our little brother, who we love dearly, haunting a place that they have to put donuts up on strings for him and toys. They were like, they were pissed. I mean, this is a living child who is somebody's son and brother, and
who died
this whole industry sprung up on this theater. Come to our theater because it's haunted by Bobby and his last name. And it's like, where do you get the nerve to do that? I mean, you're misappropriating somebody else's death, some family's tragedy for your own gain, even if you think it's humorous, even if you don't feel like you're gaining anything in it. You are. I mean, here I am talking about the chemo theater. I've never would have gone there.
Well, look at the Warrens and what they did with Amityville.
Oh yeah,
I mean, those kids.
That's true. It's a true story.
A real tragedy happened there. A family was murdered.
Yeah.
And then the other tragedy was those Lutz kids are freaking messed up for life because they believe the Warrens. They all have, they were unfortunate to have parents that were drug addicts and owed money and stuff too, and made up a big stupid story. And then they were exploited. And they were exploited twice by their parents and by the Warrens. And they have had really terrible lives. And then the kids who did pass away in the house, a lot of their friends are still living. They played ball with these kids, went to school with these kids, and they made a story out of it for money.
You and I need to do, whenever they want to talk to somebody, I'm going to say, you talk to Carolyn, because you know what? They don't get it. The media doesn't get it. They think that this is all fun and games, and it isn't. These are
what's the harm?
The harm.
What's the harm?
It infuriates me, and that's why when I was doing ghost hunting and stuff, one of the first things I did when I was with a group is I finally said, I don't want to do houses anymore, because I didn't mind doing libraries and the fort and stuff like that, historical buildings and looking into that. But I just felt we shouldn't do residentials, because you meet a lot of people who are not stable, not to be mean. And no, I'm not a psychologist, but you you don't have to be when you come across some of these people. But what bothered me is they had children. And so they were passing on
Impressionable
their
children.
unfounded fears and their bad thinking to their children. And I said, that's why, I didn't feel comfortable being in a residential place saying, dust bunnies, I'm sorry, this isn't a ghost, it's a dust bunny, And they didn't want to hear that because they wanted to be
It's
special.
the ghost of a dust bunny.
It could have been. But it really bothered me.
Hey, Jamie, I see your bananas.
Yes.
We, I know. Well, actually, thank you.
On another subject, yes. Jamie's bananas.
Let me go and put-
On that
I'll go-
note, I think I'm gonna call it a night. So good night, everybody.
Bye.
Take care of yourself, Adrian.
I'm sorry, Adrian. I didn't think it was that
Oh.
bad, but okay.
Terrible, Vincent.
You made her go, Vincent.
Have a good night,
Oh,
everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi, Jamie. Hi, Kyle.
Hi, good morning. But actually, we're celebrating because this morning we had our first harvest of bananas that we're growing at our house.
Oh, no way. You grow
Bananas.
bananas at your house?
Yeah, we have. So today we
As
went
someone
outside.
as one does.
Have you ever tasted a banana right off the tree? It's completely different. So within a minute, it's like when we lived in Santa Barbara, we used to grow corn. Did you ever taste corn like minutes right
Yes.
off the stalk?
Mhm.
How
Yep.
sweet it is?
It's so fresh.
Bananas.
and feels so good. Yeah.
Totally different. Bananas are the same. We never tried it before. So this morning we looked down and we couldn't believe we have bananas. We didn't even know it. And 5 minutes off the tree, the flavor is nothing like what you get in the stores. Completely different.
Let's go over, everybody. Let's go to Jamie's house.
Yep.
Are
Yeah.
they, are they Cavendish banana or a different type?
Yeah, that doesn't grow here. It's called Homm, Homm. It's bigger and fatter than the standard ones you get in America. But it's like candy. It's completely
Yeah.
different. The consistency, God, it's good.
Yeah. So,
It looks like my candy.
so
I have
how
a
much
question.
how much is it the different breed and how much is it the fresh off the tree?
Yeah, I was going to say you're, no pun intended, or maybe pun intended, you're comparing apples and oranges before.
Brian has a
Love it.
question.
Is it true you pretty much have to knock the entire tree down after you get a bunch?
No.
And then it grows, the whole
Yeah.
thing grows?
They grow new pups. So
grew-
once,
yeah.
yeah, once it
Yeah,
fruits, that stalk is done, but it'll grow
Yeah.
baby.
So we planted 4 trees. We probably have around about 200 pounds of bananas on the trees now.
Wow.
Why did I just
And-
get sent to a breakout room?
It's great. We didn't do anything. They just grew. And then when you harvest, then the pups grow and they just continue propagating by themselves. They don't do anything. Just water
Here
it.
in Los Angeles, even people grow a lot of bananas, different
I didn't know
kinds.
that. Really?
It's like a weed. On this island, it's like a weed, so you get it everywhere. But we never
Steve
tasted
Novella talks about growing them in his basement occasionally. Special
Yeah.
special lights, I guess.
Right.
What do you know? But I've never tasted a banana right off the tree before. Today
Oh,
was the first.
I've got to try that. I don't know where I'm going to find one, but yeah.
It's totally different. Completely. The flavor, it's totally different. It's very strange. It's
Huh.
neat. So that's what we're doing.
Go to your room.
Okay.
I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Wait, can you send me again?
No, there should be a button on there somewhere that says join.
Oh,
the
join
room."
breakout room. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Where am I going to put Caspian? I think I'll put him. Randy. This is so interesting. I better pause. Hi, Ben.
Hello. I didn't have my camera on before I had to go to my room, so. Now I am here.
Unmute.
By the way, now it is a cat that's back there.
Oh, okay.
No.
Now.
Recording is in process.
Aw, isn't that nice to know? Hello, Christy. Good to have you back.
Hi.
I am here. I muted myself because I'm munching on some Cheetos.
Okay.
You're on my second screen, so I didn't see you. Oh, Erin too. Hi, Erin.
Sounds like you need a bigger screen there, Rob.
And Brandy. I think the trouble more is the resolution because my eyes are so bad. I have everything is fairly large, therefore it limits what it could be.
Technology's amazing. I love technology, all the amazing things we can do. Just I'm telling you.
Carolyn, could you type the name of our team in when it comes up? I just looked and I put it in chat and it disappeared when we came out of the breakout room.
Sure.
Peggy,
We're
nice
three,
to see
right?
you got power. Or are you
Yep,
sitting
we're
in your
three.
car out in front with George again? You're on mute.
We're number one. We're number one.
It could go off at any minute.
Room number one.
So if you got any wisdom, great wisdom, Peggy, you better give it to us right now.
No.
Oh. Keep candles, keep flashlights.
Oh, wisdom
batteries.
about that. Yeah, you know, I have these kind of camping like lanterns and they're great. Everyone should have a couple of lanterns, candles, and good flashlights, small, good flashlights.
Where you can find them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Priorities. I'm surprised your
I-
power keeps going out. I mean, my goodness. What's wrong? Did they say why?
I like this flashlight I got as a freebie one time. It's just got a capacitor and a permanent magnet and a coil. You shake it and it charges up the capacitor, and then it runs the LED.
When I was in CFI last month or whatever it was, I was down there at CFI West. They had a pile of these little flashlight doodads, and I put it on my purse. The problem is I get these things and I can't remember where I put them. Your struggle for where in the PG&E, my electric company gave me a little flashlight now that I think about it.
I have my flashlight.
Yeah.
On your phone too, huh?
That's quite a flashlight, Ron.
That's from the prisoner.
Does that flashlight work when the power goes out?
Not very well.
Not for long.
Even if you shake it?
Shake it, baby. Okay.
Let's
Hello,
see.
Caspian.
Hello. Hello. Let's
The
see.
evasive
Your
Caspian
enthusiasm,
voice.
Caspian, was amazing.
Yeah.
There was an airplane going overhead. It's hard to hear.
Yeah. So is that Prince or C?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to put Karen in room 5. Deborah's going to end up probably, well, let's see. Deborah will be here any moment. She might go into room 4. Okay, so here we go. Let's find out what
So
you
is Vincent now an eager
Hi,
beaver?
Karen. He's an eager beaver. I don't know. Is Vincent?
Apparently that's a bear.
Oh.
That's a bear.
That's a bear.
That's all
But it
bad.
says
That's a very
mouth
friendly
when he
looking
That's
bear.
that's a stretch. That's a stretch.
That's a beaver. It's the Aurora Borealis.
too.
I think it looks like a gerbil.
You're in Canada. It must be a beaver.
Ferret.
oh yeah, our national animal.
Yes.
Our national animal is a beaver. Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Okay, so whoever has a category in Canada today.
Thanks a lot,
national
Vincent.
animal.
What?
You're not supposed
My
to.
category is national animals. You just screwed that one.
So
up.
I saw Bob asked today if anybody.
Isn't
talked
that
about
clear from my
David-
background that that's what it's going to be, national animals?
Of course.
Looks just like
David
that.
Crosby. Is that his name? Died.
David Crosby, yep.
Anybody mentioned him last week?
No.
No, we
That I
didn't kill him.
remember.
Okay,
Yeah, we
good.
didn't kill him
Peggy.
this time.
All right.
His
good.
lifestyle probably did.
Oh yeah, Mark knew of him and met him. He says he was quite. Yeah.
Given that,
Hey.
I would just like to say something.
Donald Trump.
George Santos. George
Oh,
Santos.
yeah.
George Santos. Matt Gates. Matt Gates.
It
Matt
doesn't
Gates.
seem to work for
Joshua,
politicians.
Matt Gates.
It
Joshua,
works for
what is his
entertainers
name,
apparently,
Joshua?
but
Jamie,
not for
stop
politics.
making,
Thank you, Karen. We'll
Jamie,
see how
stop making us
powerful you are.
jealous with those bananas.
If you
Yeah.
want, if you want it to happen, it doesn't work. That's the rule. I figured out.
That
Thanks
might
a
be
lot,
it, Bob.
Bob. All right, so here we go. Bob, Ryan, who are on the couch together, I guess if you can tell, you can tell because of the way the cat keeps getting sneakily pet off to the side. It's creepy. So Bob and Ryan have to be in the same room because otherwise they would kind of have, like, you know what I mean? Somebody would be, you'd be like, don't listen, no, don't listen. Erin, Janine, Peggy, and Vincent, who are you playing as tonight?
Oh, come on, come on. It is, we almost cut our hair.
It happened just the other day.
We almost cut our hair.
Stop.
Actually, Bob actually did cut his hair, so.
It's a David Crosby song.
It was
Oh, is
getting
it?
kind of long.
I got my haircut today. Am I on the wrong team?
I see that
I got
Karl's
my hair
got
today.
his hair cut and looks like Mike
Yeah.
has got his cut. Yeah. I have not had my haircut since the beginning of the pandemic, so I don't know. Caspian, Jamie, Mike Wolf, Rob, and Zeke, who are you?
Ours is apropos really of nothing today, but it's that famous band Cosby, Sills, Cash and Chung. Still Cosby, Beverly Sills,
Oh my
Johnny Cash, and
God.
Connie
I almost
Chung.
didn't recognize Johnny Cash.
That is good. That is
That was
good.
a very, very old Saturday Night Live Weekend Update joke, I believe. But
Very apropos at the moment. Very good. Okay, Carolyn, Gail, Jane, who's in Oregon, Jim, and Leonard.
We are Homeland Security's Jewish Space Laser Task Force.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay.
my theory on that is that Kevin McCarthy, to get revenge on these guys, put them in a position where they could hang themselves with their own rope.
Oh, I hope that would.
That would be great.
George Santos, AKA Anthony, Lord knows what.
No, I've got it written down right here.
Okay.
Katara Ravash.
There you go.
Yeah. He's on the science committee. The science committee.
Science and business. Science and business.
The one-
two, like I can teach you how to cheat, and I can't tell truth from fiction.
The one connected with NASA. So I can picture Saturday Night Live sketch where like Joan Lovitz does him. Yeah. We have bases on Uranus and Neptune and Pluto also.
Yeah.
Kevin McCarthy.
Doesn't work.
Keep it up,
Karen. Keep it up.
Are you
Christy,
wanting to
Ron,
clear the room with
and
you?
Deborah, who will be on this team. Who are you guys playing tonight? Yes.
I asked Chat GPT for a team name, and all it came back with is Wordle.
That's good.
Now, when Susan's on your team, she's going to really plot against you.
I know what team is going to lose tonight.
Dare you?
If I have any.
Wordle
Ten,
against
I heard
Karl.
0.
I hear a 0. Okay, Brandy, James, Kevin, Kyle, and Karen will soon be on your team.
We are Vector 2010.
What the hell?
Did that get a yawn?
Yeah, I did.
I'm sorry.
East Coast, remember, I'm
back in the
3
room.
hours later here.
A highly enthusiastic yawn.
I mean, put us back in the room and we can try another, but it's Vector
I'd like to see it
2010.
in the chat.
So that's the
Oh, I'll put
Wikipedia format, right?
There you go.
Yeah, which is much better than the new one.
Vector 210. Oh, that's the new skin for Wikipedia.
No, that's the old one. So
Oh.
stick with that.
Oh, okay. So everybody look at Wikipedia. I've only been home about an hour and a half, so I haven't really looked. But
I didn't notice any difference.
it's not on mobile, it's on desktop.
Yeah, so it's on a desktop.
You didn't notice any difference?
Nope.
Then maybe you're not
you weren't on the default vector 2010 because they
Yeah.
changed it to vector 2022. But if
Oh,
you had
geez.
chosen a different skin, no change for you.
I didn't choose anything.
Oh, it is definitely
Whatever
different.
popped up.
I'm
it
looking
looks
at
awful.
it now. Wow. Oh,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Find the login button. Find the login button.
Just keep talking about it so next week it dies.
I found it. It's under the little carrot,
So, yeah,
bottom
it's
carrot.
under the dots.
Under, yeah.
Okay, all right. So
Fail.
love this skin. This is great. Maybe we should keep it forever and ever. Are you listening? Whoever the gods are out there who, well, where's my watch list? Okay, I found it. And it's like, what? Okay. Anyway, here we are tonight. Tonight, game 144, season 3, episode number 35. We are here to play tonight on January the 19th, 2023, which is the last time we will ever play on a date of January 19th in 2023. So consider yourself lucky. We have 5 teams that are vying for the championship of January 19th, game 144, which will never happen again because there is no such thing as time travel or Groundhog's Days that repeat over and over. Oh my God, can you imagine if I was the person in charge of, oh man, can you imagine if you're playing Groundhog's Day and it was a Thursday night and here we are and I was destined for the rest of my life to be with you guys on the exact same, oh man.
It is on a Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday.
I want a topic.
Well, I can suggest though that Groundhog Day, only one person knows they're repeating their day over and over.
That is correct.
To being on that, and always I'm like getting the same questions from you every
But
time.
you wouldn't know they're the same.
I would-
'cause, in
I
fact,
wouldn't
we
know
could
the
be doing
difference.
it right now. This could be our millionth version of this Thursday, and you would not know it.
If I was the
According to
person
Groundhog Day.
like Bill, Bob,
But Rob, somebody here knows it.
Nah,
You-
somebody
If
in
it's
the
not
world knows
Susan,
it.
somebody knows.
Somebody in the world knows it. It doesn't
I
have to be
apologize to whomever it is
So
who's
9
watching
billion to 1. No, I don't think.
who's
it's
in
gonna
this
be-
Bill
room
Murray's
pretending
watching this
not to be.
We
replay again.
we have always wondered why Karl always knows all the answers.
That's damn.
Excellent.
That is the
Excellent.
best explanation I've
Excellent.
ever
That is
heard.
really good. You guys have all seen Groundhog Day, right?
Yeah.
Excellent movie.
No.
My favorite movie.
And he sits there and he's watching Jeopardy and he's drinking like, oh, he's like, oh, Jeopardy.
So,
every
so
single-
Karl, is this just getting boring now? Come on, admit it.
Except we just figured it out. We just figured it out. So that's cool. Yeah, we will have a Groundhog's Day coming up pretty soon. Troy is going to be doing a category in Groundhog's Day.
Like, I'll bet Karl knows my category. Nobody in my team knew the category.
Well, of course, he's got all the answers. That explains everything.
He's
Okay,
not
so
saying.
here's our team
He's
name.
not going to say.
So these are the 5 team names that are going to be competing against each other. At the moment, they're all at 0. So everybody has a fairly equal chance, except
How much would it cost to start at 10?
I got PayPal open right now.
I've got Venmo or PayPal. What do you like?
PayPal. Okay, so we almost cut our hair versus Crosby, Stills, Cash, and Chung. Oh, that's weird. Versus Homeland Security's Jewish Space Laser Task Force versus I asked Chat GPT for a team name, and all it came up back with was Squirtle and Victor 2010. So one of these teams will be the winner, unless, of course, it's a tie and we have no tiebreaker. So we should come up with a tiebreaker. I want you guys to put on your thinking caps and come up with an idea for a tiebreaker. Okay.
I'm a soccer fan. Ties are allowed.
We've always allowed ties because by the time we get there, we're like, we're done. Okay. So our team leaders tonight are the following. I have to hit the right button. Erin, you're leading off, believe it or not.
I am?
Rob.
I am?
Yeah, by Rob, followed by Gail. You notice how I just ignored that. Followed by Karl, followed by Kevin, who's doing the bonus round tonight. And we have a possibility. Jamie, I want to see if you wanted to move to February 2nd to Groundhog's Day. And then because Rob wants to take a whole week. He's got a whole category of things. So I don't know if you're okay with that or not.
I have to check.
Okay, so check and see.
I also have a category ready for not next week because it's my birthday, but the week following.
Wait, not next
Which I
week.
guess be February 2nd as well.
Oh, okay, so let's put Mike in there.
What did Mike get for his birthday? The category?
He's getting it. He's doing a trivia category.
It's not really my birthday, but I'm probably gonna go out of town for the weekend, leaving on Thursday.
Oh, next week on the 26th is your birthday week.
Yeah.
He's leaving so he doesn't have to hear us sing to him.
I might show up, but I might be on like an iPad or something. So
We could do it tonight.
Good idea.
Great.
Yeah. So February 2nd is fine for me.
Okay, so Rob, you can have next week all to yourself.
Ooh, cool.
Troy's birthday week is this birthday is on the 2nd. So Troy wants to do a category then.
Christy, have you heard us? Since you've been coming, have you heard how wonderfully badly we sing happy birthday?
I think we sang happy birthday last week, didn't we?
It's not
Yeah, we did.
really
badly.
If
Very
so,
bad.
sing-
You're
And you
using the
came
word
back?
"sing" in a very loose
Take
manner.
it back.
Sing.
Oh, it's
very sweet.
We made noises and said words.
We're famous. We're famous for our
Calling
birthdays.
it
People
singing is-
come from all over the world to just play trivia for the week of their birthday, just so we will sing to them. It's a thing, right?
Keep telling yourself that.
I keep telling myself that. All right, so that's what we're gonna do. Thank you for doing that.
Kitty Cam.
Jamie.
Karen, Kitty Cam.
I'll try a category for February 2nd.
Okay. Wow, I'm getting filled up early for some strange reason.
Yeah.
I just need a bonus.
Why don't we stay there?
Okay, but
I'll
that's
do a
okay.
bonus if you want.
Okay, Gail's got bonus. Okay.
Susan,
Well, that
did
was
you
easy.
say I was doing, I thought I heard you said I was doing 2 and I'm on team 3, so I want to make sure today.
You're on team 3 and you're
So
on
I'm the third one, right?
the third. It's
Okay.
Erin, Rob, Gail, Karl, and Kevin. You just blinked out Rob's name.
I did.
Yeah. As we all do.
So
Sorry,
you
Rob.
said February 2nd, right?
Yes.
So Susan, you are going to be here next week, right? And you can
Yes.
play on a team.
I
All
plan on
right.
being here next week.
You can
Come
play as
hell
a
or high
regular
water.
team member. Good.
As a regular team.
Like the
member,
old days.
So
I
that
will
means
I will mud wrestle people to fight to have you on my team.
I could make
That
some
would be
money off
something.
of that, Karen.
I'd buy tickets for that.
Or about time. Donations to about time.
Well, PayPal, Karen's PayPal is open. So that means, okay, all right, never mind. Here we go. So I'm going to give the powers to be, where are you, Gail? Oh, I mean, Erin, you're first. Okay, there you are. Co-host. You moved on me. You were in one spot and then you moved to another spot. We're booked. This is great. Like, wow. Okay. So it's all up to you, Erin. It's all up to you, Erin. Na, na,
Okay.
na, 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 inside me, something.
I think this is going to be something we have never done before, and
Ever?
and we will get to the point that it is something we've never done before after I describe my category. So my category involves Batman television from the 1960s. And in more specific terms, it's Batman villains.
I think we've done this.
You did this.
Sounds familiar.
It was a bonus that I did.
Ah.
So it's
yes.
never been a category, but
Not
we
been
did.
a category with questions.
That's okay.
I did the bonus where you
That
had to
doesn't mean we're
name
gonna-
as many as you
Just
could.
name the villains or
forget.
something.
Yeah, we should stop talking
When
about it.
have
in case
we
we're giving
ever
hints.
remembered?
No,
Yeah, that's true. Well,
I couldn't find anything that was clearly specifying this in Susan's list of categories.
Oh, well, we're good.
Yeah, we're fine.
So
that's fine. I might know one.
in the Batman series in the 1960s, there were 3 seasons, there were 120 episodes, and there were 34 villains on those episodes. There's an article in Paste magazine from 2016, and I'm just giving you all this information because they rank them. I don't care what their rankings are, but here's where it gets a little different. I'm going to let Susan decide if I should give the actor and you tell me the villain they played, or I'll give you the villain and you tell me the actor who played it. Susan, do you have a preference which way we do it?
God, I never know the
Pressure's
freaking
on.
actors' names. Actor's name, we figure out the villain.
Do half and half. Although
She
that would
made a
sure be
I don't know
decision.
how Erin has a, yeah, no, the do actors, we have to find the villain. That might be harder.
Okay,
Thank
we're
you.
gonna start with number one.
I get to make a decision.
Who's muting people?
Leonardo.
Muting everyone in 3, 2, 1.
Number one. Tell me the villain. Number two.
It's not in.
Well, it's showing on my chat.
Hit enter.
It's showing on my chat as already entered.
I
To
got it.
everyone or to a person?
It shows on
It's
me.
showing here on
It
mine.
says, it says
Seeing
to
it.
everyone.
I don't
Oh,
have it.
it's
do
putting
not
it at
have
the
You should
top.
probably say it out loud though for the video.
Put it on top. This is
I
bizarre.
put it at the top. It's a
What the
change
hell?
to Zoom. It's dumb.
Wait,
I-
where
I-
don't see
the
it?
hell?
must have the older version still.
There
It-
is a new change. There's a change to Zoom that puts it at the top.
Well, why did it put that at the top and not the other ones? The team
top
names
of
all went in
what?
order.
I don't know. And Erin, please also utter it.
Wow.
Oh,
for the
that's
recording.
weird.
Very.
Oh, it's way
I-
up at the top.
It's okay. We can deal with
Ay.
change.
No, I don't
Mine,
know.
mine
Yes,
is
it's
still
fine.
mine is still listing the way it always did. Karen, what did you ask me to do?
I said,
Actually
please
say
utter
it.
it. Please say it so, for the recording, please.
Oh, but I did. I said number one, Cesar Romero.
We didn't hear it.
Okay.
Pull back the tape. Let's find out.
Well, let's go for number two. And I don't know how it's going to show. My chat is showing top down. I'm at the bottom. But number two is Ethel Merman.
Oh, it went right back up to the beginning again. How weird. That is very strange.
Number three, Vincent Price. Number four, Art Carney. Number five, Roddy McDowell. Pardon me.
Always like Ronnie McDowell.
Number six, Carlin Jones. Number seven. Oops. I just replaced it in my answer with Carolyn Jones. Hold on a
I
second.
did the same thing.
Number seven, Eartha Kitt.
What a cool name. Arthur.
Number eight, Shelley Winters. Number nine, Zsa Zsa Gabor.
Hmm.
And number 10, Roger C. Carmel.
How weird that one went underneath
Below
another one.
Peggy Hill. That's bizarre.
Yeah, under
Erin, I
Peggy.
think Erin's time is different. Look at posted her in the past. It says like 6:23 on mine. That's not the true time. I think that's
So there
to do with
is
that.
time travel.
Well, the latest time on mine says 9:28, and it's 10:05 here. So
Yeah,
I don't know what it's doing.
all of yours on my screen are coming in as 9:23.
What's the
Mine
time
says
on your computer?
6:46.
10:05.
And are
We
you
all have 23. That's what
Yeah, I
it is.
have 23, 6:23.
My
That's
last, my last two say 9:28.
My last two say 9:30. Oh,
Okay,
it's
the
really
Rogers
weird.
C.
They all
Carnival
say
is
9:02.
6:28. That's
Wow.
weird.
Well, that's weird
It's
Yeah,
a
because
mine
that's a
says-
2023 thing or something.
Mine
Time
says
is broken.
6:20.
Nothing like
Zoom's
great
time
quality
server.
control in a software company.
Time
Mine
is
looks
broken.
Mine looks fine. I
The Y2K issue finally caught up with them.
All right.
Okay, folks,
2 years.
anybody want to scream and complain?
No,
Yes.
I'll scream, but I won't complain.
And we are
Thank you,
going to
Erin.
our breakout rooms.
Thank you.
Oh God, I hope it keeps it and doesn't do a Zoom thing and remove it now.
Okay, let me put Deborah and Karen,
be
and I'll be
very
in my room in
bad.
a minute. Okay, so Deborah, you're going to be in room 4 with that stupid named group, and then where did I put you? Sign to 4, and then Karen, you're going to be in 5, Vector 2010. Okay, see you guys in a minute.
Oh, you're right. You're right. It did used to. Yep.
It doesn't do it on a mobile.
Yeah, it won't do it if you're on an iPad
Yep.
or a phone, but it will do it if you're on an actual computer.
Right.
Can everybody see that?
That's
Yeah,
good. Thanks.
This is good. This is important now that
Yeah.
it's all screwed up because mine were interspersed with at the
That
front,
was
at the
strange.
back, in the middle. Yeah, it came
never
into
seen that
chat
before.
really weird.
Yeah, and my computer will not restart, so I'm
We are
very
set.
happy about that.
Roddy
Okay.
McDowell.
So Caesar
See the book
Romero
one?
was the Joker.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Ethel Merman, who would she have been?
Oh, I don't remember.
I don't remember her.
Do you remember the character? I mean, you
No.
know who Ethel Merman is, right?
I know who Ethel Merman was.
She was that
The
loud mouth.
big moused lady.
Yeah.
She could make noise. So yeah, let's think about that.
Let's do the ones we all agree on.
Yeah.
Just go
So
through
Vincent Price,
Egghead.
Egghead.
Oh, I never
Yeah.
heard of that person.
Yeah, I didn't know
Yeah.
that
Was it
one
villain?
at all. Art Carney.
He wasn't a Riddler, was he? So
Oh,
Frank
what-
Gorshin and then John Aston.
Oh, what, there were really that many Riddlers? Huh.
I don't know. There were 2 I know of. I don't remember Art Carney.
Is Art Carney like a really skinny guy?
No,
So
he would have been a little older.
Killed
I thought Art Carney was really
Oh,
kind of petite kind of guy.
No,
Whoa, the neighbor on the. Okay, let me think about
the
that.
neighbor on the Honeymooners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
That's a
reminding
sad
you.
guy.
Is that right? Do I got it right?
We don't think so, but leave it because we
Oh.
need a default anyway.
All
Well,
right.
there's
Roddy
also-
McDowell.
Oh,
Was
I
he
love
was
her.
he one of the Riddlers?
No, was he?
Does
there
anybody
was a-
remember what Roddy
There
was?
was a guy, was he the bookworm? He was all about books and printing. Was he the
You
bookworm?
guys remember better than I do. I
Does
don't,
that ring a bell with anyone?
but I never heard of Egghead.
No, Egghead's solid. Don't worry about it. I remember him.
You think Bookworm for Roddy?
Was that the character? Does anybody else remember? He was a printer and it was everything was about books.
Ah, well, hey, I
That sounds good.
rarely watch that show. I never saw Roddy
Yeah.
McDowell.
Oh, I was way into it, but I didn't.
Did you pass on
That
that buzz of
sounds-
it to Ryan?
I
Ryan,
just
all these.
He's
I
seen
watched-
some of it.
I watched a YouTube thing on this, and that does look right. There was somebody that was really into books and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think. I think it was the bookworm. I think is the name,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Sounds
it's
good.
very vague.
Mhm.
Carolyn Jones, I don't remember. She was Morticia Adams,
Yeah,
Oh,
and
is
I'm
that
trying-
right?
Oh.
yeah. I remember her being something kind of maybe something poisonous.
Yeah, she wasn't Poison Ivy, was she?
She
Because that's
might
a
have been.
Batman villain. That's a Batman villain, but
I feel like Poison Ivy came later.
oh, you don't think she was in the canon at that time?
But I mean, was born in 1978. So,
Yeah.
you know, like,
Yeah, they didn't pay too much attention to the comics once you got past the Joker and the Riddler, and
yeah.
you know, I don't think they worked off the comics much at all.
Well, we can come back to her. We can put
Okay.
in the Poison Ivy if we don't have it. Eartha Kitt was definitely Catwoman, right?
Catwoman, yeah.
But Catwoman, I thought was a good person, wasn't she?
No,
No, not
back
in
then. There was
that
this.
version.
There was a sexual tension, but she went to jail at the end of the episode.
And there were a number of Catwomen.
Yeah, there were 3. Lee Merriweather and Julie Newmar and Eartha Kitt.
And Eartha.
And I think there was was Lee Merriweather in the movie, maybe. I don't know. But I know they all 3 played Catwoman at one time. Okay.
Holly Winters.
Ma
I've heard.
Parker.
Ma
Parker, not Barker. Parker, yeah.
Parker,
was
is
it-
not Barker.
On Ma Barker.
Yeah, it was
I can
based
see her
on
as a Ma Parker.
Yeah, it was based on the Ma Barker family, you know, with her.
But they
her
changed her
son.
name.
She
Oh,
was
okay.
like, yeah, but that was Shelley Winters.
Zaha.
I don't remember her being in the show.
I remember it. It was the last episode. She had some thing, you would lay down on this bed-like thing, and she would put you to sleep, and then she could get your thoughts out of your head and learn secrets and stuff. And they did this thing where the 2 producers of the show came on, and they were the last 2 victims, where they came out and did the thing. But the joke was that it was the last show, so that the 2 producers, the guys you saw the names at the beginning of the credits. But
was it
Madam something, maybe Madam what?
Were they doing something with hypnotism?
Yeah, it was like a hypnotism
So it'd be
thing.
like Madam
But-
Hypnotizer or something like that.
Yeah.
Madam
It was like a power she had. She could put you into a trance and get any information out of your brain that she wanted to. So it was like a superpower.
Just put Hypnotoad as a placeholder.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who was Roger C. Carmel?
I don't know.
He was in Star Trek, the wonderful Tribble episode of Star Trek, as that guy that sold the Tribbles.
Oh, that
Mud.
character that
Yeah,
that
Mud.
Was he King Tut?
No, Peter Buono was King Tut.
Okay. So physically, what did Roger C. Carmel look like?
Kind of big,
Oh, large, boisterous,
large,
like an Alfred
Yeah,
Hitchcock
yeah,
looking
and
character.
big mustache,
Yeah.
balding.
Yeah, he's that Harry. He played Harry something on
Harry
Star
Mudd.
Trek.
Harry Mudd.
Harry Mudd, yes. Okay. Harry Mudd on the original Star Trek.
I actually knew one. Well, I knew that. I knew
Yeah.
something. I remember the Mud. The Mud Women was a really good episode.
It's
But we know he wasn't King Tut.
no, he wasn't King Tut. There was only one King Tut. Peter Buono. That's the best non-scoring answer we've got.
Okay, so how about this? I don't know these things, but do you know any villain? Can you name villains? There was 130 of them, right? That's what
Yeah.
Erin said. Can you name
34,
some?
she said, 34.
Oh, 34?
The top.
The top 34, and I think didn't she say there was only 34?
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it was 120
Okay, so
episodes.
can
34
you name a
villains.
female and a male? And let's see if it jars our memory, and maybe one will be Ethel Merman and one will be Roger.
Did they do something with the Mad Hatter? For the 66?
Could be.
It's like was there multiple guys that played the Riddler?
There were
I
a
know
few, yeah.
Frank Gorshin and John Aston.
So at least
Sean's
2.
father. Sean Aston's father.
I don't want to talk anybody out of Art Carney as Riddler.
Well,
Well,
we can go to it as a default. If we can't come up with anything, it'll just.
But
be
It's
our
probably wrong.
Can you name
Yeah,
another
it's probably
female?
wrong.
Give us a female.
We need Ethel Merman's.
Who
thing.
could we be missing? And it probably Ethel Merman. I always think of her as she's a really loud mouth.
Yeah, and she probably had
I think that was her thing. Is she called herself the Big Mouth or something?
Oh, maybe
That
it
was
was
Martha.
Big Mouth.
Martha Ray was Big Mouth.
Oh, okay. But can you guys think of a female villain that was
No, and
probably
imagine
loud and boisterous?
her singing, she might have been able to, her singing was her power and she could knock you down with her, hitting a note.
Oh,
Something like that, the songbird or something like that. Yeah, Ethel Merman was showing up on shows in the 60s. I know she showed up on That Girl.
Can you think of a female villain that we haven't named, that you guys haven't named?
Yeah, she must have worn some amazing costume.
Yeah, I could. Oh man.
Before we leave, Art Carney, Mad Hatter. Just gonna
there was a
suggest that.
That's probably better than the Riddler.
Yeah.
Can we change that? And we might as well put Poison Ivy for. Oh, we did. Did we put that yet?
Carolyn Jones. Yeah.
Carolyn Jones. Yeah. Okay.
Could we put Roger C. Carmel for the Riddler since we don't have a Riddler, or do we think?
Solomon Grundy. If the guy's a big bruiser.
Yeah, he is. Solomon Grundy.
They came up with their own stuff.
Yeah, no.
They did the Penguin, Joker, and Riddler, and then after that, it was.
That's fine. I like the name.
Could Ethel Merman have been the Penguin?
The Pig Woman?
Penguin.
No.
Oh, maybe the Bride of
It
Penguin.
was Burgess Meredith was the only.
That was a good
Penguin.
character. The Penguin.
Mrs. Penguin.
The way he was like. It was a good
We'll
character.
put something in, guys.
Yeah, can you think of any female? You got 44
Or
seconds.
repeat.
Songbird or something like that. Yeah, put
Songbird?
Songbird. Yeah.
That's.
I hope it
yes.
wasn't something else. Yeah, I don't.
Well, we don't know what it was, so.
It's
been
funny
a
that
long
Erin
time.
gave us the Joker because that's an obvious one. Cesar Romero makes me think
Yeah.
that's wrong because it's
She
so
suckered us. We thought it was easy with the first one.
So do you guys want me to do the answers afterwards? Because I have the answers.
Well, you can certainly announce the score.
Announce the score. That's what I meant.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Good job, team. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Bob.
Sure.
I don't know. I think we got a 10 out of 10.
Oh, of course.
Good for you.
Kyle on your team.
Yeah, good for you.
Erin, that was fun. We have had Batman villains before, but not for some reason this didn't,
A couple weeks
It
ago.
was the bonus.
didn't help. There's always
Look
something
at when
else
I-
we can squeeze out of these.
When I
categories.
lean toward my computer screen, I'm just ghastly. Look at that.
Oh, are the messages gone? Oh, wow.
Oh,
The
All
whole
the
set
chat
of,
messages are gone.
What?
No,
well,
I got 'em.
well,
Mine are all gone.
My
Mine are
chat's
gone.
all gone too.
mine are gone
Okay.
also.
that's all
Mine
gone.
are gone and they didn't make it into the room, so.
In the chat.
My chat
But-
is all gone. Yeah.
But
Everybody
I-
who
but I-
got to
Chat
2010
is blank.
still has
Dumb.
the stuff
I've got-
intact.
I've got it.
But
because
my answers list will repeat the actor also, so we'll
Okay.
pick up the
That's good.
missing ones when we post
It's
them in.
just odd, isn't it?
Oh,
You
That's
better
good.
catch them fast, though, Susan. If
Yeah.
you need the
Oh, I've got 'em.
because it's pretty weird.
Yeah.
There they are. They're back. Look at that. They showed up magically with Zeke's name instead of mine.
And the right time.
How did you do
actually.
that, Zeke? Amazing.
Power of
Good.
the brain.
And
The
they even
clipboard.
have dashes after
Oh,
Oh,
Color
geez.
and then color.
The British spelling too.
I try to be all inclusive.
Ah.
For you Canadians.
No,
All right.
pretty
I will
good.
put all of this in the chat when I'm done, but to start with, we have Cesar Romero as the
That
Joker.
Awful
Nice.
mustache.
And
Oh,
you're
that's
right
so
about the
good.
mustache. Yeah.
Cesar
There it is. You can see it.
Cesar Romero himself was very famous for his mustache, and he refused. He actually had to put in his contract where they could not make him remove that mustache.
It's not even very big. It would have taken him like 2 weeks to grow it back.
You know, it's funny. I don't remember ever seeing that, but then again, I had like a 10-inch black and white set.
That would explain
And
it.
probably
Yeah.
most people.
Mandela
yeah,
effect.
so.
The Mandela
Yeah,
effect.
the
Number
jacket probably
2.
wasn't pink either.
I think it
Ethel
just added to
Merman
his
with
character.
Lola Lasagna.
Oh my
and
God.
Karen, no, I will not take Lola Linguini.
Both pastas.
Oh my God.
That's pretty damn good if she got that close. We could put some.
I know. I was impressed. I was, avoiding a little laughter when she was going through that.
What is her special
Did
power?
anybody else get that? Did anybody else get both names?
I did not see anybody else get Lola or
They
Lasagna.
got Lola. Come on.
Hey,
No, sorry.
what was her special power? I've never
If
heard
you'd
of
had
her.
something with a red sauce, Karen, come on.
Does she cook?
We should have got half a point.
What is her
Oh,
Little
thing?
pasta.
Erin?
Give me 1 second here. I've got to go find my browser and let you know.
I'm wondering if
Right?
If it came down to a tie, a half point would make the difference.
No half points. We gave up half points 2 years ago.
No half
2
points.
years ago. God, that sounds so long ago.
That would be a violation of
Yeah,
the
but
treaty of
Some of us
2020.
weren't here yet.
Number 3.
Lola Lasagna
Uh-huh.
stands out because she is more clearly an even partner with the penguin in the two-parter, The Sport of Penguins.
Oh, we were close.
I told you guys, I bet you she's
Something
Penguin's
about-
wife. I did
As
say that.
as a villain, she's basically just Ethel Merman and isn't especially fun. That's what Paste Magazine had to say about her.
Huh.
All right.
Getting back to the screen, number 3, Vincent Price was Egghead.
Excellent.
That's a bad figure.
Excellent.
Some of the pictures didn't stretch to full screen very well.
Poor guy.
Archie did some good.
Aw.
Number 4.
Number 4, Art Carney was the Archer.
Should have remembered
Erin,
that
you were
one.
so on target there.
Yeah.
Oh,
I heard somebody asking about Robin Hood and some connection, so they had the right idea.
Should have remembered that one.
Next, Roddy McDowell was Bookworm.
yay.
Here, bump it.
Pulled that one out.
Carolyn Jones, Marcia, Queen of Diamonds. I will accept just Queen of Diamonds.
But not just Marcia.
I don't think just Marcia.
What about 3 Marcias?
Morticia. Oh,
That's
Oh,
Morticia?
That's
What?
Morticia
Morticia?
Adams.
Who said
Yes,
Morticia?
it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Recognize the eyes?
Wow.
Yep.
And halfway through, as long as we've brought up Morticia Adams here, John Astin, who played Gomez Adams, also played the Riddler in one episode where Frank Gorshin was unavailable.
That was weird.
That doesn't look like Morticia at all.
Yeah, it
It
does.
looks more like I Dream of Jeannie.
Bertha Kitt, Catwoman.
She
This
was
is going to
great.
be an interesting one. If Susan had picked me giving you the villains, I was going to accept any one of the Catwomen because there's Bertha Kitt, there's Lee Merriweather, and who was the
Julie
third?
Newmar.
Julie Newmar. Yep.
But Lee Merriweather was not in the TV show. She was in the made-for-TV movie.
True.
It was a made-for-theaters movie.
It was
No,
for
I
the
saw it.
theater.
Yeah, I saw it in the theater. Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Next,
The other TV.
Shelley Winters was Ma Parker.
We accept Big Mama.
Oh.
I don't think so.
Didn't they call her that? I thought.
Big Mama's from Chicago. And I could even be wrong on that one. Just trying to get a quick look at if anybody's interested in Ma Parker. Ma Parker wandered around in prison garb basically and had her henchmen. Her daughter Legs was the first on the receiving end of the bit wherein a female prisoner's prison number is their physical measurement.
I'm sure you
Your
could do
daughter's
that
name
in
was
this day and
Liz?
age and nobody would have a problem with it.
Oh, yeah.
Her henchmen were all her sons.
Yeah. Yep.
I
Her kids.
vaguely remember this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shasha Gabor was Minerva.
What did Minerva do?
Good job, Karl.
Probably she did Zsa Zsa Gabor's accent.
I had some sort of criminal scheme.
Can I
That's a
tell real quick?
superpower, right?
Clapped
Can
cops.
I tell real quick? It was the
Yeah.
last episode. She had this hypnotic power where she could put you into a trance and get your secrets. You would tell her secrets. And the two producers were her last two victims, and they came out at the end of the show. And their characters were named, it was a takeoff on their actual names. And they laid down on this bed thing, and she would lean over and whisper, and she would do that. But it was the last episode.
That's a good enough description.
And her hair is exactly the same as when she's not Minerva.
Yeah.
That's in her contract too.
Cesar Romero's mustache and Zsa Zsa's hair. And the last one, Roger C. Carmel, was Colonel Gum. And I did hear a couple of people mention Star Trek. He was Harcourt Fenton Mudd in Star Trek.
Yeah.
Harry Mudd.
Well, so who was Colonel Gum? What did
Harry
Colonel
Mudd.
Gum do?
He
Killed somebody in the library with the candlestick.
AKA Heroes.
Let me scroll to his notes.
Also the voice of Cyclonus in the
Did he
Transformers
is
animated.
his mustache in the contract too?
That is a mustache.
That would take a little more than a week.
In the movie, Karl, I
Yeah.
didn't
Yeah,
think I
Harry
didn't
Mudd.
know that piece of trivia.
So
when it
Colonel
went to-
Gum is something of an afterthought. He's the villain in a two-parter where the Green Hornet and Kato came to visit.
Oh,
He has
yeah, the
he has
lunch.
a pretty hilarious mustache though, and dons a couple of amusing costumes. Gum is good, but he's second fiddle in a desperate attempt to get people interested in the Green Hornets TV show.
Oh.
The mustache looks like it has hair extensions.
Looks like the TARDIS behind him.
He will always be Harcourt
Red
Fenton Mudd.
TARDIS.
in mud.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah, that's Mud. I didn't think he ever looked that then. Wow.
Yeah.
So
his name is Mud.
Yes,
name
it
is
is.
Mud.
His name will always be Mud.
Kevin, there's a demon that has taken over your Zoom square.
It's a
I don't see
dark
Kevin.
cloud demon.
Yeah, I've seen
So
it.
the list of answers.
Why can't I see him? Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay.
They weren't there yet. That's why.
No,
So
I was talking about
just-
Kevin's ghost.
And one other thing I want to put in here, if anyone's interested, this is the article that I grabbed all these names from.
Of course, I will.
There you go.
So what are the numbers?
Just going to tell you. Thanks for asking.
Oh, okay.
These numbers indicate the rank that the Paste magazine put them in order of significance to the Batman program. There were
Notice
30.
something- Do you notice something in the chat?
Really?
They're all alphabetical order.
What is?
What we're typing in chat. So when you put something in chat, yours is first because yours is Erin. Zeke is last with the Z.
I think that's a coincidence. It's going by the timestamp.
Right.
Going by the timestamp.
Oh, yeah,
is that
because
a
For some reason, Aaron.
Zeke's
Certainly
ahead of
isn't
him.
happening on mine.
Nope.
Aaron, are you sure the clock on your computer
I'm
is set to 10 o'clock?
I'm
10:30?
looking at the computer in the bottom corner of my Windows taskbar, and it says 10:30 p.m. 119, and my phone also says 10:30 p.m.
Bizarre.
And those are the right time. That's exactly what I'm seeing.
I don't know
It's
why.
weird that
I don't
it's a
know
half
why.
hour off.
I don't know why my screen is showing 9:14.
Yeah, you know what? Rob just put a time in there and his says 6:10. And
It
it's
says 10:29 on mine.
You need to sync with the nearest
Those
time.
are in the different time zones, but he's like also 15 minutes off.
Yeah, what did you say, Caspian?
Rob and I are getting the
Nearest
same.
Federation time base.
Rob and I are getting the same timestamp, and Rob and I are both on Eastern time. So
Mhm.
I'm getting
Sometimes it's
8:30.
I'm not getting the
That's
same
7:30
time
with
as
you guys.
Susan.
Okay, it's gotta be coming from Zoom. All right, it is what it is.
But
Same
yes,
bat time.
but
same
yes,
bat
I do
channel.
think the timestamp will sort us into whatever order your particular chat shows the time as.
Karen, I wish
yeah.
Kyle would ask me.
Uh,
Yeah, that is really weird. Mine says 6:12. That okay, this is weird.
Yeah.
It is, I don't know.
Now wait, Susan, the one you just posted, you said says 6:12?
On my end.
Because it shows 9:16 on mine, which would make it 6:16 for West Coast.
This is our moment, you guys. The moment we've been waiting for time travel. Okay.
Anyway,
let's do our
anyway,
Okay.
there's all the answers, and you've just pushed them all off the chat. I can't see them anymore.
That's all right. I got them. Okay, so we should have been keeping track. So let's go from Vector 2010.
Oh, we got
We have
6.
6.
Oh,
Okay, I asked Chatbot GPT.
8.
Apparently, Susan refuses to complete that category name.
I'm wondering about
Or that
if
group name.
Carl's in a time loop. He's just a little worried about us knowing that he's in the time thing because he didn't get a 10. Okay, or he wasn't paying attention the 100 times other that he's watched this episode. Homeland Security's Jewish Space Laser Task Force.
We had 4.
Okay, that's what I counted up to.
Hey, Crosby, Sills, Cash, and Chung.
4.
We
Which is
almost got our
embarrassing.
hair.
Because I had the list.
5.
That's my-
Wow, 5.4. Wow. Okay, we don't know our Batman villains.
I did hear a couple of people mention, and I did give you Cesar Romero first to put everybody in a good mood.
Make us think
Deceptively.
Did it work?
It didn't last.
Well, I was excited. I knew one.
No, I think there was a lot of cursing under your breath after I got the rest of them out.
Well, Ryan and Bob seem to know this one very well. So thankfully they were on our teams because I didn't know them. But good job. That was good, Erin. Good start. Okay, so our next step is who is up next?
Rob?
I'm up next.
Oh, Robert. Where are you on my screen? Robert. Where are
Is
Where-
Robin
Oh, there you are.
54?
They move. You guys move. Stay in one place, you guys.
We do that just to play with you.
I know it must be aliens. Space aliens, not other kind of aliens.
Okay, so I'm amazed we've taken this long to get to this category, but this is a ship that you may not recognize because the book actually describes it, but not really well.
Tripod.
This is the Hail Mary.
Oh.
So this is about Project Hail Mary.
Oh God, you guys are in trouble now.
Oh,
Susan always says, do something that she knows. So I think though, this isn't going to be what you think it is. You don't have to have read the book to know any of these answers.
Oh,
This is real world facts from Project Hail Mary.
oh.
okay, just as well because I've got it on my to read pile.
Oh yeah,
You should have
it's a
gotten to it. You better
fantastic
get to it
book.
quick.
and in fact, nothing I specifically say here is going to give any plot thing away. All right, I was
That's
careful
all
about
sciencey stuff.
that. I can't swear that people discussing it won't, but that's up to you.
Okay.
All right. So these
Fair
questions,
warning, you should have had this done a year ago.
these questions all involve real world facts and concepts relevant to the book Project Hail Mary. The last 5 questions are from Chapter 3's lightning round trivia questions given to an 8th grade science class. So you guys should know all of these.
Oh. I'm not smarter than an 8th grader.
That's right.
I don't know about the rest of you guys, but now I feel really awful. Or I'm gonna feel really
Okay,
bad
question-
not knowing him.
All right, who's muting? Leonard has the power to mute.
Muting.
Okay. Question number 1. What is the name for the type of cell division that results in two daughter cells, each having the same number and kind of chromosomes as does the parent? Number 2. What is the equivalent of 26 base 10 in base 6? And if you read the book, you know why I'm asking that. If you didn't, it's still something you could know. Number 3. What is the atomic number of iron? Also something from the book. Number 4. Now this is the one that you would most likely only know if you read the book. So, but it's still an actual fact of the universe. How many light years from Earth is the star Tau Ceti? How many light years? I'm going to give you plus or minus 2. Question 5. What is the name of the hypothesis that life on Earth did not originate here but came from elsewhere in space? And the last 5 are the lightning round questions given to a class of kids. What is the actual name of the North Star? Is number 6. Number 7. What is the nearest star to Earth? Number 8. So the actual question in the book was name all 3 kinds of rocks, but since we don't do multiple, I'll give you name any one of the 3 basic kinds of rocks to get a point.
Oh, I remember these. Okay, these were in the book.
Hard.
It's chapter 3. Number 9.
Hard.
What is the name of the wave you feel first during an earthquake? And finally, what is the mean radius of Earth in miles? I'll give you a plus or minus 500 on that one. Although in the book, they didn't have a range.
And you thought that I would remember these things. How kind of you. I could do the book, the science I'm not so sure about, but okay, I've got smart people on the team. They can handle it.
Okay, good luck.
Yeah, we'll need it. At least I will.
Are you sending us?
I am.
You seen that? You read this, Zeke, right?
I have not, but I know a bunch.
But you.
No, Tom read Hail Mary. We talked
that's
about
right.
it.
Tom did. That's right.
But I still know a bunch of this.
Well, I bet you do.
Oh, let's see.
Good.
I only have to stay smarter than the current age of my child at all times.
Up on it after a while. Where's Caspian?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see.
Everything's gone from the chat again. Does someone have it copied?
I do.
I do, but with some answers popped in.
Okay, I got him. Let me put him. Here's the first. Well, where's Caspian?
And I'll throw up a.
Yeah. And number 1,
oh, there you got it.
Is it mitosis?
Mitosis?
Mitosis, because it's body cells, not sex cells, right?
Yeah, mitosis.
So it's your ptosis is the number 1?
Your toast.
My
Not anybody else's toast. It's just Zeke's toast.
Mitosis. Mitosis supposes his tosis are roses.
Number 2, is the answer 42?
In base 6.
Base 6.
So that would
Yes,
be
because 4 times 6 plus 2.
Plus 2. 42?
Yeah.
I don't know what that had to do with the book, but I guess it did.
Yeah.
I know what 42
Because
has.
the alien had 6 fingers.
6.
oh, so base 6.
Probably base 6. Atomic. What's iron's atomic number? Do you know?
Is carbon's 1, oxygen 2? So it's not 1 or 2.
Oxygen is
No, it's 4.
16. Carbon is 16. Oxygen.
Oh,
Carbon is 6 or 12.
I'm thinking number, not the weight.
Oh, carbon is 6, oxygen is 8, right? Let's see.
Atomic weight of iron. See, again, Tom would know this and he's not here.
What's the atomic number? It's, I mean, it's I don't know. Jeez. 24. You can just take a guess.
Yeah, I was going to see the same thing for 7.
Put a guess there for now.
24. I don't know.
Oh
It's
yeah,
high.
number 7 is the sun, our sun.
Its name is Soul, but our son, I think they'll take
Oh yeah, I guess that.
Polaris.
your name. Yeah.
Our sun.
Yeah, I would say our son.
Opposites of life on Earth do not originate here. It came from elsewhere in
Polaris.
space.
Yeah, so I stopped in the middle of 8, but igneous, metamorphic, and sedimentary.
Yeah. Oh, we only need one, right? Sedimentary. We only need one of the 3 types.
Yeah, we have to pick one.
Igneous or sedimentary.
Mhm.
The wave, did you feel before during
I
an
don't-
earthquake?
The first one that hits you.
Let's see.
I remember they triangulate with them, but I couldn't tell you.
What's it called?
It's Caspian.
Sorry, I was making a sandwich and I know absolutely none of these.
Huh,
The Epcot Center?
Epcot Center.
Well,
Where's
that's
that?
that's the middle of the earthquake. It's not the first wave.
The first wave of the
No.
earthquake.
Yeah, the waves are
That's a
like
joke. It's
letters.
a Dan Quayle joke.
Oh, I might actually.
Oh, is it Alpha?
I think they're like letters like that. It's like there's
Alpha, the
there-
Alpha
there's
wave?
like
I don't know. I'm around earthquakes. And
Oh,
Have
I just
I
read
missed
that.
any of these questions yet? 3, 4.
Number 5 is panspermia.
Oh, I've heard that now that you say it.
mhm.
Atomic
Pan.
number of iron is 26.
No,
26?
not pans.
Yes.
Pan.
Oh, we were close.
Pan.
Pan like all pan,
That's what I wrote. No.
but not apostrophe s, just panspermia.
Can you type it in the chat?
Panthermia?
I think so.
Panspermia?
Oh, it's one word?
Yes.
Huh. How many light years is Earth from the star Tai Ceti?
Yeah.
16? I don't know.
I think it's more than. Wait, how long did it take for them to get the messages to the guy in the Hail Mary?
From Adrian? Because Adrian to Earth, I thought was 13 years. I
So
thought
13.
I thought it was 13 years for him to get from Earth to where the action happens. To the where the lights are. That doesn't seem right. I don't know, because I'm not sure where Tai Ceti is in the book. It doesn't ring a bell. Okay, the name, what is the mean radius of Earth in miles?
Let's see.
I want to hear people's guesses. I wrote down my guess.
I would guess 9,000 miles.
Oh, radius.
Radius.
Not
Oh,
not
not diameter.
not diameter.
how deep would a hole to the center of the Earth
Yeah.
be?
That's the question.
1,600 miles.
No, more than that.
No, it's not that big.
To get to the center.
Yeah.
To get the
The
radius.
circumference of the Earth is what? 22,000 miles.
How many bites would it take to get to the?
Do you know
center
that
of
for
the-
sure?
Of the.
I
to
want
the-
to say that's about true. Wait.
Oh, there.
Yeah, I want to say that's about true. No, four digits. 1600.
1,600. No, it's not 1,600 because that's less. It's like 3,000 miles to California, isn't it?
Yeah, you're going in a different direction though.
Right, but that's not even a full.
Well, we can figure it out mathematically. If it's
Right.
3,000 miles
you-
to cross 4 time zones, there are 24 time zones, so that's 1/6 of the circumference of the Earth. Circumference of a circle is 2 pi r, so
You said the circumference is 22,000 miles.
That's what you said. So that's
That means
divided
then
by 2 and divided by
Right. That's
pi.
3,500.
That's yeah. That's
that puts
3,500.
yeah, that puts the
3,500.
Earth's okay. That puts the Earth's radius closer to 3,000.
So it's
3,500.
3,500 if you're confident about the 22,000 circumference.
Right. I'm not quite confident about that.
Oh.
I think
I thought 22,000 was the number of feet that a geosynchronous satellite goes.
no, not a chance. Geosynchronous
22,000
satellite
something.
is like 200,000 feet.
Well, I'm 9,000
This is irrelevant to this.
miles. Well, think about it. I'm 9,000 miles away from Boston. So
How many
double
time
that.
zones are you?
18. So that's about 18. So 22,000 miles is in the ballpark for
Yeah.
the circumference of the Earth.
Yeah, and I've just been thinking, like, picturing the size of the Earth. My immediate guess was radius of 4,000, so I'd say stick with 3,500.
3,500 is good. Yeah, 3,500
Yeah,
is
that
good.
sounds
So-
good.
So, does anyone have any problems with any of these, or basically, does anyone have a better answer for any of these that I put up on the screen?
Nope.
The only one we had question on was number 9.
And did I spell
three.
5 correctly?
Three was a complete guess.
Oh,
Wasn't
it
it?
was?
No, iron?
No,
Catherine
iron.
knows that.
Iron sounds like 26. That sounds
Oh,
right.
you did
Yeah.
know that? Okay.
Yeah, no, that
You
sounds.
said it
Yeah.
with confidence.
Someone
Iron-
said that
iron is
confidently,
the
so I put it
heaviest
down.
element.
I thought it was 24. 26 sounds in the ballpark.
Yeah, iron is the heaviest element that the sun can fuse. Well, that a star can fuse under ordinary stellar fusion.
All right. So once again, is there anyone that wants to change any of these, or can make an argument for changing any of these?
On question 4, that was just a guess, so I don't know. I have no
Nope.
confidence in it. It's just what I remember thinking, that it was taking him 13 years.
Yeah, I have no idea.
So that's good.
Sorry, I originally thought I wasn't going to know any of these because all I heard was the title, and I
No,
checked
it's
out.
nothing about the book. There's nothing in here.
No, I
It's
like
all
like that about this. That there are
science
actually
about the
things you
book.
could know.
Mhm.
If we go
Yeah,
back to the
no,
book.
you can have a category topic that really no one should know anything about, and do like I did.
If they're written well, yeah.
I did a topic about stuff in my apartment.
We talked about that that was mentioned last week, I think, Mike, when people were hanging out later. We were talking about how you could know stuff about the way, it depends on the way the questions are written, but they could be based on a thought of no way somebody could know, like, like Rob was listing all those places he's worked in the past, but the questions were not
Yeah.
on Rob, they were geared on the places. And same with your apartment, we use that example. All right, so that was interesting. It's only a very short matter of time, people who are thinking they want to read this book, before somebody's going to do a category on it and totally spoil it for you. So it might be a good idea to read this if you really, it's a fabulous book. absolutely fabulous book, and it will be a movie.
Should we read it before the answers are given?
No, probably not.
Does it have pages that pop out and have pictures and stuff?
But you can listen to it. It's a wonderful
It's
audio.
not super long, doesn't take a super long time
Yeah,
to read,
it's a
but I
really
think you.
great read.
So there's a ship involved. I won't tell you how, but the ship that's this is a fan's rendition of it, and I saw one actually rendered with Legos in multiple configurations because it comes apart. And there's no pictures in the book, and the description is a little wishy-washy. But anyway, that's kind of close. And
That
so
looks
that
like a tripod.
and
but
so
you
no,
can
that
have
is
the
not
legs pulled out.
not Jupiter. That is the planet Adrian in orbit about Tau Ceti. So
He's got
the
this background. Yeah, it looked like he's.
what's that?
Sorry.
What'd you say, Bob?
Nothing.
Okay. So question number 1. What is the name for the type of cell division I mentioned? That is mitosis.
Yay.
I heard 2 teams get that right at least. Base 6 is important in the book. They don't actually use this number, but just starting to think about base 6, I just picked an interesting number that comes out to 42.
Oh, that's why.
Which is always the answer.
That's correct.
The answer, yeah.
That is correct.
42. I was thinking, I don't remember that being used in the book.
The atomic number of iron comes up, and that is 26.
Woohoo, Caspian knew that one.
And I heard that Karl has a shower curtain with a periodic table, so he
does. I have seen it.
Number 4. How many light years
And
from
of course, everyone listened to George Rob's.
Are you putting the answers in the chat?
I'm going to put them in the chat as a single paste at the end of the when I say them. How many light years from
There's
Earth?
antimony, arsenic, aluminum, selenium.
How many light years from Earth is the star Tau Ceti? Very pertinent to the book. This gets mentioned, it must be 50 times. And it's just about 12, 11.91. So I will take 9.91 to 13.91.
All right.
I said 13.
What is the name of the hypothesis that life on Earth did not originate here, but came from elsewhere in space? Panspermia. Most people knew that one.
I know
What
once it
is-
was mentioned.
So now these are the lightning round ones, and Leonard had a trouble with the way the number 6 was questioned. What is the actual name of the North Star? So the answer accepted in the book I will take, which is Polaris, but it is also Alpha Ursae Minoris.
And the North
Okay.
Star.
And the North. Well, I said the actual name of the North Star. So
What's the actual name of Rob Palmer?
The
what
Pole
is
Star.
the? You'll never know. I'm still under witness protection. Number 7. What is the nearest star to Earth? And yes, this was a trick question posed to the class because the first person said Alpha Centauri, which I'm not even sure. Isn't it Alpha Proxima Centauri?
It's Proxima.
Yeah. So he missed that. He said, "No, you're wrong. It's the sun. Be careful about your assumptions." So the answer is the sun. Number 8.
Our son.
And the correct name for that is Sol.
So then
All 3 in much a spiral.
one of the 3 basic kinds of rocks you can have said igneous, sedimentary, or metamorphic. The kid gets it wrong because he says igneous, sedentary, and metamorphic.
Sedentary.
Well, the rocks are sedentary, aren't
That's
they?
right.
Pretty much all of them, yeah.
I thought they were
I
all
mean, they just
hard.
lay there doing nothing.
Yeah, well, you get an occasional rolling stone.
And when they don't lay there and do nothing, what is the name of the wave you feel first during an earthquake? I don't know if anybody got this. It's called the P wave. Somebody got it.
Oh.
Which or primary wave or pressure wave. Both start with a P. So
I didn't know that.
Okay, I've heard that
Californians
before.
should know that.
Be a good
We
dictionary.
Know
should.
that.
Yeah.
and finally, what is the mean radius of Earth in miles, plus or minus 500? The answer is just a hair under 4,000, 3,958.8.
Oh, no.
So an acceptable range is, well, I'll put it in the chat, but it's 3,458.8 and 4,458.8.
All right, team.
Yes.
So I'm
did
putting the
math.
Now, is
answer
that
in
the
chat.
Some people did math.
is that the mean radius? The
Yes,
polar radius or the equatorial
Arithmetic
radius?
mean?
mean radius. All the numbers were given. I picked the mean radius.
Oh, crap.
What's the nice
In
radius?
in the book, he just said the radius, so
Yes.
that was problematic.
Yeah, what is
Damn
a nice radius?
I gave it in kilometers.
Oh no,
Yeah.
you fail.
Hurry up with this break. I have to take a pee wave.
If Rob, if our answer is correct in kilometers, does that count if we convert it?
If you meant it in
Well,
kilometers,
you
yeah.
better go,
yeah.
just go right now, Kevin, because I'm still.
Although I don't know,
Just
should
a
have been that
joke. It
nice.
was
It
just a
did say
joke.
the question
I go
said
right down
radius
the
of Earth
bed
in
with
miles. It said in miles.
That is true.
So,
Okay, so let's do our
Photo.
scores.
Answers.
That's right.
Answers.
I thought we
Scores.
just did it. Score.
Scores.
Score.
That's
Scores.
what I was doing, you guys. Calm yourselves down.
No, we were telling Kevin.
Yeah,
Because
he wanted
Kevin
to
had
leave.
a photo.
Don't have a
He's got to
connection.
pee.
Damn it.
You should go. All right, so we have
The bed will
for
get wet.
Crosby, Stills, Cash, and
TMI.
Definitely.
You got 9.
Yay.
okay.
Oh, no.
You are in the lead. All
And
right.
Susan knew all of those because she read the book, right?
Susan did actually know a lot of them, which
Oh,
is
right.
I did the hard
very
one.
good.
I did the hard one, Rob.
Sorry.
Question 3.
Very good.
Homeland Security's Jewish Space Laser Task Force.
10.
We had 10.
Ooh, look at that.
So did anybody else besides me know number 9?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
So
Okay,
somebody
we
else.
almost cut our hair.
We got 8.
That's still good. Don't be weird.
I
about
think
it.
8's good for us.
Vector 2010.
We got 9.
Ooh. High scores, Rob. It's a sciencey group here. And then I asked chat box for a team name and came out with some stupid word name Wordle.
8.
See, that's what you get. They're still in the lead.
Wait. No.
Yeah,
Karl's team got 8.
we
That's
did.
because he's
I
trying
gave
to fake
I
it
gave the
out.
radius of the Earth in kilometers. That's what I had memorized.
And I'm filling in for my brother to keep the score down.
Yeah. That we got the wave name
Appreciate
wrong. That's
that.
the other
Okay,
one we
so
got
let's
wrong.
take our group picture so we can allow Kevin to move away from the screen.
And George.
And
Is
George.
Kevin
And me
back
too.
yet?
George.
Everybody
Kevin's
in
not
their
back
spot?
yet.
Okay, ready?
Kevin's not back yet.
Who?
Kevin's not back yet.
back yet.
Not back.
Hold it for a second.
Got a
thought-
sand dune.
Couldn't
That's
hold
what
it.
we told
Kevin to go and he
We
went.
couldn't hold it.
You can always just Photoshop him in.
Smile. Trask. Trask. Smile.
My nose.
Trask is gonna
Oh, hi Trask.
Aw.
Hi,
Hi,
Trask.
puppy.
be. Trask.
Good boy.
Better hurry.
There you go,
Trask.
Trask.
Trask. How are you, Trask?
Trask, puppy, look at you.
Trask, you wanna go for a walk?
Aw.
Let's go for a walk.
He's not
He's a
gonna
good
stay
boy.
for the picture. It's gonna take long.
James, don't
He
go.
We're
is
losing
just
James.
riddled with.
We lost
He's
Peggy.
just-
They're going for
Everybody's leaving.
Oh no.
that picture that's Peggy's background. That is the Lone Cypress. And the top of the Lone Cypress is 150 feet.
Look up, look up, look up.
Okay.
And that's a wave crashing and spraying
Oh, wait. Here comes
Wait.
Avi.
Oh,
from a couple weeks ago.
Good boy, good boy. Stay,
Ah,
stay, stay, stay,
that's
stay.
The
amazing.
waves were 35 feet
Wow.
to 45
Good boy.
feet.
Open your
That's a big wave.
Okay,
Open
Avi's
your
here.
eyes.
They were
Hi,
large.
Avi.
Avi.
We're about to take our group
Avi.
picture.
Hey.
Time is just right. Okay,
Hi, Avi.
ready? Everybody, 1, 2, 3.
Oh,
Oh,
get her.
Okay, got it.
Did you get George?
George is there.
We
George.
got George.
George.
I got
Hi,
George's
George.
ears.
George.
George. Hi, George.
George.
Hi.
George.
I got him.
Georgie's
George
getting
is
so
there.
big. Look
Hey.
at you.
Going.
Hello,
Hey,
George.
Avi, what time is it over there? And where are you at?
I'm in Japan.
You are there now.
Hi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mushy mushy.
Yeah.
Ohio gozaimasu.
What a good boy. For what?
Speak
it's 1
Japanese,
p.m.
Avi. Come on.
Arigato gozaimasu. Sumimasen.
Doi itashimashite.
Domi arigato, Mr. Roboto.
That's not Japanese.
I've been having to prevent myself from singing that the whole time I'm here.
Very good. Okay, 5-minute break. Go.
We
Okay.
missed your flowery head, Avi.
Bye.
How's everything going over there, Avi? Hi, what do you
See you
it's
another
going-
week.
Yeah. It's going pretty good. Is my dad not here?
No,
Correct.
your uncle's here.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
saw that. Hi, Uncle Ron.
Yeah,
My
I-
dad told me to join.
You're filling in for him.
Yeah. I only have like 15 minutes because the last talk of the conference starts in soon. But
So what's the talk on?
check.
You're supposed to come informed, Avi.
It is on, the title of the talk is The Primitive Difference Operator.
Sounds fascinating.
And we just
Yeah, I
had
have no
we
idea.
just had a category on math with math in it. So
Oh, dang.
There were
But
like
they-
numbers and everything.
I mean, a whole
Wow.
bunch of them in a string, all kinds. It's really creepy.
Wait,
Even
is
numbers,
this
odd
person
numbers.
is this person Christy Figueroa at all related to Victor Figueroa, as in like the editor for Ross and Carey? Oh no, Ross and Carey.
I am not.
Okay.
I was asked last week if I was related to someone, and then someone else informed me that Figueroa is like the Smith of like Spaniard names.
Oh, really?
And Christy,
Yeah.
that's her maiden name anyway, Figueroa.
And that person
that's
who
my
asked
married
is your
name.
father, Avi.
And what?
The person who asked her about the Figaro was your father.
Oh.
Really?
So Christy, we have it's been an odd, I don't know most of these people until they start playing trivia. Some I did, I've known for years, but a lot of them I've never met before. Nobody'd ever met. And it was really funny because Avi started playing because Sharon Romney told you, Roni told you that you should go play trivia for some reason, because you were, why? You were on the same Discord with
Yeah, we're on the
SG.
same Discord. And I noticed that she mentioned something about playing trivia with Susan. And I was like, how can I join that? I like playing trivia.
And who's Susan? And then so Avi started playing, and then Avi brought his dad, Alan, and Alan started playing. And then next thing we know, here comes Ron, who's the uncle. And it was just really kind of funny because and then sometimes we even see Sarah, Avi's sister. It was just really kind of fun because we'd have this generational thing. And
yeah,
then,
and Sarah's the only one of us that's actually met Susan in person.
yeah, their sister came out to a place I was having a talk. And then Ryan and Bob are siblings, father and son. And then Bob's other child, Carrick, she's played many times. And then what else do we have? Gail and Jamie are siblings.
Yep. We
They've
have
got his kids
Susan,
here.
Susan and Caspian.
Caspian is my son. Do we have any more?
And then is Kyle and who's my other teammate, Ben? Are you guys in the same city or something? Have you seen Karl's show?
We've been friends since college. We went to college
Karl
together.
and Ben are good friends.
I'm
So
about
Karl,
30 minutes away, but yeah, I used to live in the same town. So
Karl's an old friend of mine from going to conferences, and so he brought Ben. Everybody came in different ways. It's just really kind of weird, and it's cool actually.
Yeah.
I mean, how we all know each other. I had never met Mike Wolf before, right?
Well, Vincent and I got involved because we knew Adrian.
And Adrian is Adrian is a friend and one of my GSOW editors, and she used to have all these book clubs and other kind of things in Canada, in Calgary, and they just Vincent and Jim and another person named Larry, they used to always show up instead of going to see whatever was going on in Calgary. They're like, oh, that's nice, there's something happening in Calgary, we're going to go to trivia instead. So it was fun, so we adopted them.
Well, I show up on the days when we don't have a Thursday evening thing in Calgary. Yeah. So like last week I wasn't here because it was the book club.
Oh, you're one of the hangouts still, the last of it.
Karl, what year was technical writing?
ENG 213 was in 1994.
So we have almost known each other. I think it'll be another year. We'll have known each other 30 years.
Yep.
That's scary. Somebody put up pictures today of their twins' 30th birthday. And the picture was when they were infants. And I said, I took that picture of them as an infant. And I was like, oh, that's too weird. Jamie Silvera.
You were talking about Calgary?
Did you give him a discount, Susan?
Well, I didn't know at the time that they would be, hold on a second. Let me find, oh, here's the picture. I saw this picture. I said, I took that picture. And I think we decided that I've met this before. She's put this picture up before, but it's so funny because I took that picture. I know I took that picture.
Oh, that's so
twins.
cute.
So they're about 4 months, 3 or 4 months old. And because this was the signature pose, I used to do this pose. Everybody freak out. Oh my God, there's twins. Pictures. I'm like, give them to me. I'll do it. So I would take this picture. So they're looking right at me. That I'm the photographer and I'm on my knees taking their picture. And I had this bumper thing here and I had this blanket. And I know it because these are my pressure marks. I used to always do that with babies. And my coworkers would be like, Susan, you got to stop putting pressure marks on the babies. But yeah, isn't that funny? And now they're 30.
That's funny.
But I that is a signature Susan Gerbic pose. I trained all my people how to do that and they'd still be like, oh, there's baby twins. What do we do? I'm like,
Yeah, my like iconic baby picture, my clothes were too big and I had a giant bow and then I was sitting and like hunched over because you're a baby and you can't hold yourself up and it was a black background. So
you look like
I don't know what my mom was thinking.
She didn't take it at JCPenney's by any chance, did she?
I don't know, someplace like that, but
If
they
you
weren't
have it, I can
trained
tell
by
you.
Susan.
Well, you weren't here.
Avi is sprouting something, I think.
Avi's always sprouting something. He's a little sprout.
Avi's been sprouting for a while.
Yes.
Yeah, one day it'll grow in.
He's gonna grow up to be like his uncle and his daddy.
Yeah. Susan, we hired a photographer for our wedding way back in the Stone Ages before there was digital media, so we couldn't see how the pictures were coming out, right? And at least 3/4 of the photos they took were against this dark blue background, and all of the groomsmen were in dark blue, so it looked like faces with the women in white. It was bizarre.
Well, nowadays you
So
can get
this
that
was done by rapidly carving into stone.
back in the old days. I'm telling you, I would never be a
bird
photographer. I
carved it in
tried to do a
stone.
friend's wedding and I freaked out. I could, there's no way I was paid enough to do a friend's wedding. I just can't even imagine.
I've done a couple
So much
weddings.
stress. Yeah, Kevin will do it. I'll let Kevin do it, but it's too stressful.
My
And it's a whole
friend,
day.
speak about
Give me
stress.
kids
My
any day.
friend
I don't
was
want to deal with a bride.
my friend was a videographer, and he several times like didn't have the audio cord plugged in correctly, so they got no sound.
Yeah, it's too
Imagine
stressful.
telling that to the bride and groom. That so he'd go in and they would like fake it and they'd fake laughter and they would just read their vows and dub it in. It was hysterical.
I used
They
to
dub
edit
it in
wedding videos.
post-production.
We had 2 or
They'll
3
loop your
mistakes like
wedding
that.
video.
Really? Oh, that's just too much stress. All right, we're back from our 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, bye then.
Are we? Are you leaving us?
Yeah.
Hi, Jim.
All right, Jim.
Bye.
Good to
Never
see
knows,
you.
I
never
have
knows what
to-
happens after this bit unless you listen to the recording.
Yeah, I
at
have to
some
get going
point-
also, so that I'm.
Hi, Avi.
All right.
Good to see you,
Bye.
Avi.
See
you,
guys
Avi.
next week.
Sayonara.
Manager
See
Cochran,
you.
Sawyer,
You know-
Gato, Mr.
Bye-bye.
Roboto.
You know, if I had to loop my own wedding video at some point in the process, I would start saying, "We've got to stop the monster. He's heading for downtown Tokyo."
You said it's your own wedding. You're going to get married? Is there something we don't know?
Still happen.
Carl?
I'm only 50.
Ooh, Carl's thinking of getting married. Anybody I know?
Right. First, I'd have to meet someone.
That's a
That does
minor
help.
detail.
Come
Come
to my
on.
class. I'm doing, okay, so let's start with that. I have announcements, and the announcement I'm doing is that so far I've done 2 workshops, and Deborah and Karen might be able to say something about that. Go ahead, Deborah and Karen.
They're interesting, fun, and engaging.
That's true. I was eating something, so I didn't want to talk because my mouth was full. No, we
And
had a good,
I learned
really, really
things
good
that I
time.
actually practiced during the week.
Ooh, she's gonna tell. Oh, you can't. You're not gonna be there Saturday.
Hmm.
So I've been
Yeah.
doing these classes, these workshops, and we're planning and rolling them out all over the place. Hopefully we can go to different places and do them. I have one more on Saturday, this Saturday coming up, but you can't be there unless, of course, you're from Salinas, but it's on luck. And one of the things that we're going to be talking about is doing odd things, meeting people, finding, you know, how do you make your own luck kind of stuff. So it should be fun. But for you all who are not in Salinas, California, or in Monterey County, I am going to start doing these on Zoom. So I have one coming up on the 25th, which is next Wednesday. It's 5 o'clock my time. So whatever time that would be for you guys, I'm in California. It's a 2-hour class. It is participatory. You have to participate. And I'm also have another one on the 28th, which is at 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock my time. So that's going to be a Saturday. I'm going to be doing these all over if they're attended. If they don't get attended, I'm not doing them. But let me see if I can find the link. I'll put the link in just a second. But anyway, so the goal is not only to teach people how to have better communications with other people, especially people who have weird ideas, but it's to teach people how to do these to other. Like if you're in if you want to roll this out in your group, your skeptics group, or it doesn't even have to be a skeptics group, like what Gail does with her community, like she has a community thing that she does. I mean, you could do this in person or over Zoom with a group of people that doesn't have to be skeptics. So, but skeptics is kind of a little easier. It's assumed, like we talk about UFOs and stuff, but we talk about UFOs as definitely not a thing. So you wouldn't be able to roll that out easily in a group of people who might believe in UFOs, because they would be like, wait,
Offended.
UFOs are real.
I get
Go
it would be like a jury or something.
I get the people who believe, and I always tell them that you make up your own mind, and I'm just going to present the evidence on one side, the
Right.
science side.
Well, it's kind of a little different in that it makes assumptions. Well, anyway, you guys, I hope you guys will attend and invite your friends and family or wherever you want to do, but it should be fun. I'll put the link up in a minute. So go ahead and Kyle, tell us what you've got going on with Data Skeptic. I think I missed some of the last one. I was going to go back and do the survey that had the fun survey on it, but I missed that. But
Sure. Yeah, we're doing all about surveys right now. In particular, this episode that we just dropped, I spoke to a researcher who tries to reproduce some analysis. So you guys probably know Pew, and people trust their results. But would you trust results from Mechanical Turk or from one of these other online survey platforms? There's good reason to be skeptical of those. And this person investigated how well results from those places compare to Pew's research. So interesting reproducible analysis this week on Data Skeptic.
All right.
yeah. And could you put it somewhere in the chat too?
Oh, sure.
The link
my
to the survey
surveys.
especially.
Give me a second to pull that up. Yeah.
Yeah, that
We're
was
gonna-
really interesting.
Somewhere in the chat is the random place that Zoom puts it.
Yeah, or ask Kyle and he will send it to you directly. Maybe that'll be good.
Here comes
There it
everybody.
goes,
Yeah,
okay.
if you don't mind sharing some of your opinions.
Yeah, and I lied through the whole thing, but that's okay. No, just kidding. There's Kyle.
He talks
We
about
have ways
that.
of finding you out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did see that. They were talking about how they can figure it out. So what I usually do whenever you guys share links throughout the whole trivia game is I almost always open them up as a tab. So that's how I find, and then after we go away, I go and I look through my links that you guys have given me. It gives me a hint. But I've got two, so
You
I've got
can save the chat too.
yeah, you can save your chat. Well, I don't know, not if it's disappearing.
We don't know.
Well, I mean, I did it a little while ago, and then
If
I
it
think you
keeps
can.
going away.
Yeah, who knows? So I've got 4
Right.
people going to my event, and that includes me, and that's 2 different days. So I'm hoping that I'm going to get a whole massive group of people who sign up. So sign up for my classes so I don't feel like I'm wasting my time.
I was going to head down to the one on Saturday,
Is that
but
right?
it turns out that I've got an appointment to go see the elephant seals at Ano Nuevo on Saturday, so I
Oh.
can't make it.
Well,
But that should be fun.
You can come to the online ones. Then
Yeah.
but the online one I'm going to do. The 2 online ones that I have coming up are going to be the first one I did, which was the McWest article about hair dryers and
Right.
Burns. But I will get around to luck if these are successful and we do well.
That Richard Wiseman
when are your
reading,
online ones? I'm sorry, Leonard.
the Richard Wiseman reading for the luck one. What a fantastic article.
That's a good book.
So look,
Great book.
Leonard's already done his reading. Check it out. Isn't that awesome? We love students like that. Karen's always the best.
Involving
student.
Richard Wiseman.
Like, I did my writing and I have notes.
Susan, when are your online ones?
It's Wednesday, next Wednesday, but it's going to be during 5 to 7. And the 28th.
Wednesday is the 25th.
Yes. And the 28th. Now you don't need to go to both because it's going to be a repeat. So if you want to do the first lesson, the first workshop, pick one. Don't go to both.
Can you put it in the chat?
I
It's
did.
in the
Give the
chat.
time again.
It went to the top of the chat for me.
Okay, here it goes again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's in the top of the chat.
Yeah.
No, it's bottom of the chat. It's bottom of the chat. Time is still wrong, but it's the bottom of the chat. Come on.
So anyway, that's what I've got going on. The other things that are happened, is it Rob, do you have something or anybody else have something?
I do actually.
Go ahead, Rob.
So my interview on Rationable with Abhijit from India about recovering from religion was just published. And that is like one of the best interviews I feel I've ever had on that subject. We talked a lot about Hinduism. So, you know, that was him telling me about it when I asked questions, because we get mostly Christians calling, sometimes ex-Muslims, sometimes Jews, but never had a Hindu. So, yeah, that was really interesting.
Did you put that in the chat?
I am putting in the chat. And I have an upcoming talk that people can register for. It's going to be on Zoom just like this, and there'll be a question and answer session. It's a greatly expanded version of the 15-minute quickie I gave at SciCon about the Great Australian Psychic Prediction Project. And I wanted to ask you if that same organization, which I'm doing that for, fact, reached out to you yet, Susan?
Yes, it's going to be March 18th.
Great. Okay.
I'll be doing
Very
the
good.
talk for the fact group too.
Very good.
Does anybody have anything else? I have something, but go
Rob,
ahead.
Rob, what did you think of Abhijit?
Well, I actually met him at SciCon, and we must have talked for like 4 hours one day. So I really found him fascinating.
Yeah, he's a great guy, and he's got a fantastic speaking voice.
Oh my God. Yeah, he does American accents. He was doing like a cowboy.
He's fantastic.
Yeah,
It's amazing. And I really love the way his mind works too. So I'm actually going to do an interview of him for Skeptical Inquirer, you know, just to publicize his channel. So that's nice. And he does a nice mix of like fighting religious dogma in India and the caste system, as well as scientific skeptical topics and alternative medicine and stuff. So it's really a cool channel if people don't know.
He interviewed me and Mark Edward for about psychics. It's been out maybe a month, and we put that interview in the some of the Scammed by Thomas John psychic groups. And
Nice.
people who are believers are listening to it, and they're like, oh wow. And they're like,
Nice.
but they're still believers in psychics. They know that they kind of figured out Thomas John's a fraud, but they still believe in psychics. So it was interesting.
Well, just because you can fake it that way,
Right.
doesn't mean they always do.
Right. So here's my most recent article in Skeptical Inquirer. It's Behold the Power of Wikipedia. I know of one person who's read it. That's it.
I read it.
Really
I
sad.
read it. Oh, Susan, I actually had the
One
idea, by the
person
way.
mentioned they read it, and that was Adrian.
Susan, do
I
you know?
read it.
Do you know that Wikipedia has a template called Press? Do you know that? It goes on the talk page and it says, this Wikipedia article has been discussed in media. And then you put a link to it. So I actually am thinking of every single one of the pages that you talked about needs that template on it.
Oh, go for it. That'd be fun.
Some of them I can't because they're people. But in any case, what I did is
Carolyn can do
I
it.
gave all the information to Inga, and she said she would do it.
Oh, okay, there you go. Right from Russia. That'll be good.
So I don't see a link, Susan, for the Zoom meeting. It's not there.
Oh, let me
It's
just
on Facebook.
let me give it to
It's
you
a Facebook
privately, and that way maybe it'll go to you that way. Let's see.
Yeah, would have to be.
Oh, how annoying. Who are you?
Vincent, what's your name?
Carl. He's Carl.
Vincent, all the
I
way.
think my name is Vincent the last time I checked. but
Okay, well, you better get a
never
name
know.
tag.
Rob with a K.
So we were talking at the very beginning before you got here. Mark Edward and I did a interview with somebody last week, and it was the worst interview I've ever been in my entire life. I hung up on the guy after 2.5 hours and saying almost nothing. It was horrendous. So anybody who wants to ever do an interview of anybody ever anywhere needs to listen to this. They can see how to do it wrong, because it was the best. It was so awful. And Brian Dunning said he did an interview for somebody that was horrendous. And I said, I'm sure I can hold my beer. I'm sure.
You said hold my beer, yeah.
So I'm going to listen to the one he did with somebody who's brand new, just so I can see how awful it is. So
Brandy loved it though. I was chatting with her while we were watching you.
mine, Brandy and JD were laughing at how horrible it was.
We were. It was horrible.
And the guy is just, oh. So if you guys want to watch it, it's out there, and somebody will give you the link or ask me, and I'll.
With that description, how can we resist?
It was the worst.
Is it on your page?
Yeah, I advertised saying I'm going to be on this page. I'm going to be on there. I'll try to find it. But it was just. It was a YouTube video with a guy with tons of subscribers.
Who is this guy?
His name is Brett. I don't the channel I can't remember. The channel is a different channel. But anyway, is there anything else that I should know?
So while you were, so I saw your thing late. I came in like 15 minutes late, and I saw, oh, his name is Scientific Skeptic or something like that. I had never heard of the guy. I looked at his channel. He had a bunch of videos. I said, oh, that's interesting. I like talking about the Great Australian Psychic Prediction Project. So I went on Facebook Messenger, and they said, hey, I have a talk about this. Would you like to have me? And then I watched for 10 minutes, and I deleted all the messages I left, and I blocked him. It's like, no.
Here it is. Here it is. Okay, I've got it. I don't know if you guys can find this, but it's.
He calls himself a scientific skeptic.
I've done a lot of interviews, and this was beyond the pale. Okay, so here it goes. I'll send it to you separately, Vincent, since I know you want to do it. And after I hung up with him, and he went for another 30-40 minutes with Mark, because Mark didn't hang up quick enough. I was out of there. I'm like, bye. And I gotta go. The cats grew up in the hallway. I don't know what I said. I have to go fold a map. Laundry needs to be done here.
Some of Mark's lines were priceless.
Whatever it was, I was out of there. The guy.
What do you have me on here for? What are you talking about?
Mark was cracking me up. Oh my
He
god.
signed back in. The man who's doing the interview signed back in and did an 8-hour, another one. Just him talking.
Rant.
And he had this, and the followers would jump in, and they'd be there sitting, and they're like, "Oh, this is so awesome!"
Oh, and you have to pay to get a question asked. I had never seen that format.
Yeah, that was weird.
I've seen it. Anyway, so getting back to the game. But,
wait, this thing's over 3 hours long?
Yeah.
I was there.
Oh my
and
God.
I was in the back waiting to get in before he started that video. And he had 400 people waiting to get in, because this is their normal routine. They like this. This is the style. Oh my God, you guys!
Maybe they all sit and play a drinking game for every time he does something stupid.
Oh my God! Anyway,
We
so
can
let's go
hope.
back.
You
because
have
I'm
to have
sure-
the ambulance on standby there.
So they're in chat, Susan, is the excuse you can use the next time you need to hang up on someone.
What was it? Oh, Rob. Beth House. I'm sorry, but I'm about to lose you because I'm about to drive into a tunnel and a canyon on an airplane blowing up. No, I tried to be professional. I'm serious. It was really hard, but I was holding. Mark lost it. He was wandering around.
Yeah, he was not going to let it interrupt his day.
He had 3 or 4 meals when he was on camera while the interview was going on.
I'm like
'Cause
all
it was
quiet.
so long.
I'm all like
it was
this.
so freaking long.
I'm like this.
Oh, that's so painful.
It was painful, trust me. Okay, so Gail, I understand. We're gonna let you have a turn. I'm sorry, you guys. I just had to have you guys share my misery because that was just.
Okay.
At the beginning of his next thing, when he did it again, because he like finished with Mark and then he started up another live feed. I watched a little bit of it and he's like, I have a feeling Susan's not going to come back again. I'm really sorry because I told her I
did say
really
that.
like philosophy, and Susan made it really clear how much she can't stand philosophy. But you guys all know I really like philosophy. And so I had to talk about philosophy with Susan. I'm like, don't ask it. You're interviewing me. Don't talk to me about something I don't have any clue.
Let's talk about the philosophy and Wordle and how they relate to each other.
Oh, I definitely would have had it. I would have
designed
answered.
for Susan.
Okay, so
I'm trouble.
let's go to Gail, because Gail's patiently waiting. Go ahead, Gail.
Well, I thought we were going there. So my topic is nuts. And to make it clear, because we use these words in so many different ways, I give you the definition from Wikipedia, which is the definition that I used when coming up with these questions. And I'm going to give you the descriptions of 10 nuts using that category. And it's a fruit consisting of a hard or tough shell protecting a kernel, which is usually edible in general usage. And that's why we're using this. A wide variety of dry seeds are called nuts, but in a botanical context, nut implies the shell does not open to release the seed. So we're using a very broad, popular definition here, although I think you will all agree that they're nuts. It's sort of like the question about whether a tomato is a fruit or a vegetable, right?
Wait. So to be clear, we are going to count things in that second part, the but.
We will count those
Okay.
things if they're there, but you will notice.
Okay.
So
The hint
tomatoes are
is that
fruits.
they will not often apply.
Thank you.
So
There's
tomatoes
nothing-
are fruits.
There is no answer that you would not say, that's not a nut. I never considered that a nut, okay? Okay, having said that, do you want to, Karl, you're the official.
Muting
I
in
have one
three.
question first, Gail.
Yes.
About common understanding of use of the word, well, that's nuts. Will there be people as
No,
answers to any of
they
these
will
questions?
all be an actual thing
Edible.
that is an edible that people would call a nut.
Well, some
'Cause we
people
can all agree on some people who are nuts.
That's
No,
true.
nothing to do with mammalian, anything like that.
Is it George Santos related?
They are all going to be.
I don't think that guy's
All right.
nuts. I think that guy's clever like a fox.
Somebody mute.
Three, two, muting in
We need to
three,
talk about
two,
nuts
one.
longer.
Okay. Number one. And I will put them in as I say them because many people have said that makes it easier so you can see it while we're talking about it. Question one, while a delicious treat for humans, these are toxic for dogs. If your dog might have eaten some and shows weakness, fever, muscle tremors, and vomiting, take it to a vet. It is native to Australia. Question two. The only way to get this nut is to have bumblebees pollinate the trees. They have been demonstrated to lower cholesterol levels, blood pressure, and assist with blood sugar control. They are loaded with antioxidants and are concentrated in the skin of the seed. Okay, question three.
Yeah.
This is technically a legume, but since it has a shell, it's usually considered a nut and represents 2/3 of all nuts eaten. Once thought to have originated in Africa, but recent excavations in Peru have found shells from 3000 BCE. Question four. The ancient Greeks believed that these nuts could be used to treat coughing and baldness. They've been known in China for nearly 5,000 years. Oregon is the greatest producer in the US after a Frenchman planted 50 trees there in 1858.
That was so cute the way she said Oregon.
She also said these nuts.
I didn't know I said Oregon strangely.
Oregon, I think you said.
Okay, question 5. Texas has adopted the tree that produces this nut as its state tree since 1919. Half of the world production of these nuts come from the United States. Question 6. Although the name suggests something else, this is actually mostly grown in Bolivia and harvested from the wild rather than grown on plantations. They can pose a danger to workers as the heavy nuts fall from trees. Question 7. What nut grows by adhering to the bottom of its fruit? The nut is nearly always treated with roasting, boiling, or steaming before removing the shell that produces a nasty oil related to poison ivy. Question 8. What nut is a great source of omega-3? It is recognized as the oldest tree food known to man and was considered food for the gods in Roman times, where it was named in honor of Jupiter. Blanching and then baking them can remove the slightly bitter flavor of the skin. Question 9. Harvested by shaking the tree mechanically and then catching the nuts, they can be dyed to cover up stains in the shell. In China, they are called happy nuts because they look like they're smiling.
That's clever.
Question 10. This is the only low-fat nut and also the only one that has vitamin C. Most of the other calories come from carbohydrates, which is why they are often dried and milled into flour. Okay?
I think we're going to learn something today. I will.
Good, that's the idea, right?
Yeah. I have some nuts right here. But I'm afraid to look at it.
Other questions?
Straightforward.
Okay, here we go.
Let me put the people in who need to be in. Christy is in 4. Jamie, you are in 2. I'm going to 3. Oh, hello, team.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, we're missing Jane.
No, I'm here.
She's here.
Oh, Jim, I mean, I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
looked
we're
at the
missing
thing and
Jim.
said the wrong name. So there's only 4 people. Oh, you have Gail. Okay, that's right. I'm Gail. I'm Gail. Hi,
Hi, Gail.
Hi, Gail.
Well, Gail, so you know the answers to all these, right, Gail?
Yes, but I can't reveal them.
All right. Who's gonna
That'd be unfair.
who's gonna take notes? Who's note taking since Gail's not here?
I can write them down. I don't do the screen
Look at
thing
all those
that she
books
does.
that she has behind her. Of course she can do it.
Yeah.
Of course, you're in the perfect location.
I
So I
am.
think number 1 is macadamia nut.
That's what I said.
That sounds right. It's Australian.
And number
Do we have the?
2.
I don't see it in chat anymore. I don't see the questions.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, poop on a stick. I don't.
okay.
Do you want me to put them in? It'll just go to us. Okay, so there's 2,
Okay.
3.
I don't know this, but the Oregon one, which is number 4.
That's the
might be-
hazelnut. Yeah, that's the hazelnut.
And I also don't know this, but I thought that the Bolivia one, which is number 6, might be Brazil nut.
Nut.
Yeah, that's what the question sort of screamed.
And then 3 is peanuts, right? Because peanuts are.
Yeah. Are not nuts.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is the bumblebee one the almond?
I don't know.
I know that there's a lot of bee pollination done in California for almonds.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And then when we came down to the Greek one, or what is
Yeah,
the
which also sounded like almonds.
Yeah. That's why that's where I got confused, because first I put almonds for number 2, and then when we
Yeah.
got to the Roman times and honor blanching and then baking can remove. For some reason, I also thought that one was.
Yeah, I was confused by that too.
Number 9 is pistachio, right?
That's what I put.
The smiling one? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what a low fat one is.
Cashews?
Are they low fat?
I don't know. I don't think so.
And they're milled into flour. I mean, I don't know.
No, it seems like that'd be too expensive because cashews.
I've never heard of cashew flour.
Bless you.
I don't know. Number 5. Does anybody know what the Texas one is?
Pecans.
Pecan, like pecan pie.
Pecan. Yeah.
Right.
It's a pecan
That makes sense.
or
That does.
pecan if you're not from Texas.
Yeah, I always called it pecan, but pecan.
I call them pecans. Just to avoid using
Pecan,
either of those.
It's like a bird sound.
You don't want to. You don't
Here
want
we
to
go. Here we go again. We're doing the bird sounds. 7. I have no idea.
Oh, what was
It's
that?
not chestnuts. is it?
I've known that. What was that? Oh, dang.
Walnut. The bottom of its fruit.
I don't know. How about number, okay. We don't know what number 10 is. Is walnut somewhere in there?
you know, you mentioned almond for several of them, and I would almost think almond is the low fat one also.
Yeah. Yeah, it
know
feels
it's
like
healthy.
almond is the answer to
Yes.
3 of them. That's not right.
Could be. She's tricky.
Well, there is, yeah, there is almond flour, isn't there?
There is. And almond milk.
And almond butter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they really?
So
I didn't think they were low fat though. I think
Almonds are.
I'm going to tell you something and then go tell all the other teams. There are no duplicates.
Okay.
Ah,
Thanks, Gail.
I like thinking she was tricky. I mean,
So
because there's no rule that
think
says you can't.
I think that number 7 is cashews.
Let's see.
I know that cashews tend to be one of the more expensive nuts, and because they're difficult to harvest or there's difficulty in them.
It
So-
could be, and they are more expensive and they're more tasty and more, I think that might be because they're oily. I don't know though. But they are more expensive.
Yeah, I think number 7 is cashew.
Okay.
Okay, so what do we got so far? We've got for one is that was the Australian one. That was, what did we say?
Macadamia.
Macadamias, yeah.
Okay. And the bumblebee one we thought was
Well, we thought
Almond?
but we don't know. So
That's one of the almond ones.
That's one of the almond ones.
so what else can lower blood sugar?
Homeopathy.
Stop that. Could walnuts be lower
I don't know.
cholesterol?
Who knows?
I had a friend family that she had a walnut tree and it was so awful.
I mean, the only reason I keep
don't
going
think
back
it
to the omega-3 oldest tree, for some reason, I think of olive oil and almond oil. Almond oil is used in the Middle East, so I just don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
But
one of
it
these has
was
got to be
named in the
walnuts.
name, but wait a minute, it was named in honor of Jupiter.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have that one already. Okay.
So
olives were the oldest tree.
yeah, but is olive a nut though? I mean, that's what I'm.
Well, she was really specific about the instructions of what was considered a nut. An olive.
Do you have to break olives out of anything?
No.
For her
I
definition.
didn't think
No,
so.
I think this one is walnuts.
Walnuts?
Right.
But that's not the name of Jupiter.
Yeah, I don't know where that yeah. But walnuts have been eaten for a very, very long time.
Well, olives came out of Greece was known for its olives, wasn't it?
Right.
Still is.
Yeah.
Is
And
Greece known for
omega-3.
any other kind of nut?
Well, olives aren't nuts.
I know that's the problem.
I know, but is Greece known for any kind of nut?
They're just monetary policy.
Okay, been known in China for nearly 5,000 years. Jane, the question is, Oregon is the greatest producer in the United States after a Frenchman planted 50 trees there in 1858. This is your question.
Hazelnut.
Okay.
Also known as the filbert.
Is it the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So
So that's number 4, right?
yeah, I had them wrong. I forgot we already had hazelnut on there. Sorry, Jane, to make you force you to answer something that we've already answered.
It makes
The
me
Jupiter
sound,
one is now where I'm
it makes
at,
me
right?
sound confident.
Yeah. So are we missing anything besides number 8?
Oh yeah.
Number. Which one is 10 then? The almonds? All right. Then what's okay? Then 8 is what? Walnut, you
In
think?
the honor of Jupiter. Okay, just go from there. The honor of Jupiter. So it would be nuts? Is there something called nuts?
Not that I've heard of.
Joe, is Jupiter? What are the names for Jupiter?
Jupiter.
What is jojoba?
Well,
Jojoba oil.
that's an oil. It must come from, what does it come from? What kind of plant?
I don't know.
It might come from like a leaf though, like a.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I
Like an
don't know.
aloe or something.
Okay. See, do you blanch walnuts though?
No.
See, number 8, that's why I'm still confused.
No,
Not
you
sure.
just take them and you crack them and they come out.
Because don't you blanch almonds?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sounds familiar. I sort of think almonds fit in all of these.
Almonds fit in many of them.
That's why I think, I don't know. Poop. Because I think fat wise, almonds, I mean, they're lower than others, but I don't think they're low.
I know that I can remember hearing a nutritionist talking about if you're going to eat nuts and you're trying to not, put on weight, almonds are the best ones to eat.
Yeah, almonds are the lowest fat nuts, but they're not low fat.
Yeah.
But it's supposed to be good fat or something, or
all nuts are good fat.
Yeah, they are good fat. Yeah.
Except
They're good fat,
chocolate on top
providing
of
you're
them.
not looking at calories.
Jupiter.
I have almond butter almost every day on my rice cakes.
Oh, that sounds good.
It is good. The only one that has vitamin C, I don't know. I'm just confused between 8 and 10. I want to say almonds, but I don't know. One of them has to be something else.
Well, unless we're really confident that almonds belongs in one of these answers, we could put it for all of them and get one of them correct.
There you go.
Are you almost done? I'm thinking closing the rooms. Everyone seems to be close.
Okay.
Yeah, you've got 2 minutes, so go for it.
Yep. So you want to go with that plan, Jane? Just put almonds for 8 and 10 because one of them's right, one of them's wrong.
Okay, Leonard said one of these should be walnut. We don't have a walnut anyway.
I thought we put walnut for, did we put walnut for number 2 or for another one?
I don't know about walnuts and bumblebees. That doesn't sound right.
No, and it wasn't number 2.
Well, we grow walnuts out here. We have the bees, the Central Valley, we're known for walnuts and almonds and cherries and grapes.
Did we already use walnut, Carolyn, for one of these?
We were debating whether it was 8 or 2. So
I don't think it's
right,
2.
Right, Leonard?
Yeah.
I don't think it's 8. But okay, can you think of another in the next 50 seconds? Can you think of another nut that is common-ish enough that we haven't mentioned? Hazelnut, chestnut.
Oh, that's a thought.
Could one of these be a chestnut? And you have 40 seconds.
What did we put for number 2 then? If we didn't put walnuts, because
what do you
another nut?
Where do you think walnut belongs, Leonard?
What do we have for 8?
20 seconds.
Okay, we'll just say walnut for
also
8,
chestnut,
and then chestnut for 2. I don't know what else to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
To guess.
Whole lot of guessing going on.
Yeah. Okay.
Good job.
And almond for 10.
Yes, Carolyn, for 10.
You know, he said for a long time that you can't predict. I thought this was much easier than you folks seem to have thought.
It was easy.
You always say that every time.
Almond fit
you
No,
everything.
it's
go.
often the opposite. And this time I was surprised. I was at first going to give you all the names of the nuts so you could match it. And I said, I'm making it too easy.
Yeah, that would have been really probably too easy. Maybe.
I don't know.
Okay, so you want ready for the answers? I'll tell you the answers and then I'll put them all in the chat afterwards.
Okay.
Okay, question
Gail,
one.
Gail, wait a minute. Have you had that background the whole time?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You can give us a hint.
And
And
notice
somebody when I first went into my team, they said, what is this? You're going to do nuts? Because they knew I was doing a category. And I said, crazy people. So I thought that's why you thought it nuts.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Gail was telegraphing it from the beginning.
and I don't know about you guys, but all of the chat has disappeared again. That's really strange.
Yep.
Oh man,
And
that
it's
could be a
interesting that
problem.
it's not everybody. My chat has worked perfectly.
Yeah, mine's been great.
My
I
chat's
haven't had
fine.
any problems all
Time's
night.
perfect.
Mine's gone.
Yep, mine's gone.
Gone.
Mine
It's
is
the California version that's screwed up.
No,
Oh,
no,
it's
I'm
fine.
in Jersey.
Fine.
It's blank here.
I'm in Jersey. Must be in the wrong part of it.
I'm in
Is there
Kentucky. Mine's
is
gone.
there any such thing as the not wrong part of New Jersey?
The part I live in.
Ooh.
We don't live off an
Fighting
exit on the turnpike.
Okay, so are you ready for the answers?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, question one, as I heard somebody say and recognized immediately, the toxic to dogs is the big giveaway there. The answer is macadamia nuts. And
All
no,
right.
they don't come from Hawaii. They do now, but they originated in Australia where they were brought.
Roseanne Barr has a huge
job,
farm.
Karl.
in Hawaii.
Yeah.
So don't let your dogs eat macadamia nuts.
What if you don't have
It
a
won't
dog?
kill them, but it'll make them very sick. Okay, number two, I thought all you Californians were going to get that easily because of all the beehives being brought out to fertilize the almond trees.
Oh, no.
But we picked
California
almond
almonds.
for everything. Everything.
Yeah,
fit almond.
yeah.
It was only the answer for one.
I know, but it fit so many.
But the beehives are used for lots of things besides almonds.
Yes, that's
Honey.
true. But that's why I put all of those different things in there, because they also are demonstrated to lower cholesterol levels, blood pressure, and assist with blood sugar control, which I thought was incredible when I learned that. And the antioxidants are concentrated in the skin. So if you blanch the almonds, you're getting rid of one of the major contributing factors. And that's true of only that nut. So that's why I put so many things in there. Okay, question three. It's technically a legume, which should have been the giveaway. It's a peanut. Peanuts aren't really nuts, which is why I had to do that category at first.
Invented by George Washington Carver. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I thought it was interesting that they were not African
I
originally.
thought it was invented by a guy named
They were
Schultz.
later, but. And question four.
Sergeant Schultz.
Question four has two possible answers. They are either hazelnuts or filberts because they're the same thing.
So if we got them both, we get an extra point.
It's the same thing. You just
Always looking for an angle, aren't you,
With an
Kevin?
echo.
Oh, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Question five surprised me when I learned that. The state tree in Texas is the pecan.
What if we wrote pecan?
A pecan is fine.
Or pecan.
Pecan, pecan. I don't know.
Tomato, tomato.
What if we wrote P wave?
Lots of pepper incorporated.
You're
And
one
there was,
round late.
there was a hint in number six. The name suggests something else because they're Brazil nuts
Yeah.
Oh.
that are not from Brazil.
Yeah, that one was
Okay.
obvious.
Yeah, that was telegraphed in.
And the nut that grows by the bottom of the fruit, that is the cashew. And you've never seen a cashew without a
Gesundheit.
shell.
Good call,
because they-
team.
And remove the shell before immediately because it's toxic. And that's why you don't eat them raw usually, because they've already been treated in order to get rid of the shell. Okay.
That's why they're more expensive.
Yeah. The number 8, the one that's named in honor of Jupiter, it's the walnut, one of the most original nut foods.
tree.
Why is it named Walmart? Walnut. Walnut.
Because it's
after
in
Jupiter.
ancient Greek.
Oh.
This is one of the very first nuts used by people as food.
But what
And
do
of
what does
course, the
walnut
other
have to do
hint
with
was
Jupiter?
the blanching and baking them because they're slightly bitter. And if you blanch and bake them,
Didn't answer the question, Gail. What does it have to do with the name Jupiter?
because that's where they named them.
But Jupiter and walnut have almost 0 letters even in common.
Walnut in Latin is Euglandium.
There you
Probably
go.
comes from Jovus.
There you go.
Okay,
Oh,
that was the answer to the
Thank you.
question.
They were named
Thanks,
in honor
Caspian.
of Jupiter in Greek, right? Okay. Number 9. There's a hint in there because the shells used to be dyed. Those are pistachios.
Yeah.
And
They
they call them the happy nut because their shells are open. They look like they're smiling.
I'd never heard that before, but it made total sense.
And finally, number 10, the only low-fat nut is the real giveaway there. It's milled into flour. It's the chestnut.
Oh
my
my
We have
God.
them. Oh, team.
We did good.
Yes. 10 out
Keeping our
of
streak
10.
alive.
Gail,
Yeah.
we answered all the right nuts, but we put them into the wrong.
I was listening to some teams that were doing the right nuts in the wrong places.
Yeah, that was us.
And Christy, another thing we used to have, and Troy, we used to have that sometimes there were 11 questions or 12 because people were so excited about their category. But you could only get a maximum of 10 points, but they stopped doing that.
We got rid of that.
Jane just blamed the chat that it put him in the wrong order, like it's doing for everybody else. There you go.
Good try.
The chat renumbered them.
After we do the points, I want to share a video because I live on a pecan orchard. And so we're harvesting this
Wow.
week.
Oh,
So I
really?
want to show you
Nice.
what tree shaking looks like.
Okay.
We had inside info on our team.
Yeah.
Texas proud over
Ringer.
here. Do you want me to share it right now?
Yeah, go for it.
Sure,
Please.
that'd be fun.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's see if can you see
As long
this?
as- No,
Not yet.
Nope.
as long
You
as it's
can't
not a
see anything?
Rickroll.
You have
Maybe
to
it's
click the
because
share
I'm
screen.
on my iPhone. Yeah, I did share screen, but
Yeah.
let's see.
You should just act it out.
Show us
Do
what
we-
it looks like.
Maybe.
Can I
We're
set it in the
creative
chat
dance.
and
Yeah,
then
put the
Yeah,
link
put the link in the
and I'll
chat.
screen share it.
Yeah, if it's a YouTube
and
video,
then,
yeah.
and then
just give
someone
us a
else
link.
can share the video?
Yeah.
Okay, let's find it.
Susan knows
in my-
how.
I can do that. I do know how, I do have the technology.
Susan knows things.
Things that make her strong.
Mhm.
So I'm told.
She
Here,
did the
go ahead and do the
Bionic
points and
Man.
I'll-
I don't see anything in the chat. Is there? supposed
Yeah,
to
go
be
ahead
something
and
to
do the points. I'm finding it my camera roll.
Well, now I know there is such
go
a
to
thing
scores.
as
Okay,
chestnut
she said go to
flour.
scores. Okay, let's do scores.
Right.
So let me go
Right.
to screen share and share my screen so we can see the scores. So
Surprised chickpeas almost fits for the chestnut answer too.
Mhm.
But it's not a
We
nut.
almost cut our
They're
hair.
not nuts though.
Yeah, but
And-
there was a peanut.
But a peanut is at least thought of as a
And-
nut.
Okay, we almost cut our hair at 10. All right, so Crosby, Sills, Cash, and Chung.
She'll get it right one of these times.
It sounded
I
like
think we
someone
got- I
sneezed.
think we
Was
have
that a
6.
Sound like a stick. All right. And Homeland Security's Jewish Space Laser Task Force.
8.
Okay. Vector 2010.
9.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay, I asked chat box for a stupid name for a team.
We are continuing our streak at 8.
And we have a tie.
Oh my God.
Nice.
We got the highest score. Woohoo.
Because we're nuts.
Hey,
Savor
Good for
this
you.
moment.
What?
I said
Savor
good for
this
you.
moment.
Yes, well, that's it. Yeah, I gotta savor some moments in my life. That's
So I am looking at the screen and I see the full face of Karl, which means He has a category.
Dun, dun, dun.
Do we have the video yet?
No.
I'm working on
I'm
it.
gonna see you guys next time. Take
Bye,
care.
Carolyn.
Bye,
Carolyn.
Carolyn.
Go shake some
Bye.
hands. Okay.
How are we doing? No, we're doing good. It's only 11 o'clock.
Zeke, you look like you
I
have two
think-
Zeke and
heads.
Zekelet.
You have two
I
heads
think
in that.
12 o'clock.
It's only 9:11 if you look at Gail's
It's
chat.
90 it's 9:01.
6:06 according to Gail.
No, wait a minute. Gail's chat thing with the numbers came in for me as 11:57, which is the right time here.
I
Gail's
see
came in to
9:11.
be-
Caspian just posted, it says 9:15.
No, mine says 12:01, which is the correct
Same.
time.
Mine says
Mine says
12:01.
It's your
9:01.
computer, Erin.
Mine says
6:06.
6:33.
6:06 over here.
Let's see. Gail says 8:57. Caspian says 9:01.
The really funny thing is, I've Googled, Zoom problem with chat 2020, and there's no hits. Like no one else is mentioning it.
Yeah, I did that
Did
too,
that
Rob, and
too.
I didn't see
Nothing.
anything yet.
Hi,
And the same
Sarah,
thing
how are
happened.
you?
The same thing happened last week when the videos
Hello.
were fucked up. There was no.
We have a
comments on it.
visitor.
Yeah,
Hi.
keep
the
language,
queen.
clean up the language.
Oh, you got the wave down.
That's the Queen's wave.
Mm.
All right,
We're
I'm gonna
being
put this
visited
one
by
to bed.
royalty.
My team, I'm not leaving. I will come back.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. Nighty.
Mute yourself. All right, here we go. Karl, I understand you. Ooh, Kevin, that's scary. Dr. Evil. Karl, so do you happen to have a category for us tonight?
Yes.
Would it be
If
something to do with bobbleheads?
no. So if people are having problems with chat, would it help if I put a Word document in the chat that you could download that has all the questions in it?
No.
Yeah.
No, just give it to us like normal. We just want
Well,
to have something to bitch about.
You're gonna have a hard time doing this round if you can't read the questions.
Please do.
I vote for the
We can read,
document.
we've been
All
able to
right.
read the questions.
Both hands.
So
Both
just do the
hands.
document,
both.
download it.
Go away.
Do
All right,
both.
so
Yeah.
there we
Why not
go.
both?
All right.
Uh-oh, team show lyrics.
So normally I would wait a few weeks between rounds when I'm doing the same subject, but I already had this one all ready to go and I couldn't wait for it. So this is round 2. In this round, one of these sets of lyrics was never actually used in the show. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
All right. So number 1 is going to be a slow pitch right over the middle of the plate for you.
Shooting in 3, 2, 1.
You take the good, you take the bad, you take them both, and there you have. There's a time you got to go and show. You're growing now, you know about. When the world never seems to be living up to your dreams, and suddenly you find out blank are all about you.
Never heard it.
I expect everyone to know that one.
I have never heard that.
Number 2. Like the ripple of the water, sends a message to the shore. So I know forever after, I will miss you more and more. It won't be easy. No, it won't be easy without you.
Aw, thank you, Karl.
Hold on, Susan.
Somebody's thinking of
I'm
me.
just getting started, Susan. Number 3.
Remembers me.
Wheels on fire, rolling down the road. Best notify my next of kin. This wheel shall explode.
Karl's he's got it down.
Hold on, Susan. I'm still going.
Oh man.
It's cold outside. There's no
Oh, my
kind of
God.
atmosphere. I'm all alone, more or less. Let me fly far away from here. Fun, fun, fun in the sun, sun, sun. I want to lie shipwrecked and comatose, drinking fresh mango juice, goldfish shoals nibbling at my toes. Fun, fun, fun in the sun, sun, sun.
You've been in our video cassettes.
He's never been to my house.
This ends the Susan portion of the round.
Oh,
Number 5. Through early morning fog I see visions of the things to be, the pains that are withheld for me. I realize and I can see that suicide is painless. It brings on many changes, and I can take or leave it if I please.
I do know this one. I used to play it on the piano.
Number 6. Another slow pitch. Straightening the curves, flattening the hills. Someday the mountain might get them, but the law never will. making their way the only way they know how. That's just a little bit more than the law will allow.
Oh, here comes Alan.
Number 7, show me that smile again. Show me that smile. Don't waste another minute on your crying. We're nowhere near the end, nowhere near. The best is ready to begin. As long as we got each other, we got the world spinning right in our hands. Baby, rain or shine, all the time, we got each other, sharing the laughter and love.
Aww.
Number 8, it's time to play the music. It's time to light the lights. It's time to put on makeup. It's time to dress up right. Number 9, and we're zany to the max. So just sit back and relax. You'll laugh till you collapse. Just for fun, we run around the Warner movie lot. They lock us in the tower whenever we get caught, but we break loose and then vamoose, and now you know the plot. And finally, number 10. Well, I'm not the kind to kiss and tell, but I've been seen with Farrah. I've never been within anything less than a 9, so fine. I might jump an open drawbridge or Tarzan from a vine, because I'm the unknown stuntman that makes Eastwood look so fine.
Well, that's interesting. Hi,
What?
Alan.
I have a question.
Yes.
So what are these ... and the brackets in here mean?
The ... bracket means there's some lyrics exerted, taken out. So
That
we're
would be
skipping
too
some lyrics.
revealing?
Oh, so this is
Redacted.
part
You
of it.
redacted it.
Some lyrics have been redacted.
So these are lyrics that were never actually
No,
used.
only
No, no,
one
no.
of these. 9 of these are lyrics from the theme song that were used in the theme song to the show. And one of them is lyrics to a theme song that were never actually spoken in the show or in the theme to the show. But they are actual lyrics to the song.
Okay, got it.
Okay, and I know which one that is.
Send us to our rooms.
Here we
We
go.
got this. We got this.
Oh, yeah, easy. Good job. Oh, I got to put Alan on a team.
Mm.
How exciting. Where am I going to put you? Let me see real quick.
Better put me on Karl's team because otherwise I'm gonna kill whoever's team
You're
I
on
go
room
on to.
team, room 2. Crosby, Sills, Cash, and Chung. I'm going to go.
Yay for Susan. I totally forgot while Susan was saying she knows all these. I'm like, oh wait, she's gonna be on our team. Yay! I got a few of these, Susan, but there's
Okay,
some of
which
these I
ones
don't
do
know.
you, which ones? Oh, do you
Well,
want me to
let's
tell you
just
which
go
ones
down
I
the
know?
road. One is Facts of Life. What do you it sounded like you
I didn't
knew
know
like
Facts
2,
of Life.
3, yeah, 2, 3, and 4 maybe.
Facts of Life. I'm writing them down. Oh, you got them right here. Number 2 is Star
Okay.
Cops.
Is what?
Star Cops.
Star Cops.
I've never even heard of that.
Best. I've mentioned this so many times. It is the best sci-fi ever written.
Star Cops?
I'll have to watch it.
Is that like on ABC or something? I don't know. I've never
It's
heard
a
of
British. No, it's British.
Oh,
Oh,
Only
yeah.
one.
No wonder.
There's only one season. It was incredible, absolutely incredible. And I say that all the time. Number 3 is obviously Wheels on Fire, running down the road. It's the comedian, the British comedian. It's called.
I know the song. I just
You
didn't.
guys know it. It's wait.
No.
Yes, you do. It's absolutely fabulous.
Oh, I've never watched the show.
Never watched it.
That is hilarious, but it's only for certain types of people. Some people can't.
But I know Karl loves that show, so
It's wonderful.
That's the name of a show.
absolutely fabulous.
Yeah,
Two-
Fab.
the comedians are amazing. You guys will know
Yeah.
the comedians. They're very famous British women.
I'm familiar with the show. I just haven't watched
Right.
episodes
And
of
then
the
number
show.
4 is Red Dwarf.
Yeah.
And I know Caspian somewhere singing these songs with me.
And 5 is the one that we never actually heard the lyrics. But it's
MASH,
it's the
yeah.
lyrics to
Yeah, that's
MASH.
from MASH.
That's that music
Yeah,
that
the
they always
song
played.
had lyrics, but in the TV show it was just instrumental.
Just
And the
instrumental.
song is called
Oh.
Suicide is Painless.
Yes.
I used to play it I actually used to play it on the piano. Back in the day when I knew how to play the piano. Back when I used to be able to speak Spanish.
But
Like a
could you
whole
play the
nother
piano
world.
in Spanish?
Oh,
Yes.
No.
No.
Straight
Anybody
for-
know number 6?
No.
So Mountain might get him, but the Law never will. The
Is
Mountain.
this Dukes of Hazzard or
I was
something?
gonna say, is it Dukes of Hazzard?
Or that somebody in the Bandit.
Smoking
Well,
the
it's a
Bandit?
TV,
Oh, Smoking the Bandit, but it's a TV show.
which is why I'm saying Dukes of Hazzard.
Dukes of Hazzard.
Just the
Hmm.
mountain parts throw
Describes
me
the
off. But
show.
maybe, yeah. I mean, we can put it, but I don't know if that's.
I have no idea. I never watched the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thankfully.
Is 7 Who's the Boss? It sounded familiar, but I
Never
wasn't
saw it.
positive.
I've never seen the show and I don't recognize the lyrics, so it's very likely it is.
Okay. Well, I'll leave it for now. If someone else comes up with something else, I put a question mark on it because I wasn't positive, but it sounded. Okay. Number 8. Is that a spelling mistake? I'm assuming
I
it
think
is
so.
supposed to be it's.
I
not-
Yeah, I would
Oh,
assume so.
yeah.
Time to like, it's time to put on, it's from the Muppets. Dun, 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 dun,
Oh, Muppet
Oh, that's-
Show.
dun,
Thank
yep.
you.
All right.
dun, 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 on the.
Thank you, Susan. I knew
bum.
it's like, once we think about it. And then 9 is Animaniacs. For any of you
Which
that
one?
actually watched that. Number 9.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's a cartoon. I watched it.
And you
When I
said
was a kid,
this
it
was
was
Fall
funny.
Guy, I never saw that either.
Yep. Lee Majors played the Fall Guy. So that's awesome. We have an answer to everything. We just don't know if
That would
they're
be
all-
pretty funny if our team only got 8s when Carl was here. And then when he leaves, we would do
And
better.
it's Susan. Well,
Yeah,
good.
we
And
need to get a
Susan.
10. That would be hilarious if when Carl's not on our
I
team.
know, right?
I don't know. I
Let's look
think
at
we'll
this.
get 8. We'll probably stay
Yeah,
strong
we'll
with
probably
8.
end up getting a couple wrong and we'll just continue our streak of 8.
The
But I'm
fact-
worried because I'm sure there's going to be some teams out there that'll probably get the 10 on this. Kevin sounded pretty confident.
He put
Yeah, Kevin, yeah, he definitely sounded like he knew this one.
Caspian will know a bunch of them too.
But then
Yeah.
there's times where Kevin has sounded confident and then he didn't know some of them. So I don't know. We'll know. Who knows? But he sounded pretty confident. 1 is definitely the Facts of Life.
Send a message to the show. You guys have got to see Star Cops. I've got the whole come over, Deborah.
And you know
I
that
will
that's
show you
Star
the whole
Cops
season.
and
I have
that's
it on
absolutely
DVD.
1, 2, 3.
Really good.
And then 4, we're pretty sure we have the first 4 correct. 5 is correct. Suicide is painless.
Any changes?
Okay, but
6 is a
yeah,
complete guess. It just, that
Yeah.
describes the show, but
it does.
that-
The mountain threw me off. I don't remember
You know
there
the
being
theme
like
song
a mountain
music,
in
how it
Dukes of
sounds?
Hazzard.
Would that fit? I don't know it. Do you guys know the theme song sound, how it sounds?
Hold on. It's just the good old boys, never doing no harm, I think. Yeah, it could be Dukes of Hazzard. I'm trying to think of all lyrics and how it goes. Because he purposely probably picked later verses or whatever because everybody knows how a lot of these start out. So
Yeah.
all right, now hold on. Let me think about number 7. I want to make sure that I got, because that's the only other one that I'm really kind of unsure about.
No. Nothing easy without you.
Dang it. I don't know. Who's the Boss might not be right, but I can't think of what else it might be. Hmm. Okay. Well, we got an answer for everything. We're pretty confident on most of them, but We
Or
might
look at
continue.
it.
We might continue our 8 straight, Carl.
Scroll up to the
Streak
top
of
for me.
8.
Let me see the top half.
Oh wait, hold on.
If the top half is wrong, blame Susan. Those are all her answers.
Well, I mean,
I'm happy. I'm
she
happy
didn't know
because
number
I
one.
know
Amazingly
I'm
enough,
confident.
you've never seen the facts of life.
I'm reasonably confident my Susan strategy has worked as intended.
Oh, good.
Carl's smart. I keep telling everybody, I will be on your team. You know me.
Unfortunately, Caspian played this week.
Well. Oh, because of course he knows them all
If
too.
Caspian hadn't played this week, we would have had a decisive advantage in this round.
Kevin sounded pretty confident going into this one too. We figure we're going to have another 8.
All right. Probably
So Carl, you've seen Star Cops, right?
many times.
Is it
It's
one
one of
the
my
best
all-time
of all
favorite
time?
shows.
I need to
It's a
watch that
great
show.
And people keep telling me, like, what is that? I swear that
It is one of the best examples of hard science fiction.
Oh, is it?
There's
Oh,
nothing in Star Cops that is scientifically impossible. There's no warp drives. There's no faster than light travel. There's no teleportation.
There's no
Everything
aliens?
in Star Cops could happen.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
aliens. It's mysteries too. They're really
It takes no unknown science to do what happens in Star Cops.
There's science that
It's the
doesn't
most
exist
grounded
yet.
science fiction you'll ever see, almost.
Expanse is close, but then that whole proto-molecule business kind
The
of
foundation of Expanse is hard, but then you've got the proto-molecule. But this is hard science fiction.
As I've told
It's a cop show in space.
Yeah, I wonder if I saw a couple episodes because if it was ever like aired because again
It was aired
watched
on
Doctor
PBS.
Who.
Channel
I was
9
gonna say,
here. Yeah. That's how I saw it.
I watched Doctor Who and then Red Dwarf was on right after, so that's how I got sucked into both of those shows.
Yeah, Red
so.
Dwarf will do it too. Carl, there's a couple Star Cops that never really aired, and I have the DVDs or I torrented
They
or
never
something.
aired, but I've probably seen them.
Yeah, they're kind of rare. There's like two.
They
one
have
where he's
they
playing
have
pool.
some.
Do you remember the one where he's playing pool? He
Yes,
goes onto a base and he
Yeah.
he has box.
So what was it?
Not
Why didn't they air?
not only is Star Cops completely grounded science fiction, it predicted essentially the iPhone with Cortana on it.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
An AI.
He has a box that he talks to and tells it it's a little bit bigger than a cell phone, but he tells it to retrieve data and do things, and it does.
It's incredible.
So I can't find it on any streaming platforms. Like, how do I watch it?
No, you
I
can't
just
watch it on
buy
streaming platforms. It's
Not on BBC America or anything like that.
where would I had to buy this DVDs, but I had to make
difficult
sure
to
that they
find.
were
Okay.
it's so
So the
strict.
question is, Carl, has it appeared on a device or on a service that we can watch?
I wasn't going to mention that given that we're recording, but yes.
Okay.
It is where
Is
you
it
think
on
it might be.
YouTube? Can you watch it on YouTube?
I don't know.
I don't know. It might be on YouTube.
Let me look.
I think it is on YouTube because that's
Yeah.
where
It says Star Cops, the complete series, YouTube.
it can be a little tricky because
Oh yeah, there it is. It's all there. 50 minutes.
the quality of recording varies from episode to episode there.
Yeah, here you go. I Googled watch Star Cops and the first thing that came up is Star Cops, a complete series, YouTube link.
And the STU, who you would think, who's written a book on the future of from science fiction, they'd never heard of it. And I don't know if the new book has Star Cops mentioned in it. Who's read it? Rob probably's read it, huh?
There you go.
I need to know.
All right, I got to add that to my list.
Every few years I watch it again.
I wonder what the quality is.
Me too. It's so
So
good.
good.
And there's it's a little dated.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, and it's only 9 episodes. I mean, they're an hour long.
one
so
season,
it's like
yeah.
9 hours. Yeah, but that's not bad.
I wonder how many episodes I have.
Nine
How many were
hours
created?
of TV you can get through in that
And you know what? The characters
in like
are
a week probably.
are so realistic, and that's
They're
not-
real people, yeah.
Yeah, they're not.
They
they're
have
not
flaws
actors.
and
They look like they could be the person that they're talking about. They don't look like somebody who's with perfect teeth and perfect nails and perfect everything, and they've just been,
Susan, I have a question.
yes.
One thing that I missed, but I don't know if it's just not a feature anymore or if it's just too complex to do anymore, is once we've all given our team names, you rename the rooms to the team names.
Oh, you know what? I was doing that, and then you guys go to your rooms, and then when you come back, they would be all erased. So I stopped doing it after about 5 times of having it.
So it keeps the rooms in order, I guess, if you leave them as their room numbers, or just it would, because it was neat seeing, or did you have to do it each time?
Well, I would name you guys,
Right.
and then, you know, like on the first round, and once I knew your guys' names, and then when we come back, they'd be all disappeared. It'd just say room 1, room 2.
Dumb. That was a neat feature.
So Sarah, so Avi paid a visit?
Yeah, you can watch the video and
Yeah.
your son. If you'd like to see your son.
For all
And
5
I-
minutes he was on.
And oddly, although they have very strict import limits, they allowed him to enter the country with that thing on his head.
As long as he wasn't
They won't
smoking.
let him back in with it though.
Only on Zoom will he.
Gonna be quarantined.
He'll be
And
like,
his
"Oh,
sister just landed in Frankfurt to come visit him when he
Oh,
gets
is that
back.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
What did you put up, Christy? Oh, is that the video?
I don't know. We'll see if it works if you can click on it.
I'll try. You got the sharing on. Okay, let me do it real quick. Since I've got that right here. Hold on a second, you guys.
So it's this specialized machine that has rubber grippers. Can you full screen it?
Yep.
And they come in and grab the trunks. This is just a little tree.
And what kind of tree is this?
This is a pecan tree. And they
Awesome.
shake it and the nuts just go everywhere. Yeah, and then they come back behind them with sweepers and sweep up all the nuts into rows, and then it gets sorted into this truck. So
I've seen I saw a video of where they take this giant
Net.
like net, like a
Yeah, I've seen the one with the net, the same thing.
really far, and then they shake it, and then the nuts fall into it, and then they were able to.
And I've seen another video in a movie with John Wayne movie where they did that with monkeys.
Yes.
That was cool, Christy. That was cool.
we moved 12 pecan trees last year, and so we had to like chop off all the branches until it was just a trunk essentially, and they came in with the spades and picked up our trees. And pecan trees have a really long tap root, and so there was one tree, it took him like 35 minutes where he was just tugging, you know, one side, and the tires aren't inflated all the way, so it can kind of bounce and like tug to get the tree to lift out. And then they take a core out of one hole, and you know, they start the first hole and put that dirt somewhere else, and then put the tree in that hole, and then dig the next hole and then plug the other hole, if that makes any sense. So it's this whole game of like taking a core and then filling that hole and then getting the next tree and putting that in the next spot. And so it's pretty amazing when you're standing on a piece of grass that like was an acre away, you know, and it's like blended right into the lawn again.
Is that the thing? Is that the thing with the big blades that come down and chop a circle?
There's like 4 spades that like dig in and.
I'm telling you, machines are amazing. The technology we have nowadays is amazing. All right, so let's hear our lyrics.
All right, well, you need to stop recording.
That was interesting.
You need to stop the recording, please.
Oh, yes. Or
for this round,
I
and
will
after we
Tarzan used to swing, so it was called the Tarzan. That was weird.
What an opening sequence, the fall guy.
I think it's a great concept for a show.
Were these all from a certain era or something?
They're all shows that I have watched in my lifetime.
Most is the 70s, I think.
70s, 80s, a little bit of 90s.
90s. All right, let's go to
All right,
scores.
you can resume recording.
I got tomorrow's Wordle in just 2 guesses.
Well,
I
Oh,
got it
that
in
and
one,
something we care
Mike.
about.
I
How many
got it.
guesses do we care? Yeah.
Yay, Mike.
Have you resumed recording, Susan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Number one was The Facts of Life, written by Alan Thicke. Number two was Star Cops, written by the lead vocalist of the Moody Blues and produced by Tony Visconti. Three was Absolutely Fabulous, written by Bob Dylan and Rick Danko. 4, Red Dwarf. 5, MASH, lyrics by director Robert Altman's son.
Do we have to spell it with asterisks?
No.
I did.
6 is The Dukes of Hazzard. 7 is Growing Pains. 8 is The Muppet Show. 9 is The Animaniacs. And 10 is The Fall Guy.
Okay, and for everybody who's watching now, if you're a science fiction fan, if you think you're a science fiction fan, you need to have watched Star Cops and enjoyed it as much because it's the best sci-fi ever.
And you can find it on YouTube.
Yes, thank you, Karen.
The entire series.
And I've talked about it like 10 times in trivia. So just
There's no
All
way.
we
This is the
have to
first
do
time
is
I have a
just
recollection.
remember
of
what you
it.
said.
Don't ever remember you saying anything about it.
Yeah.
I've heard her say it, but I thought it was another.
I definitely
another name
heard
you
it.
gave
I have looked for it. I said, where can you stream it? And I never got any answer where I could find it. I don't know why YouTube.
so
didn't
I
come up.
have said it a
Ben
billion times.
gave you the link.
Yeah,
now.
you guys saw it, right? I put
Yeah,
in
thank
a
you.
playlist of all the
Okay.
episodes.
I got that copy.
And I just looked on YouTube and searched. It's there.
It's right there.
Yep.
So Star Cops and what's it called? Project Hail Mary are get there or you're gonna end up
Required reading.
it's gonna be you're gonna be put it this way. It's gonna be spoiled if you don't do it soon. Even though Star Cops has been out for like 40 years. All right. So we have some kind of close scores, but it's starting to spread a little bit. But let's look at Cosby, Seals, Cash, and Chung, which I gave you, Alan. So you should have 10. Can't hear you.
Get 9.
Well, that's pretty damn good. You're welcome. I gave you Alan. Thank you.
Way to go, Alan.
You got
Good job, Alan.
Alan got them all.
Stop right now. Homeland Security's Jewish Space Laser Task Force.
8.
Good.
Mm.
We almost cut our hair.
8.
Okay, so back here, let's go with Vector 2010.
9.
Uh-oh.
She's on.
And this one is the one that was Karl's team, who's been getting 8s the whole time until I got on.
Now we have a 9.
Oh,
We still have a tie.
They broke the Susan curse.
That's
They broke the Susan curse.
well,
So
well,
I've
Good job,
not-
Susan.
So
Karl
I
says-
haven't even been here all night and I'm still in last place.
Oh, poor Alan.
Well,
Well, don't
you're
take it
gonna-
personally.
when you join late, you get put on the team of the last place. So that's fine.
Susan was very helpful in this round. Good job.
Thank you.
Susan.
There's a
Yes.
witness.
Certainly she
Props to
was.
Susan.
It was designed for Susan to be helpful.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you
Otherwise, we
did
would've got a
good
10.
job.
Well, I didn't know that. one.
Super cops.
Well,
Star
Karl
Cops,
comes
come
out of
on,
room. He
Kevin.
says, "Well, fine. If Caspian
Some
hadn't
of the
shown
best
up,
sci-fi
we
TV.
probably would have
Forgotten already.
with the other team that got a 9 was
Star
what Caspian
Police.
knew. It's just the way it is, guys. Sorry.
Star Trek cops. I'm gonna have to look it up.
No Star
Be
Cops.
fun, the Star Cops.
Star Wars cops. Is that what it's
Star
called?
Cops. Okay, so what am I doing here? I
RoboCop.
forgot what I'm doing now. I'm trying to find the
RoboCops.
Kevin, bonus.
Kevin. Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. I am I went blank.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Kevin, there you are.
Okay, I had written a different category, but because of the recent events, I've changed it to
Boston.
David Crosby's top 20 Billboard hits.
Oh my God.
Uh-oh.
Name 10 of his 20 biggest songs. If you get any one of the top 20, you get a point. You need 10
Okay,
of the
just
top
him?
20 hits.
Yeah, as a
Well,
solo artist?
anything he was involved in,
Okay.
him
Any
Thank
group
and the
he was
groups.
involved in.
any groups he was involved in, that he became listed as in Billboard as a hit.
Oh my God. We were talking about this on the way home. I hope I can remember some of these.
I hope so too, because you're on my team.
Oh my Lord. I can tell you some stories about him though.
Go get your boyfriend
But
there and tell him to.
He's the one that was telling me the stories.
He might know the answers to the questions.
No, he's asleep. Man, let me see if I can remember them. I tell stories.
Right.
I don't
I don't even know who this guy is.
Yeah, he's not one of my guys. I don't know.
Okay, so he was in the Birds,
so.
right? And so he was okay first. So Crosby, Stills. Okay, so Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young is the group that he was in. So that was I think he was in the Birds before that. And the Birds did the song, didn't they do To Everything Turn?
Oh yeah, turn.
Isn't that the Birds?
That's the Birds. Yeah, if he was in the Birds, that's a good one.
And like I said, we were talking about this in the way, and we weren't talking about the song specifically. We were talking about the stories that Mark knows about him because he was with him. He knew him. So it was like, oh, wow, what a jerk. So,
yeah, he wasn't known to be Mr. Personality, but he's human.
Very heavily into drugs. Mark's
Okay,
shocked.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 7.
Well, there you go.
Let's do them.
Count them off.
Thank you.
Okay, I gotta read. Can you read what I wrote? No. Southern Cross.
Okay.
There's on the southern skies. Almost Cut My Hair, which I totally would have forgotten about, except for the name of their group. Turn. I think you already got that.
Yeah.
Mr. Tambourine Man.
Oh, okay.
Stop, children. What's that sound?
Everybody, look what's going.
And Teach Your Children Well.
That's right. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. I guess that's only 6.
Okay.
Oh, I should have known Teach Your Children Well. Yeah.
Teach your children well.
That's their most famous track, I think, right?
Father's hell. Lyrics are brilliant.
All right, David Crosby.
That's all I know.
So he was in the Birds, right? And he was in Crosby, Stills, Nash, and then Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young.
Nash and Young. And yeah.
And he was never in Creedence Clearwater. Okay, no.
No.
Wait a minute. Does this have to be as hits? Like are some of these not going to count, or did we just do any song?
It says top 20.
Oh shit.
Let's just get to 10.
Yeah, let's
Right.
We'll take out the ones that we don't know.
Okay, Almost Cut My Hair probably is not a hit.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that's probably not a hit.
Okay.
Was he in any other groups besides those?
Or write songs for other groups, maybe?
Yeah.
He wasn't in Buffalo Springfield. He took stills from Buffalo Springfield. So and that's when they went and made Crosby, Stills. Now, so can you think of anything? What else has the Birds done that was really popular? Besides Turn. What else were they known for? Karen, you would remember.
No.
You are the music expert here.
I didn't listen to good music. I listened to crappy pop music, not the good stuff.
Pop music. I remember that. Pop music. Wasn't that one? That was another one of our questions. Pop music. Okay, let's see. James, don't you know this stuff?
Nope.
Troy? Brandy?
Is it punk? Then no, I'm not gonna know it.
Kyle? You should
He's not. Yeah, this isn't
I'm
my
really
wheelhouse.
shocked. Okay. Karen, remind me of something so I can remember, because I need help remembering that I can fill in once you give me a tune.
This title has children in it. Did he write about other children?
He had a child with Melissa Etheridge.
No shit.
He is the semen provider.
Oh, there you go. All right, that makes a lot more sense.
See, that's the kind of useful stuff I know.
That's the kind of stuff I would know. The gossip and the stories behind it. Okay, so he's 81, and so this is back in the day when.
So it's basically like songs my parents listened to.
Yes.
Okay.
Which means you probably listen to them too.
Yeah.
Knocking at
When I was little.
door. No.
Did he die or something? You said
Yes,
he was
today.
I think so.
That's why it's on the thing.
That was today.
because it says in the title on a weekly Billboard Hot 100 through January 1, 2022. And I'm like, was he still singing this last year?
That would be surprising, but you never know.
So the only one of the group is still alive is Sills. And Crosby's. Kevin, you're gonna be so disappointed because Karen knows.
Sweet, Judy.
Sweet child of mine?
No.
Sweet Caroline?
Blue eyes. Sweet,
Oh.
S-U-I, not sweet, S-U-I-T-E, colon.
Oh.
It's not ringing a bell.
Sweet blue, yeah, sweet, colon, Judy Blue Eyes.
Okay.
I'm sure that's a hit, but not the haircut. The haircut's not a hit.
One
scratch
team asked me a question about whether it's a hit or not. I said, these are his 20 biggest hits, whether he was in whatever group.
the birds, yeah.
Yeah, whatever group.
Sweet Judy Blue Eyes.
He had, I think, like 30 hits or something, but the top 20 hit the top 100. He had other hits that didn't go all the way to 40.
You'll recognize Sweet Judy Blue Eyes when you hear it, Susan.
You're pointing to me, but you're pointing to me and looking in a place where I'm not. So that was really weird.
You're over here to me.
I'm up here.
For me, she was pointing in the right spot.
I'm up. You're pointing at me and looking at me, and you're down here. That's weird.
Okay, Southern Cross, teach your children well, turn, or to everything there is a season. Sweet Judy Blue Eyes, stop children, what's that sound? Mr. Tambourine Man.
He didn't do California Dreaming, right? No.
Nope, Mamas and the Papas.
But it was that same era.
Yep.
Mark was telling me how David Crosby was the problem and got Steven Spills just like, come on, let's go to a party. And the party was kind of like probably had the Mamas and the Papas there and that kind of era. So all that era of people. I bet Gail's doing well on this.
You are mine, I am yours. You are what you are. You recognize it when you hear it, Susan.
Is that the song? That's Judy Blue Eyes? I am yours. You are mine. You are what you are. I take it. Is that Blue Eyes?
Sweet Judy Blue Eyes.
I didn't know that was the name of it.
What'd you think it was called?
It's a wonderful song. I don't know. I just play and I go, oh, I love this song. I am yours. You are mine. You are what you are.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I just did a data skeptic survey on board games.
Oh yeah.
I think
Very
you should put a
cool.
range
Yeah, that's a good idea.
because it's like how many board games have you how many board games you own? I'm like, tons. I don't know. So I think I put 50.
What do you mean? You did an article about game?
He's got surveys and they're all different kinds of fun surveys. And one of them is how many board games do you own? And I'm like, it should be a range. I think like
That's a good idea.
Under
If it's a lot,
10.
people don't know. Yeah.
I didn't know.
1.
Oh, we get to give our opinion of data skeptic. Ooh.
Well, I'm gonna update that one soon. I want to have a question, something like, should I be replaced as the host? So I have like a weekly approval
I thought you
rating.
were talking about that.
Yeah.
Oh, you said who should be taking your spot? You said that, and I was like, Linda. That would be interesting.
Could he have co-wrote something that made this list?
Oh.
Like who would he have worked with?
Well, any of those people that were famous, like I say, the mamas and papas and all the people of that era, the Jefferson Airplane, Ray Slick, those were all his contemporaries.
Yeah.
We'll put, since we don't have 10, just put Almost Cut My Hair, just so we have
Right, yeah.
Oh, I
another
thought you
one
already
in
had it
there.
on there. No.
Even though I'm sure it's not a top
How does
hit.
it go?
1,
I've
2,
never
3,
heard of
4,
this song.
6,
Me either.
7.
How does it go, Karen?
I have no idea. I don't know it. I haven't even heard it. But I was curious what the relevance to that name was, that they almost cut their hair. So during the break, I looked up, what's that? And I thought, oh, that's a Crosby's song. He just died. That's probably why I see some of these, because I looked that up during the break.
There was a song that I think Buffalo Springfield did. It was called 1023.
Okay, put that.
But it was the same era. Beautiful song. I don't know if he was involved in it. I'm trying to think of what Mark has mentioned, because you're right. Crosby could have written other songs that were recorded by other people, maybe. I don't know.
Well, Brandy, you asked who wouldn't like Absolutely Fabulous?
Yeah.
My mother. She thought it didn't portray good Christian women.
It certainly doesn't. That's what's so great about it.
I thought it was incredible. That was such a fun show. I've watched it so many times. My kids hated it. I'm serious. When the song would come on, I'd start singing it and dancing and stuff, and they were so embarrassed.
Oh my goodness.
They never would watch it because I was embarrassing, I'm sure. Well, but that was my job. I'm their mom. So
Right? I know, you gotta embarrass your kids. My kids are, well, one of my kids is hard to embarrass. The other one's pretty easy.
Well, one of mine's here, and I'm sure he's still embarrassed. When I start dancing around his stuff. We're polar opposites in personality in some ways. James, come on. Why are you being so quiet? Are you playing Wordle over there?
Nope, don't play it. I don't know any of the songs.
Sometimes while we're doing this, Susan, I'm playing something Kevin told me about called Quirtle. It's 4 of them at the same time. And sometimes
That's
I play
good.
it.
I'm glad you're
Sometimes
playing
I play it during
privately.
trivia.
I'm glad you're playing it privately. Sometimes I play solitaire. I don't.
All Things Must Pass. Is that George Harrison or this guy?
I don't know. Put it down.
Put it down.
All Things Must Pass.
Maybe he wrote a bunch of Beatles songs. We should fill it in with him. With the Beatles. No, I don't think so. Okay. Good try, game.
I can't remember the number correctly.
Oh,
And
Janine
so
was the ringer?
she disappeared, I guess.
Was Janine the
I
ringer?
had
on your guys' team?
one of mine got a real bad case of foot mites. I treated her
Oh, they're talking about
today.
chickens.
Yeah.
How did you know? What was the symptom?
Oh, you can the scales
because
start to come up, and their feet are all mealy looking. There's this crumbly stuff. I soaked her feet in Epsom salt water, and then blow dried them with the hair dryer, and then I put Vaseline, just slather it with Vaseline, because it suffocates the mites. It cuts off their air supply.
But you only had to do that once?
Well, usually the Vaseline, you check the Vaseline, make sure it's still on there. And
be careful with that blow dryer. You don't want to cause any UFOs to appear.
I'm gonna have trouble catching my chickens. I'm just
Yeah,
saying. Although
How do you,
I'm happy, I have new barn boots.
How do you keep them from being reinfected if the mites are probably in the chicken coop?
I don't know, because another one had it. I did the same thing. They got rid of them, and nobody else got it for a while. They didn't spread all over the place. So
It probably had a dormant phase or
Let's
something.
go to Kevin.
You ready?
Let's go to chickens.
Let me tell you, that was one of the more interesting conversations I've heard when the other topic starts with the W. I'd much rather have this conversation, but
this is the social part.
Yes.
I
I
press
saw-
the enter on my key.
What,
I guess
Christy?
the answer's in the chat, and I can't post. It won't go. It won't
What,
work.
Christy?
I saw a TikTok yesterday, and it was this woman saying, "Oh, I haven't seen anyone show this method of how to dominate your rooster." And she like flipped it over and swayed it, and it was like a long video, and you read the comments and everyone's like, I've never had chickens nor never will have chickens, but I watched this whole entire video.
But it's
She
really
did what
fun.
to
Like,
it?
oh my gosh, I did too. Yeah.
What did she
Really
do to
fun to
dominate the rooster?
Oh, we're back to
Oliver
chicken
and
talk.
Gordon.
Doris,
What?
please.
Welcome to Chicken Talk.
She
I wanna
dressed it
know
all
what
in black.
I
You
want
gotta
to know
catch
what
it
she
first.
did.
So instead of
I thought you
catch
said no, because I thought you said she filleted it, and I'm like, well, that
Okay,
would do
can you
it.
share it?
That
No,
would dominate it, Deborah.
No.
Yes.
Kevin, can you just
Like-
share your screen?
I'm not, yeah, I guess my chat won't take it. I can't enter anything into it.
Well,
Is it too long? Is that why? Is it too much
Maybe.
text? Maybe that's why.
That's
we
Try
probably
breaking
can't
it up
enter.
into
And
half.
half
Split it,
works.
split it in
Yeah,
two.
try
Yeah, I
splitting
think that was it.
and yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try
Just
3
say
or
a little
4.
prayer. Say a little prayer.
It's a pretty big field. Because I tried to do my answers for one category. It got most of them. It's cut off.
Okay,
a
the
little
first
bit.
5 at a time.
There you go.
Everything turns.
Can you say them?
Yep, turn, Mr. Tambourine Man. These are in order from biggest hit to smallest hit. Wasted on the Way. Just the Song Before I Go.
Oh,
Woodstock.
That's the song. before.
Southern Cross.
Oh, Southern Cross.
Teach your children.
But we're not seeing that
Yeah.
second set.
Yep. I'm trying to get to it while I'm reading it.
man.
Sweet Judy Blue Eyes.
Good
8
job.
Miles High. Ohio.
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 How could I forget that one?
Teach your children, yeah.
Our House.
8 miles
Our
high.
house.
Our house.
A very, very nice house with.
Oh,
two
that was
cats
him
in the
too?
yard.
Two kids in the yard.
Two cats.
Two
Oh,
cats in the yard.
Two cats in the
Yes.
yard.
Yeah.
That
How
used
did they
to
get
be
them to
so
stay in the
hard.
yard? I don't understand.
I don't know.
Thinking of
Trick
stopping the
stock.
children.
Two cats
I
under
heard
the
about
mat
that.
at Carl's house.
Oh, we could have kept Hero, I guess.
Thinking of children.
These are the top
Oh,
20. and this-
Marrakesh Express. I didn't know that was his.
Were
I
you
forgot
writing
that
on
one.
That's
Marrakesh
it. Those are the
Express?
top 20. So if you let
Express.
10 of those, you got 10 points.
Not stop children. What's that sound?
Yeah, that's for what it's worth, and I guess he wasn't in there.
Buffalo Springfield.
What about?
Oh,
Yeah, but he was
That's
with him for a
right.
while.
No, he wasn't in Buffalo Springfield.
Oh,
All right.
don't think so.
word. That's right. Something told me that was.
Was he in Buffalo Springfield? All right, let's check that.
No, he was not in Buffalo
I'm
Springs.
looking
Okay,
it
that's
up.
what I thought.
Stills was in Buffalo Springs.
Right.
Scores.
Yeah.
Scores.
Yeah.
Young.
And he took him from there and started Crosby, Stills, Nash.
I thought he sang with them sometimes. Whatever.
He did.
Whatever.
No,
No.
he hung out with them.
Hey, I read it earlier today. How am I supposed to remember it?
Mark was
Well,
telling
I
my
mean, because
hair.
Mark used to hang out with Buffalo Springfield. So
Yeah, what happened to wooden ships and I almost cut my hair?
Almost cut my hair.
They weren't big. They weren't the top 20 hits. His biggest top 20. They weren't in the top 20.
okay, here we go with scores. Let's see what happens. We got some close ones.
Oh.
So the team that is named Crosby, Stills, Cash, and Chung. How did you do?
We only came up with 8, but we got 7 on the list.
Yeah, we had wooden ships was.
Oh, wait.
Oh, so 7.
Yeah, thanks. That's what I thought you were saying.
7.
Okay. We almost cut our hair.
I don't know. Somebody else is gonna have to.
I got 6.
I got 6.
Okay.
Okay.
Homeland Security's Jewish Space Laser Task Force.
8.
Nice.
Ooh.
Okay. Here's the
Sure.
chat box people who can't figure out a name for themselves without asking AI.
Here's when Karl shows his mastery and wins.
We got 9.
Oh,
Nice.
Yep, the only one that we had.
I'm hearing, do you hear the wind blowing? Ooh.
I left one off my list from you guys.
Here's the team that Kevin's team.
That you played on, Susan.
This was all Karen.
Did they
That
do
you
it?
know
Did
the
they do it?
guys.
I didn't know him.
9 to tie. Did they
You
do
couldn't
it?
wake up Mark?
He's asleep.
For the
Yeah.
win?
Mark would have had all of these.
What's the score?
Karen, you got to do it. I didn't keep close track.
Well, of course, because it depends who wins based on what our score is, right?
Yes.
That's why she should have
Gonna draw
woke
it
Mark
out.
up.
I'm happy
Drum
to
roll.
tell you
Drum roll, please.
that someone has won, and our score is 5.
No.
Wow.
I knew it was bad. That's why I kept saying, wake Mark up.
Oh, that's funny.
Hey, we didn't get last place, so
Oh,
hey.
Hey, we did. Yay.
Oh man, the person from the
JG.
future,
Cosby team got last
the person
place.
who's on the
Well,
yeah,
we
the
got
person
four
who
in
didn't
the
have a
loop.
Cosby.
The Cosby Sills Cash and Chug got last because
Last
they were making
place.
fun of
So
it.
Yeah.
The reason why we scored so high is we put all the questions in Chat GPT and they gave us the answers.
No.
That's not true. That's not right. Oh well.
Thank you, Kevin.
sorry.
That was fun.
That was a good
Yeah,
one.
well done, team.
And
Good job,
everybody's gonna
teams.
end this call and they're gonna go immediately to go watch all of the Star Cop shows and not forget to watch all of
No, I don't think
To
so.
read the book.
Project
too.
Hail Mary.
We're gonna go.
I'm gonna
look
watch
up
Project Hail
chicken-
Mary and read the
chicken
Stock Cop
lice
book.
on their feet.
Yeah. Well, at this
There
point,
actually is a Star
soon
Cop.
Good night, Erin.
till the
Good
movie
night.
Good night,
comes out.
Erin.
Caspian?
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
I'm
Based-
signing
Night,
off.
Bye,
everybody.
everyone.
Based on chat, I have no idea what time it is, but I'm going to bed.
Janine,
Okay.
it's
Night,
tomorrow
good night,
today.
everybody.
hey,
Good night.
Janine,
Caspian,
Yes.
what did you say
See
about
you.
Star Cops?
I said there actually is a Star Cops book.
wait till everybody leaves and
Oh,
I'll tell
is
you.
there? Is it based? Is it like?
Well, as I
It's
understand,
better
there's
than the
a-
TV show I heard.
the history of the show, and I think there's like some additional fiction that's been put out by people.
Oh, so it's not.
I know there
canon.
are some audio plays.
Yeah, there's some
Some
radio
of the,
dramas they made recently.
Oh,
Nice.
that wouldn't be as good.
I don't
No,
know.
I thought might be there's a lost
I'd
episode.
have to check to see if it was written by some of the same people.
Oh, that's such a shame.
I have a question. Bob, is that
Yeah.
actually a chicken behind you?
No, it's
Yes.
2 chickens.
2 chickens.
Yes.
Where's your chicken, Susan?
Like real chicken?
And that's a
Yeah.
real
Oh, yeah.
Tyrannosaurus
I
Rex
saw a
about to eat
chicken
them.
like that at Wilco and I almost bought it.
I saw
except
one
it
at
was
True-
$20.
I
Okay,
saw
who's
one
I
at
asking?
bought
True,
my barn boots instead.
That's Max and Mim.
I saw it at True Value this week. Then
My
it was
chicken?
it was $10, but they had a small one and they also had a large one. So
Oh,
maybe the
interesting.
large one was $20.
Okay, who asked that?
Troy did.
I did.
Troy did.
Troy. Okay, see this is my hand. Okay, it's a regular hand. She's this big.
So it's a real chicken.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
but she's that big.
Is it like your pet chicken or something? You
Well,
keep it
yeah,
in the
there's-
house?
I don't know if it's pet
They're
chickens.
tiny. I don't.
I'm concerned that he's not letting them go to bed on time.
They'll sleep in.
It's still light in the room.
Yeah.
He used to whenever the weather was
there-
different. Before we
I
started,
have-
he would show all the chickens out in his yard.
Yeah. When the sun hasn't gone down by 8, I start out in the yard and I have chicken cam, but I have 15 that live outside and 3 of them are bantams, or 4 of them are bantams, but they're not as small as these 2. These are special. So I didn't want to subject them to the weather.
Are
But I'll
bantams
take
the
them
ones
out.
with bell bottoms?
Yeah.
They're adorable. And sometimes, and you'll hear them clucking through the. It's
Yeah.
hilarious.
Well,
And we've
when
done
I first
categories
get
on
'em-
chicken trivia too.
Yeah. We
How
do a
many
lot
of your
trivia.
chickens are laying?
Trivia.
Huh?
I'm getting about 6 eggs a day from my.
No,
20.
three is good. 3 is the best I do anymore.
Oh, I'm
Um,
doing surprising amount, but some are so old they aren't laying at all, but they
Yeah.
all have names, so I have to keep them.
Yeah.
And then I have a bunch of young ones, and the young ones are giving me about 6 eggs a day. It's more than I can use, so I've been donating to the local food bank, and they're
You're rich
so
right now.
excited.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, no,
eggs are.
Yeah,
Sell
it's
them
as
on-
expensive as a dozen eggs are in the store.
Sell them
You
in
could
a
be
sell them in
making
a
that.
dark alley. Go ahead,
Yeah.
come here. You want eggs?
I would rather donate them to my neighborhood You know, we have people in
Good
need.
for you,
Dynamite?
Janine. Good for you.
You could split the money with the food bank, sell them and then give them a bunch of money.
I think they'd rather have my eggs. They're so delighted. I'll bring them in and I'll say, now these were laid this morning, and they're just like so excited.
Now that's farm fresh eggs.
That's farm fresh eggs.
My-
I keep the old ones for me.
My neighbor gets a lot. He just says, take what you want. So, cause I open and close his coop usually,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
but he opened and closed today because I had a doctor's appointment. We had supper out of town, so.
Yeah.
he
I was
went
just
ahead
gonna
and closed-
say
closed
to
me up.
Christy and to Troy that this is a very odd group of people, and it's wonderful. They all have their own little idiosyncrasies and skills and stuff, and that's a nice thing about
Christy, I really enjoyed seeing how they harvested.
You would never know.
That was really
what
good.
it is, what category people are going to have that is like people are going, oh, well, I know all that.
I think we do the same tree shaking for the Filberts.
Yeah.
Karl has a question for me.
I didn't work in the field on the Filberts much, but
yes, Karl.
We have 10 acres of pecans and a bunch
Oh,
of
wow.
ornamentals. And so, yeah, my main job is harvesting wood. And so that's my pet project is making sure that the firewood is organized.
Well, come out to Santa
Because
Cruz
there's
area.
always
They've got
more wood
wood
to be
on the
processed.
beaches out here that are something awful, the driftwood. Yes, Karl?
So Susan, on my round, how many answers did only you know?
Well, I got in there a couple
4
minutes
maybe?
late.
Did only she know in our group? Because there were other people that got 9 that round.
I just mean in our group.
Okay,
Right.
didn't know
Oh, yeah.
facts of life.
Right.
Star Cops.
Yep.
Wait,
Fab,
knew
I
Star
had to come
Cops?
up with a name. Once I came up with the name, Brandy said she knew it, right? That's how it was.
Trask.
Red Dwarf.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody else knew Red Dwarf. Ben?
I knew Red Dwarf. I didn't know Absolutely Fabulous just because I am aware of the show, but I don't watch it, so I didn't know the theme song. So you knew that one.
I think Ab Fab, once I said it, Brandy said, oh yeah, of course. Right, Brandy?
Brandy
I
wasn't
wasn't
on
on
our
that
team.
team.
She was on a different team.
You're
But
getting
she
the
did
teams
get it,
confused,
though.
Susan.
You're psychic because she did get
Christy
it.
was on our team.
Yes.
Okay.
But you're psychic, Susan, because
But she
Brandy did get
she
it.
hadn't heard Ab Fab. And
So-
MASH, Ben and I both knew. I think it was
Okay.
Ben and I
So
both.
my
knew.
Susan strategy was not instrumental to our victory then.
She knew
Star Cops, Ab Fab.
2, 3, and 4. I also knew 4, but she knew 2, 3, 4. You knew 5 as well, right? Yeah, I knew 5 though, because I had heard the
So Ben and I
lyrics
knew,
version.
so I
with
only really scored 2.
I had an alternate category, but I changed it
Well, don't
because of
tell us
what
because you're
happened.
gonna probably do it.
No, I'm not going to tell you what the other one is because I'm going to use it someday.
Yeah.
But I had an alternate one that I was going to use, and then I said, I'm going to change it. And I started looking it up and pulled it off during the break. That's what I decided.
So
to change.
Christy and Troy, what you will find yourself doing if you stick with this and then decide you're going to do a category, you'll be just living your normal life, and all of a sudden someone will say something, or you'll read something or see something, and you'll grab a piece of paper and you'll write down, ooh, trivia category, or you'll put it in your phone.
trivia
and
names.
Your brain will start working like, ooh, that could be a good trivia category.
Oh my God.
Or,
Well,
or you'll
Troy's
wake
gonna-
up in the
Troy's
middle of the
gonna do
night, grab
one.
your cell phone and send yourself an email with the time.
Yeah.
Back to sleep.
Troy's gonna do one on February 2nd.
I
And
already,
some-
yeah, I
Don't
already.
say
have-
anything.
I
And,
already
and
have all my
sometimes when
questions
you're
ready.
working
Yeah,
on
I
a
mean-
category, it'll evolve and it'll turn into a different
Oh, yeah.
category.
Or
That happens
spin
a
off
lot.
5 other categories.
Or you think it's easy and then you can't get 10 questions.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can't tell you how many 8 item bonus rounds I have that can't be finished.
Yeah.
That's so funny. We need to start a Google Doc.
I wanted to tell Janine a story. I was telling you. Can I
Yes.
finish it?
Sure.
So I dried her feet off. I slathered them with the thing, and I, got her, and then I took her out and put her out the front door. And we have a wooden wheelchair ramp that they built for my wife when she was in a wheelchair. And she just walked up and down the ramp back and forth, just complaining at me. I wish I'd brought my camera because it was just this random walking around. Didn't, it's like jump off the edge of the ramp and go join the flock. But she just like 5
they
minutes.
gotta
rap, rap, rap,
complain.
rap, rap, rap. I know.
She was whining because
What
you
was
did
that
stuff to
all
her feet.
about? Yeah.
I
But
don't
luckily,
think I could catch mine. I don't catch them
well,
except for bugs.
yeah.
Bugs would come for mealworms.
Did Deborah leave? Deborah left.
I
Karen, you're
can-
still here. Karen, I'm gonna go meet Arlen tomorrow for lunch. You wanna come with us?
I can't tomorrow. I've got that Democratic election thing. Otherwise I would
That's
be
Saturday.
Oh wait, tomorrow's Friday? No,
Yes.
tomorrow Friday.
You know
I have-
Arlen, right?
I have a class from 10:45 till noon. And then I got stuff with the People's Oral History Project.
Oh my gosh, you're so busy.
Meeting Gary Carnes and Fritz Conley.
Fine.
Why you gotta be so busy, Karen?
She's so busy. Well,
I
she's
have-
she's
I
very
love it.
good at what she does, so everybody wants a piece of her.
She's a very important person, Susan, and she
No.
has stuff to do.
No, that's
She
not
is a
true.
person that does stuff. She volunteers and people volunteer her.
I like doing little projects and organizing people and stuff. Like the people I'm meeting tomorrow,
She's
we have
talented.
our friend who co-authored a book with us. He passed away in May, and he left all of his belongings to us. So now we have. Now we have the
Oh, it's happening to Karen.
we have the Juan D. Martinez Cultural and Historical Collection. So we have to catalog it, working with the Historical Society, raise money, all that stuff. So working on that tomorrow.
Yeah, Kyle, I'm looking at this retirement one. I don't even know how to answer. What age did I start saving for retirement? 0. What age do you plan on retiring? I'm already retired. So
Oh,
how
good
do I
point.
answer?
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you answer that if
Good
you're already
point.
retired?
I can't do it.
The age at which you actually retired.
But I mean
That's what I would hope.
But I can't remember.
But it's
Kyle,
definitely worded.
What if you just go ahead?
I actually had a class. Well, my degree is in social and behavioral sciences, and actually have had like 3 statistics classes. I know it's hard to tell that I've been educated. I even have done a class on survey design. How to design a survey. I know that's a shock to anybody listening right now, but and I had to do like, what's a good question? How do you ask it? What's, how could it be misinterpreted by others?
Yeah.
So if you ever want to run questions by me, I'd be happy to say.
Oh, I may take you up on that very soon.
Because I do. I mean, I actually have. I'd like to be able to use my class thing in there. Speaking of survey design, really awful survey design. My company I worked for, which was a Life Touch, it was a company that did baby photography and school photography. They were so awful at it. It was the worst. I would be cringing. Like they would say, this is a perfectly private study, perfectly private. Absolutely do not reveal who you are. And then it would have like, how long have you been with the company? And they'd ask you private questions about like opinions of things. And they say, how long have you been with the company? And then you'd click a button or whatever. And I always fell in because I was there 34 years. So nobody ever stayed like more than 10 years. So
So they totally knew it was you.
Obviously,
Yeah,
de-anonymizing
Obviously it was me.
questions.
So
Yes.
I always said, I'm not answering the surveys because it's going to reveal who I am when I get to that part. I'm like, well, I'm not finishing it. And then they would do stuff like they would say, they would base the survey on a 9 to 5 job. Like I remember one, they said, how do you feel about the weekends? What do you do? I mean, what do you do on Friday? Isn't Friday the best day or whatever? Something worded that way. And I'm thinking, that is Friday is the day I know I'm going to be I've got the whole weekend. That's the crazy time for us. It was like the most insane time, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then they'd word the question like we're off work on the weekends. And it was just like, who designed this? This is stupid. Why would you have
They
have
are
the
off
office
work
workers
on the weekends, and it doesn't occur to them that other people aren't.
No, it didn't at all. It was so dumb the way they designed the surveys. And then like at my working in retail, we didn't go to the bathroom. You didn't get a chance to go to the bathroom when you had a chance to go to the bathroom. we were bladder problem. There was bladder issues, I know, with all the women in our field.
And it was wrong. All of you listening on the recording,
Absolutely
that
was
was
wrong.
wrong. People
We
should
were
not
totally
be treated that
mistreated.
way.
If Karen was in charge of the labor, she would have had us in a union, and we should have been. But it was ridiculous because they would always be like, "Oh, they'd get holidays off," and we were like, "We have to work holidays. We have to work extra hard on holidays." And if we need
Susan, why do you hate America?
I'm telling you, it was just corporate thing. They were like, "Oh, we're so close." It was just such an awful thing. But anyway, so the worst design of surveys I've ever seen was in my company, and nobody cared about. And if I said this is badly designed, and this is the reasons why, they just didn't care.
So I'm very excited because tomorrow and Saturday are the highest tides of the year in the San Francisco Bay, and the amount of wildlife that gets flushed out of the plants is just amazing. So I'm looking forward to seeing birds that I have not been able to see for.
We're
the
waiting
entire
for
year.
the high tides
Yes.
tomorrow in my hometown because we have a dead whale on the beach and we're hoping the king tide
Ooh.
takes
my
it out.
Yeah.
They finished,
don't-
they finished the autopsy and they're hoping they take it
Necropsy.
away. Necropsy,
Just
right?
don't try to blow it up with
Yeah, don't
explosives.
blow it
It'll
up.
be
Won't
bad.
blow it
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
It'll be
We've
very
done
bad.
that
Have another
already.
clip.
Yeah, that
Kyle, have
turns out to
another
not always work.
That
That's
video was insane.
pretty Oregon historic.
Yeah.
Kyle, how many books do you read in a typical year? I'd like to know if that includes audiobooks.
Well,
Nobody's
in
gonna
my
glance
mind,
at
you don't
me.
read them, you listen to them.
Well, so
But it
but
should
my
count.
company, it is a book.
It counts.
It
If
should
you
count.
say-
Right. So yeah, you should count it.
If you say consume, but then that might,
That's a
Yeah,
good, I should change it to
That's
consume.
eating.
Yeah,
Consume.
because then if you eat a book,
Then you'll
Put
have to
that
wear
count
the
as
special
well.
sunglasses.
How would
I
I
don't
put,
consume books.
yeah, well, just,
you gotta have a range.
You know.
'Cause it's easy if
Yeah.
I'm reading books that are audiobooks, it's easily
how many books do you absorb?
absorbed.
Yes.
How about if you read Consumer Reports?
In
Yeah,
a theater.
that's not a book.
I really enjoyed
But you consume
absorbing Project Hail Mary.
Oh my gosh, you guys, you've got
That,
to.
that
it-
audio, that
I
audio
was
book was phenomenal.
Since
Really, really
how many
good.
times you've been to the movie theater?
John loved
Yeah.
it. I was really glad because sometimes I don't pick winners for our trip,
Um,
but
That's
he
You
very
really
listened?
liked that.
You listened to it as an audiobook?
We listened to it driving down to Saigon and
Yeah, it was
Wait,
Well,
wait,
we
great.
went
Kyle, here's another
5,000
problem.
miles.
How
You know what I
many
listened
movies
to
did you
driving
see in
down
the
to
theater
Saigon?
in a typical year, pre-pandemic? That's an average.
Hmm?
Since the pre-pandemic, how many times have you been to movie theater per
Zero.
year or in total? Because
In total, as asked.
Susan,
so those are the 2 years. Yeah.
Hail Mary, Project Hail Mary, Susan. If you meet the new sheriff before we move on from Project Hail
Oh
Mary,
yeah, you said she loved it.
I recommended it and I told her my friend Susan was nuts about this book, recommended it, and she went through it like that. She loved it. So if you ever, you will. I mean, she
Well,
was there,
I saw her a couple
was
days
there on
ago.
Tuesday.
I didn't even think to ask her. Mark went up and introduced himself.
She loves your recommendation on the book.
I'll have now that I
Ah.
have an edge to say something to her that would make some sort of sense. Then I can say, I told my friend Karen, and Karen told you. So if you-
First woman elected sheriff in California,
LGBT.
first Latina maybe in the United States. She's 5'1". She's smart, she's funny, she's compassionate, she's great, and we got her.
Oh, she was something else. Boy, we saw Glenn Church. You guys know Glenn Church, right?
Yeah, that's great.
He's our superintendent, District 2, which he's not mine, but he's in my county. But that was so phenomenal. I was like, he's a good friend of mine. And it just
I wish
it's
I
so
had the
weird.
opportunity to vote for
I'm not
someone like that.
I don't never really paid attention to local politics until I met Karen, and Caspian got involved in them. So then Glenn is like, what? This is wild. I have supervisors. I even know them by name now. I don't know anything about politics anymore. All right. So I guess we should go. It's so
Yeah.
good to see you guys. We just got home about an hour before we came on to this.
Can I say one more thing?
You, of course you can.
Okay, so I came downstairs,
chicken.
so Ryan could, if he didn't want to stay to the end of the game, he could just shut down and go, go to sleep. He stayed through the last round. I can hear him just getting ready to go to bed now. So he's got to be up in 4.5 hours.
So he enjoyed himself.
Yeah, he did. He enjoyed that.
Well, that's great.
During the holidays when he didn't have to work, he really.
What
And
it
then
was-
he had like this band practice. It was actually worship team practice, and he skipped that. He called them. And they said, "Oh, it's all stuff we've done before. Don't worry about it." So he skipped that. He says, "I don't have band. I don't have worship team practice. We could sit here and play trivia."
Oh,
And,
that's so cool that you could bond with your son like
yeah.
that.
Oh yeah. And he got the red dwarf. I didn't remember that.
Awesome.
He
Yeah,
actually
he got several.
He got to
Yeah.
the round I was in. What was that? The first one? You and him were the only ones that knew the Batman stuff.
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
Yeah, well, what I could remember.
And Kyle, the reason I was asking was because I'm kind of
You're
generating
looking
a
at the
list
wrong, you're not looking at him.
so that, but you caught me just as I was buying my new barn boots. I am so excited about my new barn boots. They're like the best things ever. I can now go out to my garden because the water's like yay deep out there.
In my residence, how often do you use headphones? So inside the building, not like the garden.
In the house?
Because I use them in the garden all the time, but in the house,
Right.
I use them in the lab all the time.
Never.
And I don't even know where they are now. I've been
Social
retired.
media. Oh my God, which one?
I use my headphones a lot in the house.
John uses
I'm using them right
headphones.
now.
Yeah, so am I.
Which devices do you use to consume media?
All the devices.
Hard. No, I never use a tablet. And I never use TV anymore.
No, what
Very
about
few
toast?
tablets.
Oh, I did. It says I'm done. See survey. Take another survey.
Good night, Karen.
Can I retake
Hi,
these
Karen.
again when you get them more refined at it, or I can't because then
You can.
I can't take the same survey over again.
No, it'll remember you on that machine.
That's
So I'd have to
okay.
change
Unless you open a browser in a private session.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Susan, just
Or a
release your
different
IP
browser.
address and get a new IP, and then you can take it again.
I can do
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I know how to do these things.
Hey, there you go. Look at you. See?
I actually am tech. Believe it or not. Oh, look, Caspian's still here.
Or
Oh,
you could
God,
purge
he's
all
gonna,
your
he's gonna
cookies.
say she's lying about all of this. I thought Caspian
Or
was already gone.
just
Night,
go
everybody.
to the
Good
coffee
night.
shop down the road.
Night,
and you
Kevin.
can take it again
Good
there.
night.
Good
Caspian,
night, Kevin.
did you have no problem with all those Kyle's
Susan?
no Carl's things?
I
Wait,
knew
are we
who-
talking about which?
My round.
Yeah.
Okay, I knew 2 of them.
Did you know AbFab?
No.
For
All I could
shame.
think, all I could think when reading that was that it was to the same tune as the Hawkwind song, "The Psychedelic Warlords."
Which
Okay.
2 did you know?
Star Cops and Red Dwarf.
Did
The
anybody
obvious
else on your team know those?
I don't think
Oh,
so.
Red Dwarf.
I doubt
Oh.
anyone else knew Star Cops.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty
what-
deep cut.
I'm really
Yeah.
disappointed that I didn't notice Red Dwarf because when I saw it, I went, "Oh, damn! Of course."
I was bummed that I didn't figure out it was Growing Pains. I was like, is that who's the boss? I'm like, I didn't feel confident about who's the boss, but I couldn't.
I never
figure out
saw
what show
most
it
of
was.
those shows.
I've never seen any of those.
Oh.
Never seen any
The
of them.
first one that came up, I said
Growing Pains is the only one that I didn't really watch.
there was one, the very first one that you showed that Karl showed the people, and as soon as you pulled up that video, I was like, oh my God, I've seen that video 100 times. Those characters were
Acts of Life.
so
Yep.
but I don't
Never
ever
saw it.
remember seeing the show.
I've never even heard of it.
Facts of
I
Life
heard of
is
it, but
fresh in my
I
mind
had
because
no
it's dead to
clue what it was
me.
about.
It is a spin-off of Different Strokes.
Oh, yeah.
The
I
person
haven't
who
heard
played the
of-
house mother in Facts of Life used to be the housekeeper for the
Yeah,
Drummond
yep.
on Different Strokes, and she
And
left.
George
got her own show.
Clooney was on there as a.
Yeah, he was like
Yes,
the
he was.
handyman. Yeah, right. Handyman, I think.
He was a very, I mean, and he was in like
Typecast.
later seasons, and he was a very young
Yep.
I don't know if he was in anything before that, but is the first.
That
thing
was one of his
I recall.
early roles for sure.
If anyone knows who Pamela Adlon is, she was in later seasons of Facts of Life as well.
I know who she is, but I don't remember her being on there.
She wasn't a main character, but
That's cool to know.
So the Dukes of Hazzard I had heard of because when my mother slid on the black ice and put the car in the ditch, my little brother, who was about 5 or 6, said that wasn't nearly as much fun as they make it look like.
Oh
on Dukes
no!
of Hazzard.
Oh, probably terrified him.
Terrified everybody.
Yeah, that's scary stuff.
Do you think they can do
You-
that with modern shows?
What?
Like that we could have a category like this? Like there's just so much content these
I was
days.
Hey,
thinking-
Christy,
I mean,
guess what? You can do this.
well, part of the problem is nobody puts long themes with lyrics in modern
No.
shows.
Yeah, I
these
feel like they're all
Yeah.
instrumental.
They
days. Like a
make it
15-second instrumental, and then we get to the show.
right
Start
because that way
writing it.
they can do more
More room for
commercials.
commercials.
Yeah.
Well, it's more room for
Yeah.
commercials, and I think it just seems hokey.
To
But
have
maybe
words.
that's because they stopped doing it, and so we
Right.
associate it with older
Yeah.
past television.
Well, I mean, everyone thought that the theme song to Enterprise was the hokiest of the Star
Oh,
Trek
that was
shows. That's for
awful.
sure.
Gaspé
Like,
wasn't
what
here
is
on our
this?
list that week.
I've
was
never
a-
even seen it.
I
Yeah.
feel like the last theme to go viral is the White Lotus. Like everyone was like bopping to
I
that
didn't.
theme
I
song.
didn't see
What's
it.
a White Lotus?
It's a
The
the woman
HBO
just won
series.
best
But see,
actress, right?
that's what I'm saying. Like things aren't like as viral because like there's just so many more options. So everyone's
agree.
niched down into their, their thing.
Oh, I know a good category somebody could write. They could
You
say,
guys should watch White
here's
Lotus.
name
though, it's
name
fun.
all the put a bunch of different popular things and say which of the streaming services are they on?
Oh no.
Match them
Nope.
to the name of
That could be
Apple.
tough.
This is Apple.
That
This
would
You might
be
have
hard.
to change that if you wrote it a week ahead of time.
Yeah.
Right.
Uh-huh.
it's
Well, you
In
also
summary, The
have
White
getting-
Lotus is a really good show full of a bunch of characters that you don't like any of them.
yeah.
Yeah. Getting back to TV shows, you have another thing that's happening now is thanks to the show Stranger Things, is you have songs becoming popular again,
Again,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
where they're back on the charts that were
Oh, yeah.
songs in the 80s.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's because they go TikTok viral. They
Yep.
become attached with trends.
Mhm.
that's how
That
they
happened.
pop
That
up on the
happened with
chart.
Rock Band too. Remember when Rock Band would come out with this stuff like "Eye of the Tiger" and stuff, and everybody's like, "Oh, I've never heard that song before. That's great!" And we're like, "Oh my god!"
Yep.
And what's the other one? Galaxy, the Guardians of the Galaxy. Same thing. They
Yeah, they had a lot of good
songs
songs in
and-
it. Yep.
Great soundtrack.
And same
Yeah.
with anything that was a movie about the 50s or, like we're looking, a movie made now about the 50s, playing the music
Yeah.
of the 50s is going to make all that stuff popular again. So
Like
we'll do it again.
my kids love listening to the Stranger Things soundtrack, and I'm like, these were all the songs I was listening to when I was a kid, and now my kids are listening
Dad, you're
to.
really cool.
Apparently.
You know the words. You know the words.
I try.
How many podcasts do you regularly listen to?
100.
No, I've cut mine way back. I only
Oh.
listen to.
I've just added some. I've just added.
No, I
opening
take them way
arguments.
back because I don't have a commute anymore, and
That's
I
a
don't.
good one.
And I don't listen. Yeah, I was feeling guilty because I was not listening to them, and it felt really bad. So my list is,
A few episodes of opening arguments ago, I got to hear the guy say, "Leonard Trammell." Oh, hi, Leonard.
I have not.
He didn't say hi.
never
He
listened to
said
whole-
thanks.
One,
Yeah, that was nice of Andrew.
5,
Yeah, that's a really good podcast.
7.
Yeah, they do a really good job.
Regularly, I listen to 7. What? That's sad.
7. Podcasts and TikTok are my main media.
TikTok, isn't that funny?
Mhm.
Please list 2 or 3 of your favorite shows.
Current shows or of all time?
No, they're talking about podcasts.
Oh,
yeah.
What are they? What are your 7 shows?
What is the
Susan?
survey that you were doing?
Oh, Kyle, give us.
I'll
a
put it in the
survey
chat for
from
you.
his
Give me a
podcast,
second.
didn't
The
you?
survey.
Give it to
It's,
Cassie.
yes.
Sure.
The 7 that I listened to, in case you are interested. These are regular.
The survey to beat all surveys.
The Daily.
Well,
which
it's the
is
only
New York
survey that
Times,
matters.
Yes.
Data Skeptic, Underground Bunker, Skeptoid, Skeptic Zone, ESP, Squaring the Strange. That's it. I have a bunch more on here, but
This is data mining.
This survey isn't a secret experiment to figure out the minimum number of questions to de-anonymize someone, is it?
No.
And Tales from the Rabbit Hole, I like that, but he hasn't been updating.
Not for a while, yeah.
And
it seems
then,
like you have a type for the kind of podcast you like.
yeah, they're all skeptics.
Who would have guessed?
Well,
Yeah,
it's because
amazing.
they're friends of mine. So
So
I also
I know,
have
I know.
QAnon
I feel like-
Anonymous that I used to listen to, but I haven't.
So our public radio, which is what I have on all the time, has a lot of what would be podcasts. So Hidden Brain, Through Line, there's just a bunch of them that are podcasts, but I listen to them over AM radio.
Wow.
I'm not
Somebody
sure how
laughed.
to answer some of these questions.
So your public radio.
So how would I answer that question?
I don't
I'm
know
not
what my
listening
job
to it
title
on
is.
my device.
Cat,
but they're
I put Cat
podcasts.
Herder.
Yeah.
And Kyle was reading them off on the last episode I listened to, and he didn't mention Cat Herder. I didn't know what to put.
And-
What would you put?
What would I put for my job title?
Yeah,
Typically people put retired, but you can put whatever
no,
you
but
want.
I'm not.
Well,
I'm
then
not.
put your job.
But I'm not. I don't have a job title.
I don't have a job title either.
You're
They
an-
didn't give me one.
Susan, you're an author.
Oh,
Yeah, you could-
ooh, not yet.
Yeah.
Social
Of course you
entrepreneur.
are.
Yes, you are.
Sort
You
of.
write articles.
Yeah.
You write articles.
Yeah.
So articles would qualify.
You don't
My
have to
book?
write a whole
You
book to
don't
be an
have to
author.
write a whole book.
Yeah,
Plus-
you're an author.
The rule here in LA is
No,
you don't say
so
your
does
real
my-
job. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. You don't
No,
say
does
real
my
job.
thesis qualify me as an author?
That's
No.
right.
Yeah,
Put
I
it,
mean,
Kyle.
Because
I
it was,
got
it
you.
was just a
Sorry.
little. Might be a little too long ago.
It wasn't that long ago,
In
unfortunately.
LA, what?
Oh, the rule I learned when I moved to LA is you don't say your real job title. You say the job title you hope you'll get in 5 years when you ask what you do.
I have no idea what I put. I when I write to people, sometimes they say I'm an investigative journalist.
Ooh, there you go.
yeah,
My,
I
ti-
am.
you do journalism.
my title is boring.
You know what would be an interesting way to reword this question? How many books did you read last year?
Tell me.
What if you were to ask someone, how many pages did you read last year?
But then
Oh.
again,
That requires math.
That's
How
a
would you quantify
That's a
that?
No.
terrible question.
yeah, Cass, because would that be because I read a lot of like the New York Times and the Washington Post. I read it every day, but I'm doing it on my phone, so I have no idea how much of a,
But those
it could be
aren't
a
books.
page. It's not
But
a
it's-
book, right?
But
So
it's certainly
That's the
pages.
same
Yeah,
as
it's pages.
The material is pages.
and then again, the thing about podcasts, audiobooks versus
Oh, yeah.
nobody's ever been able to tell me exactly. You'd have, I mean, you ask people, is it reading a book if you listen to it?
I feel like it's a polarizing topic because
Yeah.
I could in my lifetime, this is embarrassing, but in my lifetime I could put like probably count the books on my hands. Like I'm not a reader. I've listened avidly my entire life. And so like I've never read a page of Harry Potter, but I've listened to it how many times? You
Oh,
know,
me
like,
too. I love it. Oh God, I've listened to that so many times.
I was just thinking
Jim
about it
Dale.
because Jamie reads, she probably reads 40, 50 books a year.
Wow.
I read maybe 12 to 15. But the distinction, I think, is hers are more in the 300-page range, and mine are more in the 700-page range.
No, yeah,
Yeah,
definitely going to be
that's the truth.
reading
And
less
yours are
of
going to
those.
be much more dense too. They're going to be more the kind of books you read are
Sometimes.
more. I mean, she reads more like
I mean, I have this great book
Quick
on
to
the 30
read
Years
books.
War, but I used to joke that I was reading it in real time.
how about how many books do you
Gonna
read?
start the 100 Years War next?
No, no.
It's just,
Why bother? I'm not going to finish it.
Oh, I saw some
Be optimistic.
comparison online about reading versus listening to audiobooks and how they said, I mean, you just consider reading, it's easier. But they made a comparison to something else, and I don't remember what it was, that made a good point of why, you just say, yeah, regardless of whether you listen to the audiobook or you read the book, you just say, for convenience, you just say you read the book.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you haven't read the Hail Mary Project?
Project Hail Mary.
yeah, I listen
Project
to
Yeah,
it.
Rick.
I mean,
So you're consuming it and you're
Right.
still able to,
Yeah.
versus reading it. I'm not a great speller because partly, well, I used to read
Mhm.
all the time books and I still do, but I didn't really look at words. I just went really fast over words. I'm a fast reader, so I never really sat down and took my time looking at words, like really.
So by
Yeah.
extension, if you watch a production of a Shakespeare play that's a full and faithful production, have you read that Shakespeare play?
right.
That's a good point.
I would argue
Yeah.
that you actually might have a better understanding of it than someone who has merely read the text but has never seen a performance.
Absolutely, that's a
Right,
good point
'cause
too.
there's a
But
lot
that
that
is the specifics of that.
What about
Um,
blind people? Have they read it all?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It could be
Yep.
deemed as ableist or classist because certain people don't have the luxury of being able to have time to read, and audiobooks make them able to be able
Yeah,
to consume
people
the
people
medium.
who have dyslexia that have a difficult time reading, they still would, if they
Or
listen to the
people
book,
with bad eyes?
yeah,
Yeah.
they're going to say, so is the
Both.
idea how many books you've consumed or you've read or whatever, is it about the content? Because, how do I say this?
Here's how we should change it. How many books have you read, listened to, consumed, comma, and like 3 other adjectives?
No, not consume, just
No.
slash. Just read / listen to.
How many books have
Yeah.
you fricasseed?
Yeah. It's got to be listened to though, right? There's a podcast I listened to that their introduction says something, if you haven't read, listened, or watched the episode, we're going to spoil it. And that's always bothered me.
Listen to.
What would
Yeah,
you
it's got to be listened to.
You don't listen
Yeah.
podcasts. You listen
Yeah.
to a podcast.
You listen to a podcast.
So I thought,
I agree.
yeah.
I would agree with that.
Did you listen to that podcast or did you listen to that podcast?
Well, what do you mean by watch?
Like watch a show. If you haven't
We've been
listened,
zeroing in on the thing.
Yeah.
Totally on a different subject. I can see listening to, I can see
yeah.
reading, but how would you watch a podcast or watch a?
No, it's like
Oh,
a show. It's what they're going to talk about. They say if you haven't read,
Oh,
listened,
like The
or
Martian
watched,
or something.
Yeah.
But
Well,
they're
watching
so
a movie
different.
and the book, they're different, but TWIV is TWIV TV. It's the podcast I listen to the most, but they are also, I could sit and watch them, which is helpful sometimes because they show graphs and data and talk about the data and sometimes even show an animated thing about how some drug stops a virus. And so that, in that case, I would have watched the podcast rather than listened to it, which I do sometimes.
What about people who put down books? who are 100 pages into 100 books?
Oh,
I don't
that's-
understand.
No,
how you
no,
do that.
Christy, you haven't given up on them. You've just set them to the side. You will get back. to
Well,
them.
I
As long as the
actually think
bookmarks
that-
in them, they're still.
That's
That's
another
just
vote for
strength of character
Casmian's
because,
approach.
like, I have the
Actually, yeah.
compulsion. I think it shows strength of character because I have the compulsion that, like, if I love a podcast, I am going to listen to every single episode and it's going to be a chore of mine. And so same thing with TV. So if you're not enjoying a book, but you feel the compulsion that you need to put it, that it's like not worth your time, like there are so many books that aren't worth your time. So to be able to put it down, like that's a real strength
Yeah,
of character.
I think it has. I think how many books
have to
have
finish.
you consumed that you could not put down? Those are. And what is this? If you could have a vegan dinner with any historical figure, who would you choose? What kind of question?
like that.
Kyle?
Well, before they ask if you
Explain yourself.
I don't know, just seeing how people would answer. I'm just curious.
Vegan dinner?
So Are you comparing that to a non-vegan dinner?
I
Yeah,
asked
well, it
that
says,
also,
if
yeah.
you could
Wow.
have dinner
Okay,
with
that's
any
good.
historical figure, who would you
I
choose?
don't know that it would
And I
change.
put Miss Marple. So if I could have a vegan dinner with somebody, what would the difference would be?
Wait,
You tell me,
did
it
you
could be the
say-
same person.
I said I wouldn't have a
Historical?
vegan dinner,
Bugs-
so sorry.
Bugs Bunny.
Well, maybe
Bugs
if you just
Bunny
wanted
would
to have a
eat
salad
vegan.
with somebody with no chicken on or anything. What, Cass?
Was the question historical figure?
Yeah.
How can you have dinner with Miss
Oh.
Marple?
Oh, sorry. I caught fictional. I was thinking and talking at the same time, which is a problem.
So is it who made this survey?
I
Kyle,
did.
right above you.
Kyle,
Right above you.
Who's not
up
necessarily
in the upper
Okay,
right hand
so
corner.
I
I
didn't
want to say
realize he was going to
something.
be under this. He wanted to go back to talking about chickens probably now.
Now,
Historical
so
figure.
your last two questions, I'm
Yeah.
not surprised the results on if you had to decide between saving the life of a puppy or an alligator, which would you save? Of
Is that
course,
on here?
I already said puppy, but the last one, I was shocked. It said, would it change your mind if you found out the puppy would eventually bite you very badly? And the
Oh,
majority said no, it
Right.
wouldn't change my mind. The
Surprising.
very minority said yes. Well, I follow fatalities by dogs, where dogs maul you to death. And yeah, I wouldn't go near certain ones of them if I thought they would bite me. Absolutely. It's
well, they look at
shocking.
you. They're gonna look at you with those big eyes.
That's how they lure you in.
I had to stop myself from petting a coyote the other day.
Oh,
Good.
you
As one
didn't
does.
invite it into the car and try and take it home and
I
make it
did
your
that with
pet?
a goat once.
Oh, there you go.
Last year I saw a coyote trying to cross.
I like goats.
What happens when a coyote crosses the street, Cass?
I don't know. I never saw it. It was waiting for the cars to go by. It was on Imjin.
Oh,
Last
Wait, was
coyote
this
I saw
goat?
was chasing after 5 deer.
who would I have?
goat?
A coyote that would lay down and just on the lawn in Death Valley and at Furnace Creek. Just, people were out there playing volleyball and everything else. I thought he was a dog under the tree, and it was a coyote that just, he just got that used to people.
When we were heading I was taking the kids to their grandparents' house, and deer ran across the road. And then we looked off to the side, and there were like 2 or 3 other deer waiting for it. I was like, wow, that's like the most amount of deer I've seen like together near the road.
And they were waiting for cars.
To
This is
jump out in
smart
front of
deer.
them, right?
Luckily it wasn't, sometimes they,
Some picking.
can get hit because they do it at the last minute. Luckily this one was, I was far enough back that I barely even had to slow down, but I was shocked when I saw how many deer were waiting for that deer to cross the road. So
It feels like a trick. That's what it is. You put that vegan thing in, and it feels like it's a trick or something. That's what the problem with that question.
No wrong answers.
I think Kyle's up to something with those kind of questions that he's asking. He's
No, not yet.
collating some interesting data.
If we
I am
see
gonna
any of
be
these
up to a
questions
few
on
things.
Family Feud, we're gonna be
Right.
I've always been fascinated by
saw-
Eleanor.
Rigby.
No, Eleanor.
Gee, I think you're swell.
I don't know the lyrics,
Roosevelt.
but I just know the title.
But I don't know if I really want to have dinner with her as much.
Who, Miss Marple?
No, now that you pointed out, it's not fictional. It's not, it's fictional and not, it's not fictional. It is historical. So a vegan dinner.
I think
Gandhi? Are you trying to get us to go to Gandhi or something? Is it like we're trying to,
Wherever it takes
you're going to see how many people.
It doesn't have to be a vegan.
My honest
Right.
answer.
I might
Yeah,
do
Cass.
it and a heavy meat eater that I dislike and then watch them squirm.
Yeah.
I've actually thought about this, and I think my choice would be the Kaiser.
Wilhelm?
Kaiser Wilhelm?
Is he
Yes,
vegan?
because I have read so much about his personality.
Oh, he would be
I
awful.
really want to know, were these exaggerations? Is there some propaganda here?
He's a really awful. He was an awful
accurate is
person.
the depiction of him? I'm certain
I know
find him to be
Prince
awful.
Philip. I bet you he was as charming as he seems. I bet you he was a real suave, charming kind of guy. I would be interested in seeing what he was.
Well, from what I understand, he could be very charming and nice, or he could be just absolutely awful.
How about
In
Rasputin?
the same
Oh, he was a
Ooh,
person.
good one.
No,
How
wouldn't
about
want to
Rasputin?
meet him.
That would be interesting.
I want to spend an evening with
Fucking cult
Benjamin
leader.
I'd just
Franklin.
like to say I prefer
Benjamin
the person I meet
Franklin,
actually
what a
spoke
good
English.
answer.
There
I'm
you
gonna put
go.
him for my vegan.
If we can go back to fictional, Susan needs to have dinner with Nosferatu.
Oh,
Well,
would
we
that
go,
be a vegan
we
dinner?
go fictional. I want to have a vegan dinner with Ron Swanson from Parks.
There
and
you
Rec.
go.
I
That
would
would be
have-
awesome.
I would have
That'd be-
dinner with Winnie the Pooh.
So he could say, "Excuse me, you've brought me
Winnie the
food that my
Pooh?
food eats."
You could have honey.
Don't
You
worry,
could
Carl.
have
He'd pull out some secret bacon out of his coat.
Superpower. Ooh, which one do I want?
Ooh, I want a
Talk to
superpower.
ghosts would be awesome.
I want the superpower where you can award yourself any superpower anytime you want.
I just
I want
want to be able
know.
to eat as much as I can without getting fat
Do we have
and,
a
and be
survey?
physically fit without exercising.
Ooh, that would
Favorite
be
pizza
awesome.
topping.
Pineapple.
Bacon.
Pineapple.
Oh, Eddie's got the question here. Do you eat pizza with pineapple?
I have.
Oh my God, I love you.
Do you eat pizza with a fork?
That's another good
No.
one.
That's a weird
I
question.
like to separate
Does
it.
sausage
Like the
count?
cheese.
So what?
Just the cheese.
No, that's weird.
I
Deep
like
dish,
the
you
puppy.
kinda
Oh,
need
you're
to.
not kidding. It is on here. But you change your mind if
So
you
I saw a question that was interesting on Facebook, which was, would you take $100,000 if by taking it, your worst enemy gets $125,000?
Sure.
Why do I care
I
about
would
that?
too,
And
but
then people
Why would I
say,
care?
"Oh, I'd love to have $225,000."
Ah, good
Oh,
answer.
Do you remember
Beautiful,
that
man.
Twilight Zone one? Do you remember? It was a modern Twilight Zone where the guy, somebody comes in and they give him a box and it has a button on it. It's just a box.
yeah.
It's not even connected.
By
Oh, yes,
modern,
yes.
you mean from the 80s?
Yeah, not from the 50s or 60s or whatever.
Well, because there's at least two subsequent Twilight Zones that came after the 80s.
Oh yeah.
Did they have a box with a button on it?
No, the one in
What I
the 80s.
recall.
There was a movie, it had Cameron Diaz in it. And
Yeah.
I think they gave them a box and they said, if you push it, then somebody's gonna die, but then
Based on the same
something-
short story by the author.
something good,
Forget
well,
what it
I
is.
can't remember
No,
something.
there was nothing good in it. It was
No
just
problem, you'll
we'll give
get
you money.
money or something.
Right.
We'll give you
Someone
like
you
10
don't
grand.
know.
Someone you don't know will die or something like that.
I don't think they said that.
Uh,
I think they just said somebody will die if you push this button, but we'll
No,
give you
no. They,
$1,000.
it was a very specific point. They said someone you don't know will die because at the end of the episode, the guy comes to take the box. You go, what are you going to do with the box? We're going to give it to someone else, but don't worry, it will be
Won't be
somebody
somebody
that you
you
do
know.
not know.
Yeah, that was the ending. You're right.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's
Dun,
like
dun, dun.
Ursula Le Guin's story, the Oompa Loompas. Is that right?
I
Where
don't know, but
there's-
it has her vibe about it. Yeah.
I have to.
Yeah, it's the
You do?
Oompa Loompas. There was one
going, Cal?
girl in the basement tortured, but everybody was happy. But if you freed her, then
Oh,
Nobody-
those who walk away from Omelas.
those who yes, that yeah.
What happens if somebody in the basement is tortured, but
Everybody lives very happy in this place, except that I'm trying to remember, it's been 3 years since I read it, but there's a girl that everybody knows is kept in this isolated basement or something with a horrible life. But if she was freed, then their wonderful life. So she's basically sacrificing for them. And some people walk away and most people stay and live in.
Oh, wow.
Kyle probably remember.
If you're
It's
conditioned
a
to believe that.
really, really good short story.
Yeah,
Look it
quick
up.
read.
That
Is it
sounds
like
like
the
a
lottery?
Really good short story.
Carl. That sounds like a Skyrim quest to me.
Dorian Gray, is that his name? The guy whose picture is painted and
Yeah. The
Yeah.
Portrait of Dorian
I
Gray.
mean, if you're
Oh, yeah.
raised to think that that was normal and you raised to think that the woman chose it.
No, I'd be breaking the woman out of the basement.
Read the short story. It's
Oh,
really
that
good.
sounds
I think you can find it online. I think I
Oh, yeah.
very.
got it online. Yeah.
Remember the lottery? You guys remember the lottery? Very
Yeah.
famous
Yeah.
short story. Wonderfully done. Just an incredible book. Another really great short story by one of my favorite authors, Isaac Asimov, was called Nightfall. It's another really good one to read. I love short stories.
Good boy.
They're fantastic. All right. We're getting late.
Boy.
I'm keeping you guys up. Good
So
night, all.
Kyle, when are we gonna have the survey about surveys? About what are the best surveys to take?
Hey, that's a good one. Let me work on
Like
that.
No. Go do more so I can fill them out.
I will. Thank you.
How
Good night,
long does the survey
everybody.
have to be before you
Good
can
night.
answer a question?